Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 76 Rounding. Count Cabrae ended up being pinned to the cross that Lorist had ordered to be made and died after half a day of moaning and wailing. Before his death, he also witnessed the beheading of his illegitimate son who had been struck with 3 arrows back at the city gates. That son of his died without any suffering as he had been out cold the moment he was injured. After the beheading, Lorist had the heads of all the illegitimate sons of the count that had died by his hands stacked up before the cross. He also requested for an artisan to craft a fitting stone tablet that described the count's deeds and sins, including the ones he had committed during his time as Redbeard the Bandit, and how the untimely discovery of his identity had caused his downfall. Perhaps in the far future, the tale of Count Cabrae and his 67 illegitimate sons would become a folk tale of the Grindia continent, much like the story of Ali Baba and the 40 thieves in Lorist's previous world. After resting for the night, Jisk took the initiative to lead the 2 newly formed garrison troop companies with members recruited from the laborer camp to the Mott's Hills to sweep up the remaining troops of the count. There were still 1 gold rank, 3 silver ranks and 2 other illegitimate sons whose battle force has not yet been awakened there, and Jisk did not intend to let any one of them slip away from his grasps. Lorist himself didn't mind, as the pike cavalryman who had surrendered to him had mentioned that the soldiers there only had 3 days' worth of supplies with them and would crumble eventually even without any outside intervention. What Jisk was going to do was no more than speeding up the process. After 3 days, Charade and Jisk returned to Guldoz city. Jisk brought 6 heads back with him, which were also placed in front of the cross. He said that the moment he was spotted by the enemy when he was blocking off the road to Mott's Hills, the first ones to panic were the farmers. They instantly broke down and started crying and shouting out loud while running all over the place, effectively turning their whole camp into a huge mess. After that, Potter Fang and Lowe's brought 2 of their heavy armored cavalry companies into the camp and slaughtered the enemy, securing their victory. After the gold-ranked illegitimate son died in the hands of Lowe's, the remaining ones attempted to run away, only to be sniped one by Jisk with his bow and arrows. Currently, all of the illegitimate sons of the count had reunited with him at the stone tablet and not one of them was spared. Charade said that Potter Fang would only arrive in the afternoon on the next day, as he had to escort the prisoner soldiers who had surrendered to them during the battle. He also mentioned that for the next 3 days, the family convoy would make its way to Guldoz city. Charade then asked Lorist about what to do with Burdock Bastide after the convoy's departure. Lorist replied, "Hand it to Tim then. For the past few days, I've been thinking about the preparations we need to make before the convoy leaves this place and already have a general idea on how to go about it. You're here just in time to discuss the finer details with me." What Lorist lacked right now was time. When the convoy first left Armatrin Harbor, there was a distance of 2,500 kilometers to travel before they reached the Northlands. Their original plan was for them to travel 1,000 or so kilometers through the lands of the Red Lees Kingdom to reach the borders of the Andanak Kingdom. However, it had been postponed when the convoy was prompted to retaliate and wipe the Count and his family after the attack of Count Cabrae's rebel sweeping forces. It was already the 23rd day of the first month, but the convoy had only traveled a little more than 300 kilometers so far. After taking control of Guldoz city, the riches and supplies that the Count had accumulated over the years from wiping out the defiant nobles had all ended up in Lorist's hands. He understood from Charade's ecstatic and gleeful look when he looked at the inventory that the convoy's departure would have to be delayed yet again until the resources were properly managed and sorted out. Otherwise, there was no way Charade would agree to leave the place. That was why Lorist had decided to head for the Northlands first at the end of the month with only a handful of people with him and leave the convoy behind so that he would arrive at the family dominion before the 3rd month to be in time for the inheritance ceremony. After that, he would wait for the arrival of the convoy at a later date while he settled some more pressing matters of the family. He also appointed Charade and Potter Fang to be in charge of the convoy during his absence. However, there were still quite a number of things that he needed to handle personally before he would be able to leave with a peace of mind. He first instructed Potter Fang to lead a heavy armoured cavalry company to William Isles Castle to guard it in place of the reorganized garrison troop that used to be the Count's, and also had Yuri send some representatives to the allied noble armies to tell them the news of the Count's demise and to request them to send some representatives to Guldos City to discuss certain matters on trade. When the garrison company came back to Guldos City, Lorist gave a cold and cruel order. He instructed the soldiers who had surrendered to him to bring their family members to another street and imprisoned the remaining family members of the soldiers who have resisted him and died in battle in the slave laborer camp. Looking at the now empty streets, Lorist said, "Mr. Tim, this street belongs to you now. You can finally put the sacks your soldiers were carrying to good use." Tim was incredibly grateful at Lorist's proposition. Ever since he knew that Lorist was going to give the Burdock Bastide to him unconditionally, he quickly met up with a few stronghold leaders and sold 1,300 gold fords worth of weapons to them, which he had obtained from Charade for only 1,000 gold fords. After that, he sent somebody to instruct Night Gemmers to move the people and resources under him to the Bastide before returning to Lorist's side after all of that was accomplished. He understood that the longer he spent time with Lorist, the more benefits he would get. As expected, before he could finish processing the fact that he got the Bastide for no cost, Lorist presented him with yet another huge boon. Seeing Tim, who excitedly went to pillage the empty houses and stores lining the streets, Lorist couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had decided to aid Tim the best he could so that he would have someone to reach out to should he need anything done in the Red Lee's kingdom. When Tim returned, Lorist said, "Tim, I also got you a wife." Unrolling a beast-skin map of the area, Lorist continued, "Look here. This is Viscount Tabree's territory and Burdock Bastide is over here. Between the two locations is Baron Onler's territory. Even though all the male descendants of the Onler family had all been killed off by the Count, we have managed to rescue his only daughter from the Duke Manor. I have decided to let you take her as your wife so that you will be able to absorb Baron Onler's territory and unite it with that of Viscount Tabree as well as Burdock Bastide." Lorist then tossed a few documents onto the table and said, "Look, these are the deeds for the lands of Viscount Tabree, Baron Onler, and the Bastide. I found them all in the Duke Manor. With these documents, I will also be able to have the neighbouring nobles recognize you as the legitimate successor of Viscount Tabree so that you will have no problems ascending into the noble peerage. What do you think?" Tim bowed deeply and responded, "Lord Norton, as long as it is your arrangement, I will definitely go by it. You can have me marry a few more wives if you please. Soul, only in your wildest dreams. You must have sufficient power to back up your greed and ambition. The bare minimum for defending the lands you hold right now is a garrison regiment. And given the desolate state of Viscount Tabree's and Baron Onler's dominions as a result of the conflict, you will also need quite a bit of resource to redevelop them," rebuked Lorist jokingly. Upon hearing that, Tim suddenly turned downcast and looked to Lorist with pleading eyes. "My lord, I don't have so much money. I'm already finding it hard to sustain the 1,800 men under me, not to say much about rebuilding the Dominion. The money spent on maintaining an army is truly too large." Charade, who was standing nearby, laughed and said, "Tim, come over here. After seeing the map, I have an idea for you. I know you are quite adept at doing business from your past experience. Now that you have this large piece of land, if you manage it carefully, you'll definitely be able to sustain 3 whole regiments of garrison troops. There is a corner of the Viscount's dominion near the shores and I believe that it would be a good place for a port to be built there. And the eastern part of the Viscount's dominion that is near Baron Onler's dominion has flat lands and forests which are ideal for agricultural development. Given that you used to manage the Viscount's farms, you should have a good idea on what to do with these places. With the port built, you will be able to stimulate the dominion's economy. Coupled with the yearly harvest from the farms, you will also be able to sustain your own dominion's food demand and hold firm to your citizens' support by providing them with peaceful, sustainable lives." Charade continued pointing around the map and said, "Now, look here again at Baron Onler's dominion. The many hills and forests there will allow you to make quite a bit of money from the lumber and building material, as these resources are rather highly demanded on the market. Coupled with the port at the Viscount's territory, you no longer have to worry about not having enough funds to run or develop the Dominion. If you have a large seafaring ship, you will also be able to transport these raw materials to Moronti City for them to be sold there. However, you can already contact a merchant guild over there right now to establish a maritime trade route so that their ships can come over to your dominion to do business. Even after considering the commission you have to pay them, you'll still make quite a bit from the exchange. You can also have someone forage the Baron's dominion to see if there are any other natural resources that can be exploited. As for Burdock Bastide, I'm sure you don't need me to mention that. This used to be Count Cobra's dominion and it is well developed with a substantial population living there, so you don't need to use too much resources on that place to profit from it. The economy of the Bastide will make you enough money to sustain a garrison regiment. Your only focus would be to rebuild and develop the Baron's and the Viscount's territories. Naturally, you have to be wary of other threats during times of war like these. You can construct 5 citadels at these places and station each of them with a squad of garrison troops. That will be more than sufficient to ensure the safety of your combined territories. The key to successfully developing your land is manpower and finances. You don't have to worry too much about manpower, as I have just discussed with Lord Locke that apart from the prisoners of the labourer camp, we will have the rest of the people who are not willing to go to the Northlands with us settle down in your territory. Given that the number of people isn't a small one, I'm sure that as long as you utilize them properly, you'll be able to quickly make your dominion prosper. Other than that, you can also start looking for people to serve as your family knights so that the elites of the disbanded pike cavalrymen and garrison soldiers don't leave your dominion to join other nobles, said Charade. Tim felt a little stunned and said, "My lord, you're truly going to leave this place? Are you going to give up Guldo City?" Lorist laughed and said, "Yes. While this is a great place to be, it is too far away from my family's dominion. If I were to forcibly occupy it, I would be nothing more than those despicable bandits. The last thing I'd want is to take over a place unrightfully and become an eyesore for the local nobles, nor do I want to stay put obstinately and face the first prince's army one day. Even though I can still leave should that ever happen, the first prince will definitely use this as an excuse to swallow the local nobles in the area whole and take over the whole territory by himself. My lord, couldn't you just use a marriage alliance to have a claim over this land? If the first prince really comes over, I'm sure that we can rally the nobles to resist him with an allied army," said Tim. Lorist shook his head and replied, "Tim, you don't understand. The first prince can be considered to be one of the enemies of the Norton family because our merchant convoy had been wiped out as a result of him ordering Count Cobra to masquerade as Redbeard for him to raise funds for his rebellion. From a certain perspective, the first prince can be said to be the true perpetrator of the Norton family merchant convoy's demise, whereas the count is only a means to an end. Now, we have only managed to relinquish the prince of his tool, Count Cobra, and we still hope to be able to settle the grudge with him one day. If I were to become the Dominion Lord of this place, I would have to kneel down and swear my allegiance to him as my senior noble, and that is far from what I want. That is why I have decided to leave Guldo City and head back to my family's dominion." Charade said, "Tim, don't worry. Even if we are going to the Northlands, we will make sure that your 3 dominions will be properly stabilized first so that you will be an influential noble in the lands of the Red Lees Kingdom, and the Norton family would definitely be able to benefit from having a powerful ally here. As long as it concerns your dominion, we will not brush it off lightly. Just now, I have told you how to manage your manpower. Right now, let's discuss your finances and resources. I have a suggestion that you may want to consider." Charade gave him 4 suggestions in total. First, he should set the tax rate for the produce to 70% for normal citizens and give farmland to the family members of the garrison troops for free and only collect 40% from them to encourage people to enlist without needing to spend too much money on their salary. He believed that it would easily be enough for Tim to form 2 garrison regiments with that plan, given the amount of undeveloped or ravaged land he had at Baron Onler and Viscount Tabree's dominions. Second, Charade promised that when the convoy departs for the Northlands, the supplies they wouldn't be able to bring with them would be left at Guldos City and given to Tim for him to use to develop his dominion. Third, Charade would be willing to sell the weapons and equipment he had at a very low profit to help lessen Tim's financial burden of having to arm his garrison troops. Lastly, Charade said that he could help Tim get into contact with the Peterson Merchant Guild to start a collaboration between them to develop Tim's dominion to make up for Tim's lack of funds. Thankful to the point of tears with snot leaking out of his nostrils, Tim accepted every one of Charade's suggestions and pledged that he would never forget the grace the Norton family had bestowed upon him and that he would never refuse any request for help from the Nortons in the future. After Tim left, Jisk came and announced that he had decided to serve Lorist and become a Norton family knight, and also said that several of his friends wished to bring their families along to leave the area and head for the Northlands. Elated at Jisk's decision to join their ranks, Charade asked him to encourage the other members of the now disbanded Pike Cavalry and the garrison troops as well as the liberated slave laborers to join the convoy, as manpower was a crucial resource for the development of the Northlands. Lorist furrowed his brow at that point because he felt that the more people the convoy had, the longer its journey to the Northlands would take. Charade, however, was confident that as long as he formed another pikeman infantry regiment from the people of Guldos City and expand Potter Fong's heavy armored cavalry to 4 companies, even if the convoy traveled slowly, their journey would no doubt be a safe one with such a huge force escorting them. After all, they did have a little too much extra equipment. And if any fool dares to bar their way, they would no doubt be decimated and their resources would only help nourish the convoy's own supply. Chapter 77 Conference of the Nobles. Yuri escorted 7 representatives of the allied noble armies to Guldos City with his squad of light cavalry scouts. Respectfully and politely receiving them, Lorist and Charade invited the representatives into the Duke Manor to start the discussion. However, Lorist quickly noticed that something was off, as the representatives did not seem to be too happy about Count Cabra's demise and had instead put the convoy in a bad light. They believed that the convoy had overstepped its boundaries by attacking and conquering the Count's domain, and it wasn't something the allied noble were willing to tolerate. The representatives then demanded that the convoy leave Guldos City at once and surrender Burdock Bastide, William Isles Castle, and Guldos City as well as all the resources within to the noble alliance. One old representative who sported a long goatee even said that Lorist's act of crucifying the Count was a huge insult on the dignity of all nobles and could be considered an act of aggression towards the whole of the Red Lees Kingdom's nobles. He even said that no noble would allow for any of their own to be killed and publicly displayed on the cross like a lowly bandit. "Who do you think you are?" said Lorist angrily as he glared at the flailing old man who was so passionate in his accusations that he spat out saliva with every word he uttered. "I am Viscount Snaff, and as a noble, I demand you, the person in charge of this merchant convoy, to give me the due respect." "What authority do you have to be able to punish a person of noble birth?" responded the old man proudly. "Very well, Viscount Snaff," said Lorist as he stood straight up. "I will take that as an insult to the Norton family. And that is something I can never forgive. I hereby declare war on behalf of the Norton family against the Snaff family. May the stronger prevail and the weaker perish. Knight Lowes." "My lord, I'm awaiting your orders," said Lode Wales as he stepped forward. Looking at the map, Lorist smiled and said, "Viscount Snaff's territory is not far from William Isles Castle. I give you 3 days to lead your heavy armoured cavalry company and the soldiers stationed at William Isles Castle to flatten the Viscount's dominion. Don't let anyone in his family escape. I won't mind completing what Count Cabra left unfinished." "Yes, my lord. I will definitely carry out your orders without fail," said Lowes as he gave the 7 noble representatives a harsh glare before taking wide steps and leaving the room immediately. Without much delay, the loud sounds of soldiers gathering and horses galloping away from the manor could be heard from the outside, gradually fading away. Only silence remained within the hall as the arrogant Viscount Snaff slumped to the ground with a pale expression without being able to utter a single word. The remaining 6 representatives looked at each other with weird expressions as if they had noticed that they had neglected something important. Finally, a white-haired old man broke the silence and asked, "Sir, may I ask if you're a merchant convoy or not?" Hehe, I'm glad someone noticed this point. Didn't you guys bother to find that out when you came into the manor? We are not just some merchant convoy. I am Baron Norton Lorist, the head of the Norton family of the Northlands. This convoy is led by me on the way back to our homeland, said Lorist. But sir, as a noble yourself, it's still not appropriate for you to nail the Count on the cross. I believe that Viscount Snaff was not mistaken on that part, said the white-haired old man bravely. You have a point. However, I was not punishing him as a noble. The reason he was nailed on the cross is because he had disguised himself and masqueraded as the infamous bandit Redbeard and raided countless merchant convoys in the Badalger province years back. If you people don't believe it, please look at this journal over here. This is the Count's personal journal during his days of raiding merchant convoys. There are a few others like this as well. Reedy, let these representatives see the rest of the entries, said Lorist. With stone-cold evidence presented to them, the 6 representatives were at a loss of words. May I ask if your family is the one that had been en theft territory in the Northlands during the founding days of the Chrisen Empire, the family of the Raging Roaring Bear? And, how has the Count wronged you? Asked another representative who had a chubby body. Lorist nodded and said, That's right, our family is the Raging Roaring Bear of the Northlands. I formed the convoy after receiving a letter of summons from my family to return to the Dominion to inherit the position of the family head after 10 years of studying at Moronti City. However, as I was passing through the area, my convoy was attacked by the forces of the Count out of nowhere. Fortunately, the force I had assembled to escort the convoy was strong enough and managed to wipe the attackers out and even allowed me to catch a few prisoners alive. It was some of the prisoners who told me that they had been involved in serving the Count during his days of raising merchant convoys as the bandit, Redbeard. If you may be so inclined, please refer to the records of the exploits of Redbeard in the Badalger province 7 years ago. That was the time when the merchant convoy of the Norton family perished by the hands of the Count. After all these years, my family has been searching for the bandit and we have finally found him only recently. It was precisely because of that the Norton family declared war against the Count and successfully eliminated him and his 67 illegitimate sons. Sir, it is our fault for misunderstanding the situation and thinking that your convoy was just a normal merchant convoy. The ignorant commit no sin, please forgive Viscount Snaff. He will definitely be willing to make up for his rude behavior towards your family. Hehe, it is not me the Viscount has to apologize to, but you guys instead, said Lorist with a laugh as he took out a few letters from the box on the table. Please check these letters out. After conquering Guldo City, we have discovered them within the study of Count Cabrae and they actually contain intelligence reports of the Allied noble army's military movements sent by Viscount Snaff to the Count. He also mentioned in these letters that he would try his best to disrupt the unity of the various nobles in the alliance and cause as much trouble as he can. I had originally intended to give these letters to you so that you can take care of him yourself. I really didn't expect him to hand himself up on a platter to me. He must have a death wish. The 6 nobles held the letters in their shivering hands as they read through the contents. All of a sudden, the white-haired noble tossed the letter away and leaped towards Viscount Snaff to give him a sound pummeling and even savagely bit the Viscount's ear off, causing Viscount Snaff to scream out in agony. The rest of the nobles quickly stopped the white-haired man from continuing his beating with much difficulty. But, that did not stop him from swallowing the ear of the Viscount whole into his stomach. With blood trailing out of his mouth, he sat down and started crying out loud. My poor son! Benny! Your death was completely in vain. The chubby noble started explaining, Baron Douglas is far too pained from the death of his son, Knight Benny, from an enemy ambush during an operation he led to ransack the Count's warehouse. Just now, the letter he read was the one the Viscount sent to notify Count Cabrae about the plans on that day. Sympathizing with Baron Douglas, Lorist said, having one's most beloved sacrificed as a result of an ally's betrayal is one of the hardest things for a person to accept. Please pass my condolences to Baron Douglas when he calms down. As for Viscount Snaff, I will hand over his territory to your alliance. Since so many unexpected developments had happened today, let's adjourn this meeting and continue 2 days later. The chubby noble bowed to Lorist and said, "Respected Lord Norton, forgive me for asking, but, what kind of business did you intend to discuss with us?" Lorist nodded back in response and asked, "May I know your name?" The chubby noble patted on his belly and introduced himself. "I am Baron Henderson and my family crest is that of the razor-sharp spearhead." "Respectful greetings, Lord Baron. I wish to discuss with the army about the handling of the Count's dominion. Because the Norton family convoy has to continue the journey to the north, I don't wish to leave any loose ends for the nobles here to clear up. Also, I've also rescued 7 noble ladies whose families have been decimated. As a noble myself, I would definitely help another fellow noble out in times of trouble. After finishing arranging these matters, we will leave Goldo City," said Lorist. The Baron was a little stunned as according to the customs of nobles, the victor in a fight between 2 noble families had the right to all the properties of the loser. Given Lorist's status as a noble, it was only right for him to be the one to manage the properties of the Count as he saw fit. Lorist's decision to invite the representatives over for discussion was quite unlike the behavior of normal nobles. That's why they had mistaken the convoy for being a merchant convoy and behaved so arrogantly given their higher status to the point when they thought that the Raging Bear flag was only an insignia of a merchant guild. "Lord Norton, you're saying that you're willing to give up Goldo City and leave the area." Even though Baron Henderson was a chubby fellow, he had quite the sharp mind and recovered from his astonishment quite quickly. "That's correct. My family's dominion is in the desolate Northlands and we have never forgotten the oath our ancestor had sworn to protect the northern borders of the Empire. Even though the Chrisen Empire is no longer present, we still have to return to the Northlands. We only wiped out Count Cabrae because of an old grudge we had with him as well as the despicable way in which he was treating the other landed nobles in the area. Now that the Cabrae family is already no more, we should discuss about what to do with the 13 territories the Count had conquered as well as William Isles Castle, Burdock Bastide, and Goldo City. After all, the allied noble armies did play their part in resisting the Count as well." To the noble representatives, Lorist's statement was akin to having gold coins fall right out of the sky. Even Baron Douglas, who was crying his eyes out before, stopped and stared at Lorist with his mouth agape. Charade came over from the side, made a knight salute, and lifted the Baron up before asking for a servant to bring over a basin and a towel for him. After that he instructed the guards to lock up Viscount Snaff, who was moaning in pain on the ground from having his ear bitten off. Baron Henderson was the first one to snap out of it and he deeply bowed again before saying, "Respected Lord Baron Norton, your generosity has truly captivated us and truly outshines both the sun and the moon. I wonder if the allied noble armies can assist you with anything? Please don't hesitate to request anything of us." At that moment, Baron Henderson had completely forgotten the fact that Lorist had yet to formally inherit the title and called him Lord Baron right away. He also understood that there was no free lunch in this world and offered any assistance he could give for the benefits the alliance was about to receive. Looking at Baron Henderson with a gaze of admiration, Lorist said, "Actually, I only have a small request. First, Viscount Debris is an ally of the Norton family, but his family has almost been wiped out entirely due to an unfortunate turn of events. With Mr. Tim as the sole person alive that inherits the Viscount's blood, and the fact that he had been a huge help to our fight against the Count this time around, I have decided to acknowledge him as the formal heir of Viscount Debris to perpetuate the Debris family line. I hope that the noble alliance would recognize Mr. Tim's birthright so that he has a smooth transition to nobility. There will be no problem. Many of us know Mr. Tim. Since he is the only one alive with the blood of the Turbris, we will naturally accept him as the heir to the late Viscount's dominion and title," agreed Baron Henderson. Second, the Onler family, whose dominion is beside Viscount Debris' dominion, has also been wiped out due to the count, with only the daughter of the late Baron Onler surviving the whole ordeal. Having rescued the Lady Onler, I have decided for her to form a marriage alliance with Mr. Tim, and I hope that their union will receive your blessings. That is a given. We will definitely congratulate them on their marriage and send them fitting wedding gifts, said the 6 representatives unanimously. Third, as both Baron Onler's and Viscount Turby's dominions have been ravaged as a result of the Count's attacks, I will be giving the control of Burdock Bastide to Tim and his wife so that they would have something to rely on to redevelop their dominions. I hope that the Noble Alliance will accept that proposition and promise to not violate this arrangement and disrupt the lives of this couple. Naturally, to make up for that, I intend to hand over William Isles Castle and Goldos City to the Noble Alliance, as well as the deeds for the lands lost by the 13 noble families to the Count, as well as the 6 noble ladies that were kept in captivity by the Count. Oh, and the treatment of the family members of the Count's dead soldiers will also be handed to the Alliance. Baron Henderson felt his throat run dry and found himself to be unable to utter even a word in response. He gave the rest of the representatives a glance and said, "Lord Norton, please state any other requests you have so that I will be able to relay it to the rest of the members of the Noble Alliance, as this is no longer a matter that us 7 can decide on our own. I will invite them over here to further talk about this matter. Is that all right with you? Of course, my final request is for our convoy to be allowed to stay at Goldos City for a while longer, about another month. Due to the scale and size of the convoy, we need to prepare for some time before we can leave and continue on our journey. I hope that you will be able to understand that. That aside, our convoy has brought along with us quite a large amount of weapons and equipment. So, if any of you wish to purchase some, we can offer them to you at a discounted price." After Baron Henderson and the rest of the representatives sent word about the issue back to the Alliance, various nobles have been pouring into Goldos City non-stop to purchase weapons. Potter Fang and Lowe's had also successfully destroyed Viscount Snaff's territory in one fell swoop and demonstrated the military might of the convoy to the Allied noble armies. 7 days later, the Noble Alliance meeting finally began. On the first day, all the nobles agreed to Lorist's requests. Lorist had also handed half of the administration rights of William Isles Castle and Goldos City to the Alliance, and also returned the 13 land deeds, the 6 noble ladies that they have rescued, as well as the family members of the dead soldiers who had served the Count, including the family members of Viscount Snaff. Ever since that day, the nobles of the Alliance kept arguing over the things that have just gained. The only thing they managed to agree on was the labeling of Viscount Snaff as a traitor and the execution of him and his family members. However, that in itself sparked yet another dispute among the nobles on how to divide the Viscount's territory. Charade, on the other hand, spent the following days in absolute bliss. He hoped that the relations between the nobles would be as bad as possible, as the increased tension between the members of the Alliance had increased the sales of the weapons, mounts as well as supplies. The current state of affairs had already spurred countless nobles to come to the convoy to make large amounts of purchases. As of now, Lorist had 4 heavy armoured cavalry companies and 2 pike infantry regiments under his command. Even the gold-ranked mercenary, Chino Friyar, had been persuaded by Jisk to follow Lorist to the Northlands. Thus, Lorist named him the colonel of the newly formed garrison regiment. As Charade had mentioned before, given the convoy's military might, no normal noble family would be able to pose a threat to them. And any fool of a noble that dared to provoke them was not even worth putting into consideration. The coming of the 2nd month signalled Lorist's departure from the convoy to head to the Northlands, accompanied only by Shadekampf, Pat, Reedy, and the relentless Jisk, who wanted to tag along no matter what. They departed after saying their goodbyes to Charade, Potter Fang, Els, and the other family knights. Chapter 78 On the Road. The clattering sound of the wheels of the 4-wheeled carriages repeated on and on as the carriage traversed the muddy mountain path. Reedy, who was driving the carriage, shouted out, "My lord, I think we should find somewhere to rest. It's really hard to travel on this road right now. Even if we could hold on, I doubt the horses can continue for long. We also have to maintain the carriage for a bit, I think the axle might have been damaged as the carriage is getting quite difficult to control." Lorist got off his horse and approached the carriage before shouting out, "Please hold on for another half an hour. After passing through the Plate Mountain Pass, we will arrive at a small hill city where we can rest for 2 days." Lorist and the other 4 had traveled for almost 7 days straight. With 12 strong and endurant Xeno horses as well as a carriage suited for long-distance travel that they had obtained back in Guldo City, the group only rested for an hour for every 20 kilometers they traveled and switched the horses that pulled the carriage between the breaks. Easily moving a distance of up to 150 kilometers in a day, they had traveled for around 1,000 kilometers so far, causing the whole group to feel rather worn out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crude, long arrow scratched the side of the carriage and landed onto the ground nearby. Solution cursed Lorist as he got off his saddle and agilely climbed onto the carriage beside the coachman's seat while he withdrew a javelin from the roof of the carriage and prepared to cover Reedy, who was occupied with controlling the carriage. Was this the 16th or 17th time they had encountered bandits after they departed from Guldo City? Lorist had already lost count as they ran into 2 to 3 groups of bandits each day. At first, the bandits that had attempted to rob them looked to be extremely impoverished and famished and didn't seem like they intended to harm Lorist and his men for its own sake, so he simply gave them light punishments before leaving some food behind. However, as the encounters got more frequent, Lorist decided to simply outrun their unmounted pursuers. The interesting thing was that the bandits they had encountered within the Red Lee's kingdom were mostly old and hungry refugees who demanded food and money and were equipped with only farming tools used as makeshift weapons. However, when Lorist and gang entered the Andanak kingdom, the bandit encounters grew less frequent. But those that had showed up usually were much better trained and equipped and behaved in a cruel and heartless manner. Lorist didn't bother showing these bandits who raided for a living any mercy at all. A few agonized cries rang out from afar as a result of Jisk's sniping. Poking his head out of the carriage, Shadekampf asked, "Young master, what's going on?" Lorist replied with a low voice, "Don't poke your head out. We've just encountered another group of bandits. Prepare your crossbow just in case." With a swing of his hand, the javelin shot out like a bolt of lightning into the trees by the side of the path and pierced a bandit bowman who was aiming at the carriage squarely in the chest. Within the trees by the side of the road, a loud angry group of voices could be heard as 30 or so bandits rushed out with various weapons in hand. The javelins shot out one after another in response, causing 10 or so bandits who were rushing at the forefront to be nailed flat to the ground within moments. The remaining 20-plus bandits were so frightened by the sudden death of their comrades and instantly retreated. However, Lorist's javelins had just run out at that exact moment. "Kill him!" shouted a bearded bandit who was pointing angrily towards Lorist. Upon seeing Lorist run out of javelins, the attackers steeled their resolves and rushed over once again. "Soul! There were 200 javelins when we left, but it all ran out within only a few days," exclaimed Lorist as he got off the carriage. "Reedy, be as quick as possible in dispatching them so we can start traveling again within the shortest time." Following that, one bandit after another fell in front of Reedy with crossbow bolts stuck to their foreheads that had been fired by Shadekampf from within the carriage. "Hey, don't take my prey," shouted Reedy in a dissatisfied manner towards the passengers' compartment. With another flash of the blade in Lorist's hands, 4 bandits fell to the ground with blood spluttered out of the slits on their throats. It was then when the bandits finally realized that they had ran head-on into an iron wall. With only 2 exchanges, only 5 to 6 of the 20 remaining bandits were still alive. As the survivors attempted to escape, they were hunted down and slayed by Lorist and the bloodthirsty Reedy. "Ack!" shouted a bandit who had played dead and attempted to escape into the trees only to end up shot in the back by Shadekampf. It did not take long for him to let out his last breath. The result of this encounter ended with the bandits' complete decimation. Shadekampf got off the carriage and started looting the bodies of the bandits while Reedy stayed by the carriage to inspect the conditions of its wheels. Lorist on the other hand was checking if any of the javelins he had thrown were still in usable condition. It was a shame that javelins were mostly one-use items that either lost their sharpness or had their handles broken after Lorist uses them, often rendering them unusable. Pat quickly returned from further up the path on horseback and reported that the bandits had dug up a large pit ahead that the carriage was unable to pass through. Given that Jisk had shot the other 4 bandits to death, Pat had no choice but to return to get a shovel to fill up the pit. "What's wrong with the wheels?" asked Lorist as he approached Reedy. "Milord, look. One of the bolts over here had fallen off. It's no wonder I felt that the wheels were slightly misaligned, as it was quite difficult for me to control the carriage when I was making turns. I guess I'll make a temporary bolt out of some wood for now and get it properly repaired when we reach town at a blacksmith's," said Reedy as he pointed towards the hole in the wheel. "Very well, we'll do just that," said Lorist as he turned back, only to see Shadekampf coming over with a couple of things in his hands. "Young master, look. These bandits are quite well off. Normal garrisons of common nobles won't be able to afford mail and scale armor like these. There are 3 of them here with another 6 sets left on the ground back there. Each of these bandits also carried 2 to 3 imperial gold coins with them, and half of their weapons are standard military issues. Young master, if we can find their stronghold, then we will definitely gain even more," said Shadekampf excitedly. Lorist looked at the armor Shadekampf brought over and was nothing short of impressed. It was fortunate that when Lorist was killing the bandits, he primarily relied on slitting their throats, so the armor sets were mostly undamaged. Seeing Shadekampf carry the armor sets into the carriage, Lorist cleared his throat before asking, "Shadekampf, we need to rush to the Dominion as fast as possible and have to travel light. Are you sure you want to bring these back?" Shadekampf said in a troubled manner, "Young master, our family lacks decent sets of armor like these. In the Northlands, people mostly rely on leather armor instead of metal armor. I'm sure a mere few sets wouldn't set us back that much." "Sigh, fine. If you really want to bring it back, then go ahead." Lorist didn't say anything else, as he felt that after Shadekampf spent more than a month by Charade's side, he had adopted most of the greedy and stingy habits Charade had. Even though the Northlands lacked metal armor, Shadekampf didn't consider that it would no longer be the case by the time the convoy made its way there. Though, he couldn't be bothered to lecture Shadekampf on that, as worrying for the family's future was a commendable behavior. The rest of their journey was rather uneventful. After half an hour, the walls of Finyata town that was stacked up from stones was within their sights. The guards by the gates of Finyata town looked towards Lorist's group of 5 men, 12 horses and a carriage with curious eyes, as it was quite uncommon for a party that small to be travelling long distances. However, right after Lorist showed the badge of the Norton family to the guards, they stopped worrying instantly and even let them into the town without collecting any fees. Lorist then asked the guards where the smithy was in Finyata town before tipping them with 1 imperial old head gold coin each, causing them to thank him reverently. Finyata town was a rather small place that housed only 500 to 600 households with a population of around 2,000 people. A long street split the small town into 2 from the middle. On one side, the neat-looking multi-story buildings that were constructed out of stone could be seen, with shop fronts mostly occupying their lower floors. On another, residences constructed from both wood and stone could be spotted, but the lack of organizational planning made that part of town look like the slums. Lorist's group stopped at an inn called the Wine and Weary Birds and reserved 3 rooms on the 3rd floor. After having a decent meal, Reedy brought the carriage to go look for a blacksmith, whereas Pat went to the stable of the inn to instruct the horse caretakers on how to manage the 12 Xeno horses they had brought. Shadekampf moved the 9 sets of armor to the room he and Pat shared, and even got some sand, cloth and butter in preparation for polishing the armor. Lorist and Jisk on the other hand returned to their respective rooms after instructing the servants of the inn to prepare some warm bath water, after which they took their baths and went into deep sleep. On the 2nd day, Lorist didn't feel like he wanted to get out of bed and told Pat to instruct the food server to leave his breakfast on the table before returning to sleep. Shortly after that, however, the town bell started ringing incessantly. "Soul, what the hell is wrong?" It's not even the New Year's festival yet, mumbled Lorist as he tucked his head under his pillow in an attempt to drown out the sound of the bell. "Milord, I think this is an alarm bell," said Pat. Quickly feeling more energized already, Lorist got off the bed and went to look out the window, only to see the townsfolk panicking and running around frantically on the streets with looks of terror on their faces. "Oh, it really is the alarm bell. The last I heard, there wasn't any wars going on in the Andanak kingdom. What's really happening here?" Lorist muttered as he got dressed. Giving the map a glance, he saw that Finyata town was still 250 kilometers from the Madras Duchy. "Don't tell me the Madras Duchy has declared war against the Andanak kingdom and the conflict had spread over here? That doesn't sound plausible. The Madras Duchy is more than capable of protecting itself, but attacking others is another matter altogether. Even though it was considered part of the Iblaya kingdom in name, the Duke of Madras had never paid the second prince much heed. Perhaps he's already unable to bear the political pressure and started sending his troops to fight the third prince's Andanak kingdom?" The more Lorist looked at the map when he was eating, the more confused he got with his theories. Subsequently, knocks could be heard on the door of the room. Looking at Pat, Lorist gestured for him to go open the door. Reedy came in and said, "Milord, the garrison captain of Finyata town wishes to meet you." "Oh," said Lorist as he placed the map down and said after giving some thought, "Please let him in." "Well, might as well ask him about the alarm while he's here." The captain of the Finyata town garrison was a grim-looking, middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. The way his hands fidgeted around as if he didn't know where to place them while he stood in front of Lorist only served to show his anxiety. Even though Lorist asked him to take a seat, he said that there wasn't a need and that he was perfectly fine with standing. "All right, keep standing if you like it so much," Lorist thought. He had never liked to force others to do what they were not uncomfortable with. After leisurely taking a gulp of tea, he asked the captain what business he had for him to request a personal meeting. The middle-aged captain stammered, "Milord, may I ask if you used the Plate Mountain Pass to arrive at our town?" "That's right," said Lorist as he nodded. "Then, were you the ones who met with a group of bandits and killed them all?" "We were." "What's wrong?" Lorist asked. He felt a little wary that the captain asked such a question as killing bandits wasn't something that uncommon. "Milord, misfortune has really descended upon us. Just this morning, the bandits have barred the town gates and said that if we don't hand you over by noon, he would massacre all the people in the town," said the captain with a pained expression. "Bandits? You're saying that the alarm bell just now was sounded because of a bandit attack?" asked Lorist. The garrison captain merely nodded. "Then tell me what sort of bandit actually dares to be that audacious to even dare to threaten to kill all the residents of Finyata town? Doesn't the local lord care about the situation?" asked Lorist curiously. "Milord, it's not that the local Dominion lord doesn't care, but he just isn't able to. He's tried to take action against the bandits twice, but it only ended with his loss on both occasions with heavy casualties on his side. The lord even got injured himself during the second attempt. That's why the bandits dare to be so arrogant. For the past few years, the area has been affected by the ravages of war and many deserters, vagabonds as well as bandit groups gathered over time at the mountain forests about 50 kilometers from the pass. Around 3 years ago, a gold swordsman who called himself the Wolf of Plate Mountain brought a group of people and started ruling over the bandits and set up a stronghold within the Black Rock Mountains nearby to collect toll and rob the people who pass through that pass. Oh, so the head of the bandits is a gold-ranked swordsman. This is interesting. It's the first time I've heard of a person who's capable of reaching the gold rank becoming a bandit, said Lorist as he laughed. The garrison captain started to seem even more anxious as he said, "Milord, I truly am speaking the truth. The local lord has lost 3 silver-ranked knights to him. You can easily verify this by asking around, almost everyone knows about this. The Wolf of the Plate Mountains is cruel and lustful. 3 villages near the mountain pass have already been wiped out as a result of his whims. That's why our Dominion Lord decided to act against him in the first place but has failed in both attempts. Looking at the middle-aged man, Lorist asked, since the bandits have blocked off the entrance of the gates, then what is your intention as a garrison captain to come see me? Are you going to hand me over so that they don't start massacring the townsfolk? And no, my lord, it never even occurred to me to send you out, said the middle-aged captain with a panicked look on his face. My lord, the reason I've come to inform you about this is so that you can make preparations to escape. This town only has one garrison squad and we don't even number 80 people. Of all the soldiers in the garrison, only I, the captain, has reached the silver rank. On the other hand, the bandits have at least 500 members. Apart from the Wolf of Plate Mountain who's a gold rank, they also have up to 70 silver ranked experts. The disparity in our strength is far too much and we won't be able to hold them back for long. I only hope that you will take the opportunity to leave the town sooner and notify the authorities of the kingdom so that they will send some soldiers over to wipe the bandits out. This way, I'll be able to rest well even if I perish in the midst of battle. That's not right. If the bandits are so much more powerful than the town garrison, then why haven't they attacked the town long before and only decided to take action after we killed some of their own? Asked Lorist coldly with a solemn look on his face. Oh, my lord, to be honest with you, our Dominion Lord has come to a compromise with the bandits, said the captain embarrassedly. After the 2 attempts at erasing the bandits ended up in failure, the Lord was worried that they would come over to occupy the town right away and cause his reputation to fall to the point where his title would be revoked. That's why he had a large merchant guild show up to sign an agreement with the bandits stating that in exchange for Finyata town to be open to bandits for them to purchase supplies and use the facilities in the town, the bandits would sell the items they pillaged to the merchant guild. And as long as the merchant guild pays the toll, they would not be touched by the bandits. As for other people who use the Plate Mountain Pass, even though it was unfortunate that they would be robbed, the Dominion Lord would turn a blind eye to those matters. And as long as the bandits don't carry any weapons into the town, they would be allowed entrance to feast and have fun here. If they don't cause any trouble, the garrison troops would close one eye towards their presence. The main reason the bandits are blocking the town gates is due to one of the bandits you have killed yesterday being the younger brother of the Wolf of Plate Mountain. That's why he's completely lost it and came to attack the city despite the agreement with the Lord and the Merchant Guild. My lord, I'm sure that when the bandits attack, they'll start pillaging anything they can find and a lot of chaos. That's when you can take your chance to escape. Hehe, it's only a group of 400 to 500 bandits with a gold-ranked fighter as the leader. I believe it's a good opportunity to broaden my horizons, said Lorist as he picked up his long sword by the table. He then looked towards Reedy and Pat and said, let's go meet these bandits for a bit. Reedy, have Joe bring a few extra quivers of arrows. It's best if we don't let a single bandit escape today. Chapter 79. A withered tree crumbles easily. When Lorist picked up his sword and said that he would go confront the bandits, the gloomy garrison captain brightened up for a moment, but started worrying right away after that. He believed that even though it was quite impressive that Lorist would exit the town to prevent the massacre of the townsfolk, he felt that the young noble youth didn't understand how serious of a situation this was and the few people in his party was far from enough to take on the bandits who numbered approximately 500. Not wanting to see Lorist give his life away, he really wanted to stop him from going out. However, thinking of the threat the bandits posed, he couldn't bring himself to do so on the account of the citizens' lives, lest Lorist changed his mind about confronting the bandits. It was, after all, the lives of more than 2,000 people. Seeing the garrison captain's conflicted state of mind, he smiled and consoled him that it wasn't a big deal, and since this incident was partly caused by him in the first place, and given his status as a noble, he wasn't going to back out of this and cause the innocent townsfolk of Finyata town to die as a result of his actions. After a while, Lorist walked over to the town walls with the garrison captain and took a look outside. Much to Lorist's relief, clusters of disorganized bandits could be spotted loitering all over the place wearing armor or beast skin robes. There were even some who wore women's skirts on their shoulders as if they were some kind of cape. Perhaps due to the fact that there was still some amount of time before the deadline, the messy-haired, savage bandits were still acting relaxed as if they were on a field trip. With 3 to 5 of them gathered around different bonfires, some boiled water to make drinks, with others could be spotted roasting some food. Some bandits could even be seen lazily staring at the mountains and chatting, occasionally letting out loud bursts of laughter. A few of the more bored bandits even approached the town walls and started cursing while making funny faces towards the town guards, threatening to break into the town once they received their orders. "What a bunch of rowdy fools," said Lorist as he sighed. He really wondered how the Dominion Lord couldn't even handle a useless bunch like this after 2 attempts, causing him to overestimate the bandits for a moment, thinking that they probably knew an army formation or two that would give him quite a bit of trouble. Their unprepared and lax manner was really a pleasant surprise for Lorist. "Where's the Wolf of Plate Mountain that you've mentioned? What does he look like?" asked Lorist. "Milord, look at the group in the middle that has the most people, where a goat can be seen being roasted on a bonfire. The one with a bearded, scarred face wearing a silver mail with a blue gown is the Wolf of Plate Mountain. The tens of people by his side are the vice leaders of the bandit group, and most of them are at least of the silver rank," said the garrison captain as he pointed them out to Lorist. "Reedy, prepare the mounts. Joe, follow behind me later and clear a path for me with your arrows to the bonfire in the middle. We're gonna go for the beast's head first. As long as we can wipe out the Wolf of Plate Mountain and his vice leaders, the remaining bandits will definitely crumble and cease to be a threat. Pat, lead Reedy and Shadecamp to circle the surroundings of the bandit group and take out as many as you can with your crossbows. When we wipe out the leaders, shout out loudly that you will spare anyone who ceases to resist and kill anyone who dares to bar our way," said Lorist. The garrison captain almost fainted upon hearing that. There are up to 500 bandits outside. With only 5 people, you actually plan to take out their leaders and even have the audacity to ask the bandits to surrender? Aren't you overestimating yourselves? They're bandits, not sitting ducks. As the captain was pondering on whether he should give Lorist another warning to discourage him from acting, Lorist turned towards him and asked if he had any javelins that he could use. Thinking that he probably had some lying around, the garrison captain hastily left and returned with 20 or so of them, all packed up in a sack and given to Lorist. During that time, Lorist and the rest had already finished their preparations and were already on their horses waiting for the town gates to be opened. Finyata town didn't have a moat around the walls, nor did it require a drawbridge to cross. The gates of the town opened directly to an open field. Spurring his horse along, Lorist rode straight towards the bandit group with a pike placed on his saddle. Jusk followed slightly behind Lorist and started shooting his arrows from horseback successively, taking out the 2 bandits who blocked Lorist's path and sending them flying. Within moments, a bloody path lined with corpses seemed to have been paved with Lorist at its forefront heading for the center bonfire. With the bandit leaders being more than 300 meters from the town gates, they only spotted Lorist and Jusk after they had traveled half that distance with 30 to 40 bandits dead in their wake from the flurry of arrows. Suddenly startled to alertness, they stood up in preparation for the 2 incoming attackers. The scar-faced Wolf of Plate Mountain shouted out in rage as he pointed towards Lorist and Jusk, "Onward, my men! Turn these good-for-nothing twerps into mincemeat right away!" Apart from a few idiotic bandit leaders who rushed forward with their weapons, the others quickly scrambled for their shields. The threat that Jusk and his bow posed to them was very real. As expected, the few bandit leaders who attacked without a thought had been spotted by Jusk. With a flash in his eyes, the green longbow in Jusk's hands let out successive thunderous twangs as 5 green-colored arrow trails appeared in the air with breakneck speeds. The 5 bandits merely stopped in their tracks and collapsed to the ground in orderly unison. "Gold-ranked," mumbled the Wolf of Plate Mountain as he quickly drew his sword and awaited his adversaries. Lorist had already reached within 50 meters of the bonfire with 2 waves of bandits blocking his way ahead. After he spurred his horse with his boots, his mount let out a loud neigh and rushed forward as if its life depended on it. The pike in Lorist's hands transformed into hundreds of afterimages that surrounded the space around his mount. By the time Lorist rode past the cluster of bandits, 30 or so of them spun around, revealing the numerous blood-spurting cuts and wounds on their throats and torso, and fell to their deaths without being able to let out so much as a cry of pain. 4 other bandit leaders ran towards Lorist with their swords in hand that emanated silver blade glows. 2 shield-bearing bandits thrusted their swords towards his mount while protecting their bodies, with the other 2 standing ready in front of him. One of them raised his 2-handed sword and jumped upwards with a loud roar, while the other leaping over the horse with the tip of his long sword aimed towards Lorist's chest. Making a light humph, Lorist let the pike in his hands dance left and right, and 2 gut-wrenching sounds of flesh being pierced resounded. The 2 shield-bearing bandits had their shields pierced right through by Lorist's pike and were crying out in agony as blood gushed out of their bodies. Subsequently, the pike was lifted to meet the 2-handed sword, causing it to be parried upward and creating an opening for the pike to find its way to the sword user's body. The bandit, who was turned into a kebab and held high in the air, grunted and let out his last breath as his eyes turned cloudy. Lorist then swung the pike down forcefully, causing the body of the dead bandit that was hanging from the tip to be thrown towards the bandit with the long sword. Surprised, the incoming bandit rapidly changed his trajectory, only to find the pike digging itself into his throat like a agile python hunting for its prey. Within such a short time, Lorist had dispatched 4 bandit leaders before he made his way in front of the Wolf of Plate Mountain. "How dare you!" screamed the bearded man, who had just witnessed 4 of his own subordinates killed by Lorist. Seething with rage, his hand trembled and 3 crescent-shaped blades of golden light were unleashed in Lorist's direction. Without bothering to respond, Lorist waved his pike lightly and knocked away the blades of light, and quickly dashed and thrust his pike towards the chest of the Wolf of Plate Mountain. With a smile on his scarred face, the man said with a sly smile, "Just in time." Turning his body slightly, he evaded the incoming pike before manifesting a golden blade of light on his sword and swinging it towards the pike's handle. "Little boy, do you have a death wish?" Lorist quickly withdrew his pike, but it was too late, as it had already been cut into 2 by the bandit leader's sword. The Wolf of Plate Mountain let out a smile and said, "Kiddo, surrender and..." "What's this?" The Wolf of Plate Mountain was shocked to notice that Lorist was already so close to him, and with a sword flash, his head was sent flying through the air. Lorist had taken the opportunity to ride closer to the bandit, whose attention had been focused onto the pike, and decapitated him with his sword. "You talk too much," Lorist finally said. The surrounding bandits, who saw Lorist sweep past and eliminate the 5 bandit leaders, including the Wolf of Plate Mountain, within moments, all stared wide-eyed in disbelief and stupor. The sound of the bowstring rang out again, followed by the deathly grunts of the 3 shocked bandits as they fell while clutching the parts where they were hit. The remaining 7 to 8 bandits snapped out from their astonishment and turned tail to escape. It was at that moment when Lorist took out the javelin quiver he slung onto the horse's back and tossed them out like spears of lightning, nailing 6 of the escaping bandits flat to the ground. One of them managed to get onto a horse, only to be shot off it by Jisk within moments. The last remaining one was a bearded bandit, who threw his long sword away and kneeled down to beg for mercy upon seeing Lorist arrive in front of him. "Sigh, we have another Lich over here." With a swing of his hand, the javelin flew right above the head of the kneeling bandit and nailed another one not far away to the ground, who was rushing over and waving his axe just in a raging frenzy. The kneeling bandit breathed out in relief and thought that it was fortunate that he took the chance to prostrate himself before his indomitable foe. Lorist stopped his horse in front of the kneeling bandit and said coldly, "Get up and quickly get your other comrades to drop their weapons and kneel down to surrender. Otherwise, they will not be spared." A seething killing intent could be felt emanating from Lorist at that moment, causing the kneeling bandit to jump in fear and shout towards his comrades. "Drop your weapons! Quick, everyone kneel!" Another bandit asked curiously, "Brother OSS, why do we have to drop our weapons?" The bearded bandit walked up to his subordinate and gave him a heavy slap before taking the pike from his hands and throwing it to the ground before he said, "Quick, kneel and drop your weapons. I'm trying to save your sorry lives." Another wave of bandits rushed up from behind with the leader screaming out loud, "Ovides, what the hell are you doing? Have you turned traitor and surrendered to the enemy? My brothers, don't listen to him. Otherwise the boss will never forgive you all." Ah! The leader of the group stopped talking and instead made an ear-piercing grunt after being nailed to the ground by Lorist's javelin. Lorist then rushed into the rowdy group with his long sword ready, and within but 2 bouts, almost all of the bandits had been killed, with only 5 to 6 who were quick to drop their weapons and surrender. The bearded man said towards the kneeling men, "Didn't I tell you? He truly is a god of slaughter to have killed more than 30 men out of the 40 plus that rushed at him. The boss didn't even last a few bouts against him before dying by his hand. Had I not asked you guys to discard your weapons, you would have ended up like them." Lorist rode up to that bearded man and said, "Hey you, take up your weapon and ask someone to collect the head of the Wolf of Plate Mountain and parade it around. Make sure you tell them that anyone who doesn't surrender will be killed without exception." Having been frightened out of his wits by Lorist, the bearded man nodded respectfully and said, "Yes, my lord. Your will is my command." Even though Lorist and Jisk started killing off multitudes of bandits incredibly swiftly, the ones that were gathered further away from the central bonfire were unaware of the sorry situation of their comrades and gathered towards where the commotion was being caused. When the bearded bandit put the head of the Wolf of Plate Mountain atop a pike and held it up high to warn the rest of the bandits and ask them to surrender, many of them thought that the boss's death was caused by infighting within the bandit group, and even said swayed some of their comrades to avenge their boss. These blind fools soon became corpses beneath the hooves of Lorist's horse, with the remaining ones who managed to escape Lorist's massacre shot to death by Jisk. It did not take long until the rest of the bandits were put into perspective, causing almost half of them to discard their weapons and kneel on the ground, with a small minority scattering and running away in all directions. Coming over from afar, Pat, having just broken through to the silver rank recently, rode on top of his Xeno horse into the crowd of bandits holding a pike that emanated a silver blade glow and managed to cut the few escaping ones into 2 halves. Reedy and Shadecamp, who were following behind, took care of the rest with their crossbows. In the end, only 20 to 30 of them managed to escape into the woods. At that moment, the gates of Finyata town opened up, with the garrison captain bringing tens of other garrison soldiers outside to assist in finishing the remaining bandits off after seeing the situation that was far less dangerous than before. With almost 300 bandits kneeling without making a move on the ground, the bearded bandit leader walked towards Lorist to express his felicitations and asked if he should tie the surrendered bandits up and confiscate their weapons. Lorist agreed because he felt that it would save him far more trouble should any of the bandits attempt to escape. Upon hearing the response, the bearded bandit called out to 10 people from within the crowd to ask them to help out with tying the rest of the bandits up. Lorist felt that the bearded bandit leader was a pretty interesting fellow and even considered him to be one of his loyal subordinates already. That man also tied up the other bandits in a peculiar way. He first removed the bandits' belts and used them to tie their hands behind their backs so that their pants would fall off should they attempt to run away. However, some of the bandits were enraged at the bearded man and attempted to resist him, only to be beaten savagely by his subordinates to the point of calling out in vain to their moms. Lorist and Jisk felt something was off and asked one of the bandits about it. "What's going on over there? Aren't you a unified group?" The bandit nervously replied that the men over there weren't his comrades and gave a more comprehensive explanation. Lorist and Jisk then understood that while the bandits considered the Wolf of Plate Mountain as their leader, there were actually different factions beneath him. The bearded bandit was called Ovides and he was the leader of 30 other men. Not wanting to serve the second prince during the civil war in the empire, Ovides led some of his other fellow soldiers to desert the army and secretly made his way to his homeland nearby. However, he did not get to live in peace for long, as the Wolf of Plate Mountain later showed up in the area after a few years and coerced him into serving him through martial prowess and force. Even though several other bandit groups have been united under his leadership, conflicts still existed between the different factions within. Given that the people Ovides had selected to help him tie up the rest were part of his faction, the bandits from the other factions were naturally not satisfied and even tried to fight back at the risk of their lives. Pat and the rest brought the tens of other bandits who attempted to escape back, and Ovides quickly had his subordinates tie them up as well. After finishing his tasks, Ovides asked Lorist if he would like him to lead them to the stronghold of the bandits, and mentioned that there was no one else there apart from the elderly, women and children. He also said that the riches the Wolf of Plate Mountain had acquired over the years were accumulated there, and that if Lorist didn't take advantage of that, it would only benefit somebody else. Giving Jisk a glance, to which he nodded in response, Lorist said, "All right then, I'll be troubling you to check that place out for me, Joe. Big Beard, bring several other men with you as well. Pat, you can tag along if you want to." Ovides brought 3 others with him and instructed the rest of his subordinates to listen to Lorist's orders during his absence before he mounted and went to look for Jusk, Pat and Shadekampf before departing for the stronghold. Lorist then ordered Reedy and Ovides' subordinates to look after the captives while he went over to where the garrison troops of Finyata town was. Chapter 80, forming yet another convoy. Lorist just noticed that a new problem had arisen. He had up to 300 captives from the defeated bandit group. Even though they participated in the barring of the town gates, they haven't actually killed any townsfolk yet, nor did they clash with the town garrison's soldiers, as their forces had been crumbled thoroughly by Lorist's group. All the leaders were killed except for Ovides, who had surrendered to him and became one of his loyal subordinates before he left for the bandit stronghold with Jisk and the others. That all resulted in the 300 or so surrendered bandit captives becoming Lorist's personal property. That meant that before he could decide what he wanted to do with them, he would have to be responsible for their food and shelter. The garrison captain, who was despairing just moments before, was now full of smiles, causing Lorist to grimace in disgust. He circled around Lorist and made sure he had everything he needed, as if he owed him hundreds of gold coins. Currently, Lorist was seated on a sofa that the garrison captain had brought over and was drinking a cup of fragrant tea that he had been served. Beside him, the garrison captain was rinsing a cloth with warm water for Lorist to use to wipe the grime and sweat off his face. Had that all happened on the veranda of the inn they were staying in, Lorist would no doubt feel incredibly pleasant with the hospitality and care he had been shown. However, in front of him at that moment sat the 300 captive bandits, causing him to feel more like a circus freak instead from the bandits' awkward stares. "Are you sure you can't take the bandits into your hands?" asked Lorist once again. "That's a given, my lord. These are your captives and they're your property." "I wouldn't dare to have any designs for a noble's property," exclaimed the garrison captain solemnly. Lorist waved his hand in frustration and continued, "Then what the heck do I do with them? If you don't take them captive, would I have to spend my money to feed them? Wouldn't it be better for me to simply release them?" "My lord, whether you release them or not is up to you. However, I must remind you that these are bandits. If you release them, they'll only be of harm to the people. I'm sure your reputation would be impacted if word of this got out," said the garrison captain with a feigned expression of concern for Lorist. "Soul, if I had known that earlier, I would have killed them all instead of having them cause trouble for me while alive," Lorist complained. The garrison captain was merely taking a gamble. He knew that the noble youth before him was not a person to mess with. However, he did not doubt that Lorist would really have killed the bandits if he knew that it was going to end up like this after seeing Lorist's group wipe out the 500-strong bandit group, especially that gold-ranked Wolf of Plate Mountain that had caused the local Dominion Lord huge losses for 2 separate instances, along with the several silver-ranked bandit leaders. Including him, the whole of the garrison soldiers respected Lorist like he was some sort of war god. The demise of the Plate Mountain bandits within a single morning was nothing short of a pipe dream for them before Lorist's arrival. The garrison captain walked up to him and said, "My lord, you don't have to be in such a rush. I've already informed the local lord on the matter when the town gates were first surrounded. I'm sure that the lord would arrive at this town within 2 days. At that time, you can hand the bandits to him and I'm sure he would provide you with some remuneration for your contributions here. To me, the bandit captives are actually sacks of gold coins. I don't lack any gold now. I just don't want any more trouble. Tell me, where would I keep these captives? Maybe you could lend me your garrison camp for that purpose at least. Oh, that won't do, my lord. The garrison camp is actually really small and it definitely wouldn't be able to hold that many people. If a small incident breaks out, chaos would definitely ensue. I think the best option we have now is to set up a separate camp, explained the garrison captain. While setting up another prisoner camp would be a comparatively better idea, it did cost quite a substantial amount of money. Aside from the materials required to set up camp, a management fee had to be paid to the local lord for the consumables they needed to sustain the prisoners like firewood and clean water. This was another person's dominion after all. Even the smallest rock was the property of the local lord and it definitely couldn't be used without an appropriate fee payment or remuneration. Even though that wouldn't cost him much, Lorist hated to deal with the paperwork that usually followed. Solution, mumbled Lorist as he stood up and took a pouch of coins out of his pockets and handed it to the garrison captain. I've never heard of a person having to feed the bandits he captured after defeating them. Whatever, I don't care anymore. I'll be going back to take a rest. Here's 20 odd gold coins that should be enough to cover whatever is needed for the camp. If there's any left over after all that, split it among your men as bonus for looking after the prisoners. The garrison captain bowed respectfully and said, My lord, please be assured that I will handle this properly. Reedy, Lorist called out. I'll leave this place to you, so be careful. Also, don't forget to clean up the weapons on the ground as well as the Wolf of Plate Mountain's head, which we will need to claim the bounty. Yes, my lord, said Reedy casually. Freaking hell! If only I can kill a couple of them to cut my costs, mumbled Lorist. After returning to Wine and Weary Birds, Lorist ordered a large feast that included a bottle of the famous local wine. Even though the skirmish in the morning didn't take long, he felt very worn out after that, especially having to care for his mount after riding it around all day. Lorist slept for the whole night soundly after finishing his meal. He woke up the next morning feeling refreshed and free of the fatigue from 7 days of travel and the battle the day before. Halfway finishing breakfast in his room, he suddenly recalled that Shadekampf came by in the middle of the night to inform him of something, but he went straight back to sleep after telling Shadekampf to do whatever he saw fit. And so he headed to the room shared by Shadekampf and Pat, but those two were not there. After going to check on Reedy's and Jisk's rooms, he noticed that Reedy wasn't not present as well, with Jisk sound asleep in his own room. Lorist understood that Jisk was probably worn out like him after the battle and closed the door carefully without bothering him. He then decided to go check on the situation of the bandit captives. The moment he exited the city gates, he saw the full-bearded Ovides leading 100-odd fully equipped men doing military drills. Hey? What the heck is going on? Looking at the surroundings, he noticed tens of other garrison soldiers observing the training. Upon noticing Lorist's arrival, Ovides hastily ordered his men to stand at rest and quickly ran over to Lorist and bowed respectfully. My lord, the guard squad is currently undergoing training. Please give us your orders. Since when did we have a guard squad? Why don't I know about this? Without revealing his inner thoughts, Lorist pointed at the hundreds of men looking in his direction and asked, Where did you rally the people from? Ovides puffed out his chest and replied loudly, Reporting to my lord, 38 of those men are my own subordinates. When we went to the stronghold yesterday to plunder the goods, Shadekampf also managed to get 30 other people to join us. After we returned, Pat suggested that we form a guard squad with the people that had joined us so that my lord will look far more impressive upon your return to your homeland escorted by one. That's why he picked another 30 men from the bandit captives to fill up the numbers required for a full squad and appointed me to be the captain of these men. I believe Shadekampf had already notified you about this the night before. Yes, said Lorist as he nodded. What the hell did Shadekampf say to me when I was half asleep? Pointing towards the equipment Ovides was wearing, Lorist asked, Are the men loyal and reliable? Also, I know a silver rank like you won't have problems with wearing mail underneath a layer of scale armor, but will your men be able to endure the burden? My lord, there is no such problem. I know these men really well. They had been forced into banditry to survive the harsh days after the war and didn't do much evil across the years. I'm sure they're more than happy to cast away their status as bandits to be in your service, especially after you've shown them your true abilities on the battlefield yesterday. I guarantee that they will definitely be loyal to you at all times. As for the equipment, those have been issued on the orders of Shade Camp. Given that the men have all awakened their battle force, 2 sets of armor isn't too much of a burden. Pat also said that the better armored they are, the less likely they are to die, thus being able to better protect you, my lord. Soul, you people should worry about yourselves first. I don't need your protection, humphed Lorist in a dissatisfied tone. Where is Shadecamp right now? Lorist asked. My lord, Shadecamp has left with Reedy to town to do some shopping. Pat is within the army camp, replied Ovides. It was at that moment when Lorist discovered that the camp in front of him was separated into 2 sections, one large and one small. The large section was where the captives were kept and it was secured by the garrison troops, while the smaller camp was where the guard squad stayed. All right, since you're willing to serve me, I consider you as one of us now. So, don't be so polite all the time. Tell me, why are there women and children within the camp? Lorist asked. This. My lord, the ones within the army camp are the family members of some of the soldiers in the guard squad. The ones who are within the large camp are the family members of the captives. Sergisk acted really benevolent yesterday as he allowed the family members to reunite with the captives the moment we returned to town. The family members of the killed bandits and the several wives of the Wolf of Plate Mountain are also staying there. Some of them are really beautiful. If you're interested, I can have my subordinates escort them over here to serve you, said Ovides with a serious look. Whap! Lorist gave Ovides a strike with his horsewhip and said, mind your own business. I don't need you to look out for me on that front. Yes, my lord. Riding his horse into the army camp, Lorist saw Pat bringing an old man respectfully out of the tent. Seeing Lorist come over, Pat hurriedly introduced the man to Lorist. Grandmaster Sid, this is Lord Locke that I have mentioned to you. The old man did not even turn to look and passed by Lorist with his head held high. Getting off his horse, Lorist looked at the man who had walked far away and asked Pat, who's that old guy? He's so rude. Pat shrugged and said, it can't be helped, he's a grandmaster after all. It's only natural for him to be pissed for being brought here against his will. What kind of grandmaster is he? Did you have to bring him here by force? Lorist asked curiously. Did Pat and the others go too far when they brought the bandits over? My lord, that old guy truly is a gem. He's a grandmaster armorer. The 100+ armor sets we managed to retrieve from the defeated bandits were actually made by him over the past 3 years. He's also well versed with looking for metal ore veins. The iron mine near the bandit stronghold is said to have been found by that old guy. He uses the materials gathered there primarily for making weapons and armor for the bandits. That's why you forced him to come with you, Ugh. About that. Shadecamp said that the family would desperately need someone like Grandmaster Sid, so we brought him and 10 others within his family all the way here, said Pat in an embarrassed fashion. Oh well, there's no point thinking too much about it now that he's here. After all, he can be considered to be part of our spoils since he was serving the bandits and is subject to whatever we have in mind for him. On another note, what did Shadecamp go to buy with Reedy? My lord, we need to transport the resources we've obtained from the stronghold back to the Dominion. Along with the new guard squad and their family members as well as Grandmaster Sid's family, we will need several other long-distance horse carriages and more horses. That's why Shadecamp went to town to search for some more, Pat replied. Gosh! It's another convoy all over again. Lorist looked at Pat with an exasperated look and said, Pat, we have to rush back to the Dominion as quickly as possible. What you're doing down isn't quite suited to that, as the arrangements that are required might end up delaying us. That's not the case, my lord. I've already discussed this with Shadecamp. During the past 7 days, we managed to travel up to 1,000 kilometers and there's only around 1,000 plus kilometers left before we reach the Northlands. However, we have more than 20 days of time before the inheritance ceremony. If we manage this carefully, and travel 75 kilometers per day, we will definitely be able to arrive at the Dominion before the 3rd month. Due to leaving the convoy in a rush the last time, we didn't bring enough supplies with us to be transported to the Dominion. Now that we have gained so much from the bandit stronghold, we might as well bring it back to there to fulfill the family's desperate need for them. Pat beckoned. But aren't we bringing back lots of gold coins? Asked Lorist. Pat gave a bitter laugh and said, "My lord, you'll soon come to learn that in the Northlands, even if you have money, you might not be able to get what you want due to stock availability. Even if there was stock, the price would easily be double that of the markets, and that could already be considered cheap in the Northlands. In normal circumstances, you should already be thankful for being able to purchase an item you want for 3 times the market value." "Oh well, do whatever you want," said Lorist. From Pat's description of the situation, he now knew the severity of the lack of resources that plagued the Northlands and his family's urgent need for them. He really wondered if Charade would be disappointed to return to a dominion that was in that state. Lorist decided to leave those matters to Shadecamp and Pat since they were so enthusiastic about it. When lunchtime came, he recalled the wine he had at the inn yesterday that tasted pretty good when coupled with the roasted goat and decided to go back to there to check on Jisk before having his meal. However, Jisk was still fast asleep, so Lorist could only enjoy the meal by himself. Just as he was tasting the wine, a feminine young woman clad in a waistcoat worn over a tight-fitting black gown came over to his table and made a lady's curtsy before she said, "My lord, may I have some of your time?" Lorist nodded in response to the greeting and pulled over a chair for her to sit. "Excuse me, young lady, how may I help you? I'm really sorry for interrupting your meal like this. I heard that you have been looking for carriages to transport things to the Northlands. Can I request to come along on the journey? We would like to go there as well, however we haven't been able to find a suitable person to travel with and we're left stranded here. I wonder if you, my lord, can grant me this small little boon." The young woman's voice carried a hint of magnetic charm that made one feel pleasant upon hearing it. "Oh, you're heading to the Northlands as well? That place is rather large, you know. Which part of it is your destination?" "I wonder we would pass through the area on the way," Lorist replied. "We would like to head to the Norton family's dominion, the family of the famous raging roaring bear." "I wonder if you've heard of them before?" asked that black-clad young woman. Chapter 81 Telesty. Lorist froze up the moment he heard that just as he was reaching for his bottle of wine. Snapping his fingers, he gestured for the waitress to come over and smiled towards the black-clad woman. "I wonder if you had lunch already? Would you like some mutton steak? The steak tastes magnificent when accompanied with the red wine they serve. Do I have the honor of dining with you?" The black-clad woman's surprised look could be seen from the semi-see-through black veil she wore on her face, as if she was wondering what Lorist was plotting for suddenly offering to treat her to lunch the moment she mentioned the dominion of the Norton family. But when Lorist spoke of the deliciousness of the food, she could be seen swallowing twice in anticipation. However, she resisted the temptation of food and nodded slightly in apology. "If it wouldn't be convenient for you to let us travel along with your convoy, then so be it. It's my fault for interrupting your meal, please forgive my transgression." "Wait a second," said Lorist as he stretched his hand out to stop her. "Please wait a moment, miss. Let me introduce myself. I am Norton Lorist of the Norton family of the Northlands. My men are looking for more horse carriages to form a convoy to return to my family dominion. Here is my family badge." Lorist then placed a golden badge onto the table that had an engraving of the insignia of the roaring raging bear on top of it with a complicated laurel pattern on its back surrounding Lorist's name. This was the proof of Lorist's identity. Any noble who had received formal education and training as one would be able to tell whether it was genuine or not at first glance. the woman uttered in surprise and clasped her mouth from behind the black veil. She didn't expect that she would meet a person from the family of the dominion she wished to head to and didn't know how to react. "Miss, are you okay?" "Miss?" A butler who looked to be in his 50s and a maidservant looking to be in her mid-teens stood up and came over from a table nearby. Quickly hugging the black-clad woman, the maidservant glared at Lorist with a fierce expression as if he had committed some unforgivable sin. That butler on the other hand stood in front of the two girls. He, Lorist started to laugh as he thought, this old man's aura. He's of the iron rank. What a loyal person, not bad. The woman hurriedly snapped out of her stupor and said, "I'm sorry, my lord, they're only worried for my safety." Lorist waved casually and said, "It's all right, I understand. Now, can you sit down and tell me what business you have at my family's dominion?" The maidservant narrowed her eyes and looked at the badge Lorist had placed on the table. "Is this badge really made of gold?" After that, she took it up and gave it a huge bite. "Don't," said Lorist with much urgency, but it was too late. As expected, the moment the maidservant's teeth collided with the badge, she tossed it away and started groaning in pain. "Milady, this man is a fraud. His badge is not made of gold at all," accused the maidservant in a pained voice. The woman in black facepalmed as if she didn't know what to do with her rowdy maidservant. Resisting the urge to laugh, Lorist picked up the badge the maidservant had dropped and circulated his battle force before saying to the maidservant, "Young lady, no family badge will be fully made from pure gold only. There are two proper ways to distinguish real badges from fake ones. First, look at the patterns and engravings at the back of the badge. The second way is this." Lorist allowed the battle force that flowed within his veins to slowly enter the badge. After a while, a thick black mist gradually formed above the badge and morphed into a shape of a bear roaring towards the skies. "How mysterious," said the young maidservant as if she had forgotten the pain in her teeth as she stared wide-eyed at the smoke projection of the bear within the air. "This happens because a special material that allows for battle force to circulate is present within the badge. Coupled with the intricate patterns carved onto the surface, this phenomenon occurs easily when battle force is input into the badge. Every noble family badge can be differentiated using this method as each family has their own unique combination of materials and carvings that is kept secret from everyone else to prevent fraud from being easily committed. That's why, impersonating a noble is definitely no easy task," explained Lorist with a smile as the smoke projection of the raging bear floating atop the badge slowly dissipated. "I'm really sorry, my lord. Little Vinny was really too rude," said the woman while she removed the black veil that covered her face, revealing her long maroon hair, delicate and pretty face, her large, intelligent-looking eyes, small, thin lips as well as her smooth, rounded chin. However, her skin tone was slightly paler than most. "It's no big deal, she's a cute little maidservant. So, beautiful lady, do I have the honor now to treat you to lunch?" asked Lorist politely once again. "Food? Count me in. I want some roasted chicken drumsticks, some beef steak, bacon, and some egg tarts with pudding." Before the black-clad woman could reply, the little handmaiden by her side had already started ordering what she wanted excitedly. "Vinny," said the woman as she gave her maidservant a glare. "But mistress, Vinny has been eating nothing but potatoes for half a month. Vinny wants to eat meat," said the little maidservant as she looked at her mistress with her large and pained puppy dog eyes. The woman's face instantly flushed red with embarrassment. "Little Vinny, go sit down with the butler at that table and order whatever you like, okay? Don't worry, I'll pay for it," said Lorist as he motioned for the waitress nearby to come over. "Please get this lady here a set of roasted mutton steak, some fruit salad with buttered mushrooms and a bottle of red wine. Also, please satisfy the demands of that little girl over there as well, okay?" "Yes, my lord. It will be done promptly, please wait for a bit." The change in the waitress's attitude was quite apparent after she got to know Lorist's status as a noble. "Oh, I haven't asked your name yet, young lady." The black-clad woman had already returned to her previous calm and said, "It's my fault for not introducing myself first. I'm Nico Telesti, adopted daughter of Nico Albus. I'm also her student." Nico Albus? That name sounds familiar, let me think. Lorist sunk into deep thought for a moment and said, "She's a famous scholar back in the days of the former empire who specialized in ruin exploration. Being an influential professor, she is also awarded an honorary title of nobility as a dame and has written many research publications concerning the relics of the Age of Magic." "Ah, why are you so informed about her, my lord?" said Telesti with an astonished expression. Lorist laughed and said, "That's simple. When I was studying at Dawn Academy back in Moronti City, ruin exploration was also one of the courses I had picked up. Most of the material we used in the course were written by your mother. To pass the course, I had to memorize so many of the books your mother wrote by the word. Thinking back, the days of book memorizing were rather painful ones." "Hee," Telesti laughed out. "That's because you only did that to pass your course. If you were truly interested in the subject, there would be no need to memorize the books by way of rote at all. The books my mother wrote were incredibly well structured in a way that would allow you to understand most of the concepts by deriving them from the foundational ones. The fact that you had such a hard time memorizing them meant that you were not properly interested in learning about that field at all." "You have a point. After I passed the exams, I forgot almost everything that I had memorized." "Oh, how is Dame Albus doing by the way?" asked Lorist. Telesti's expression suddenly turned sullen as she started tearing up. "My mother is no longer of this world. 3 years ago during the first prince's ambush and the third prince's retaliation, the imperial capital had been totally decimated. During that conflict, my mother had encountered some raiding soldiers and died in an effort to protect the results of her research. After that, I collected the manuscripts of my mother and some other research documents and left with Vinny and my butler to the war god Shrine's nunnery and managed to evade the effects of the war. When the war ended, I went back to my residence only to notice that it had been completely pillaged with nothing left. The situation has been quite terrible in the imperial capital during those 2 years and there was no way I would be able to survive there as a scholar. That's why I decided to heed my good friend's advice to head to the Northlands." Lorist said solemnly, "Please accept my condolences." "It's okay, perhaps it was due to the hardships she had experienced." The pale-faced scholar managed to acquire a strength of perseverance that not everybody had. "Actually, the other reason I decided to go to the Norton family's dominion apart from my friend's advice is to continue my mother's research. My friend is called Norton Glacia. According to her, despite the relative ruralness of the Norton family dominion, there is no need to worry about the flames of war encroaching that place and that it would be safe for me to continue my mother's research over there." "Norton Glacia? My cousin's sister." At that moment, an image of a chubby little girl showed up in Lorist's mind. However, it wasn't a pleasant memory as at that moment, that girl was grabbing at his cheeks and twisting it to make different weird faces. In his memories, he was crying really hard at being played around by that girl. Back then, Lorist's mother was still alive and he was only 5 years old. That chubby girl was the daughter of his second uncle and she had come along with her mother to visit the family. That was when Lorist ended up being her beloved toy. What a terrible memory! Lorist shook his head and shoved those memories back to the depths of his mind and said, "Do you have any news about my second uncle's family? Can you tell me how they are doing right now?" Telesti shook her head and said, "It's been 2 years since I split up with them, so I have no idea how they're doing right now. However, my lord, I can tell you that your second uncle has already passed away. 7 years ago when the first prince started his rebellion, the Royal Guard Knight Legion your second uncle had served in as its vice-captain was ambushed by the rebellion army and had been completely wiped out. Your second uncle wasn't exempt from that either. When the news got to your aunt, she cried herself to sleep for quite a number of times." Lorist clenched his hands so hard that veins started showing up on his arms. "It's that damned first prince again. I'll definitely remember this and settle it with him one day." Glacia is a genius in battle force training and she had already reached the 2-star silver rank at a young age of 20. My family was a neighbor of your second uncle and Glacia came over to my house frequently to play. She was like an elder sister to me. After the death of your uncle, Glacia joined the army and said that she wished to avenge her father. However, she came back within a year and angrily complained that the third prince only wished to retain his position as the king of the Andanak kingdom and didn't take any real action against the first prince's forces. She felt that a person like that wasn't worthy of her service. But after a while, she got quite close to the second son of the third prince, the second highness, and formed a small squad with him whose only purpose was to cause trouble for the first prince. The last time I met her was 2 years ago when the civil war was about to end and the third prince was already having peace talks with the other dukes. When she returned to the capital, Glacia came over to my house and told me that the third prince had disbanded the Wittelian legion that the second highness commanded to prevent further conflict between the second highness and his elder brother, the first highness, and also exiled the second highness to his own dominion. Glacia said that she was going to follow the second highness back to his dominion together with her 2 brothers and her mother, explained Telesty. Why didn't she invite you to go along? Lorist asked, curious at how his elder cousin sister had asked her scholar friend to travel to the Northlands instead of following her along to the second highness's dominion when the risks of traveling to the Northlands were far higher. She did, but I refused, Telesty said. 2 years ago after the peace treaty was signed, the citizens of the imperial capital thought that the days after the conflict would be much better and peaceful. But in actuality, it was much worse as the price of food and other fundamental supplies had risen to unimaginable heights due to a huge shortage. The security of the capital also got progressively worse as many people gradually started to make a living as bandits or thieves. And even though the war had ended, the conflict between the Dominion lords didn't stop at all but rather increased instead. That's why I decided to seek refuge from the Norton family given the terrible state of affairs at the capital. One huge factor for my decision to go to the Northlands was its benefit to my mother's research. There is a place called the Black Swamps within your family's dominion, right? Telesty asked. Are you talking about the Black Mud Marsh? Yes, the Black Mud Marsh. After many years of research, my mother theorized that the Black Mud Marsh could have some remains or relics from the end days of the Age of Magic. However, she couldn't pinpoint exactly where they were. I hope to be able to go there to see that place for myself and also restart her research too. If I managed to find the relics she had mentioned to be there one day, I'm sure I would have fulfilled the hopes she left to me before she departed to the afterlife. Telesty's eyes let out a completely different aura the moment she started talking about her mother's research. Upon hearing that, Lorist pursed his lips in doubt. It's true, I'm not kidding you. I also believe my mother's hypothesis about there being relics at the Black Mud Marsh that has yet to be discovered by anyone. Glacia knows about my mother's works as well, that's why she wrote this letter of recommendation for me, said Telesty in an annoyed tone as if she was about to cry from Lorist's doubt towards her mother's findings. Oh, it wasn't that I doubted your mother's findings, said Lorist hastily to console the young female scholar. I only think that the Black Mud Marsh might not be as accessible as you may imagine it to be. It is one of the most dangerous places in the Northlands as it is the main habitat of thousands of iron-spine crocodiles. I recall that someone back in my family had reported a sighting of one that was easily over 40 meters in length. There is no way that you'll be able to approach the Black Mud Marsh without having at least a silver rank in battle force training. Is that so? Said Telesty with a stunned look after hearing what Lorist had to say. Did you think that you would be able to enter the Black Mud Marsh as you please to search for ancient relics? If it were that easy, wouldn't someone else have found the relics long ago? What a naive young girl. How about this, Miss Telesty, as the family head of the Nortons, I welcome your joining us on our journey to the Northlands with our convoy and consider you a guest of my family. You will be allowed to stay for as long as you please in the family dominion to work on your research however you please and we will provide for everything you may need during your stay as best as we can to your satisfaction, said Lorist. At that moment, Lorist saw the bitter-faced garrison captain rush into the inn hurriedly. Upon seeing Lorist, the captain made a respectful greeting and said, "My lord, the local Dominion Lord, Viscount Kermes has just arrived. He wishes to have a meeting with you." Lorist gestured for the garrison captain to wait and said, "Miss Telesty, the convoy will be leaving within 2 days. Because of some reasons, we might need to travel far without resting. If you have anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to tell us about it to avoid slowing down the journey, okay?" The young female scholar's face turned flush red again as if she was unaccustomed to asking help from others. After hesitating for a while, she finally said that her party of 3 had 2 horse carriages, but they still required 3 work horses to pull them. Lorist nodded and said, "Please don't worry, Miss Telesty, I will definitely arrange that for you. You just have to wait for news of the convoy's departure. Please forgive me from excusing myself as I have to go meet the local Dominion Lord right now. Oh, your meal is here. Please enjoy it. If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to tell it to the waitress over there. Don't hold back, the bill's on me." Lorist then stood up and made a gesture of apology before informing the inn owner to take special care of his 3 guests and leaving with the garrison captain. Chapter 82 Viscount Kermes. Viscount Kermes was a tall, thin man. He was directing his farmer soldiers to set up camp outside the town walls when Lorist went to see him. Lorist came to a realization why the Baron had failed for both attempts in taking out the bandits. Having received word that Fignata town was being threatened by the bandits at the gates, Viscount Kermes couldn't just sit and wait things out as he was the lord of that area. Thus, he brought his men with him with the possibility of there being a battle in mind. However, his soldiers looked pretty poorly equipped and trained, with most only wearing rags and tatters that wouldn't even keep one warm throughout the night. Given that they did not even have proper weapons, armors and shields were definitely out of the question. Most of them were either holding a long stick or some farming tool and using them as makeshift weapons. Some of them improvised by using metal cooking pans instead of shields. This is the force Viscount Kermes used to fight against the bandits? Lorist was completely taken off guard by that group of men who he would believe to be vagabonds had he not known better. It's fortunate that the bandits had already been long taken care of by Lorist. Otherwise, the Viscount's third defeat would no doubt come to happen. The Viscount was a rather cheerful person who was extremely grateful to Lorist's efforts, as could be seen from the way he shook Lorist's hand heartily in reluctance to let it go, despite multiple of Lorist's own efforts to pull his hand from the Viscount's grasps. Viscount Kermes then started to praise Lorist for almost half an hour. In his words, Lorist was an incarnation of a magnificent and just war god and the savior of the troubled from the hands of evil. To Lorist's surprise, during that half an hour of praising, not once did the Viscount repeat what he said. Lorist believed that the Viscount would have made an excellent bard with his way of words. After that, Viscount Kermes, possibly worn out from saying all the good stuff about Lorist, or maybe even running out of good things to say, finally took a sip of tea to curb his thirst. Lorist finally managed to pull his right hand back and used it to wipe his face that was full of the saliva of the Viscount. Afraid that the Viscount would launch into yet another long-winded conversation, Lorist quickly asked him what the reward bounty was for the extermination of the bandits. However, Viscount Kermes only responded to the question with a weird look, as if Lorist had asked something that was unfit for a war god like him, causing Lorist to feel a little weirded out. Cough, cough. After clearing his throat, the Viscount apologized deeply for the lack of a reward for the bandits' extermination and said that the bounty had been lifted ever since the day he signed the agreement with the Merchant Guild as a witness. Then does that mean all my efforts had been in vain? Lorist gave the awkward-looking garrison captain a glance and looked back to the smiling Viscount and came to a realization. So this Viscount is only good for his way with words but is actually a freaking stingy bastard. I guess I should have realized this from the gloomy expressions of his farmer soldiers. I'm sure they aren't having a good life under the rule of this stingy Dominion Lord. However, when Viscount Kermes heard from the garrison captain about Lorist being on his way to the Northlands to inherit his position as the family head, he quickly paid his respects to the well-known family of the Roaring Raging Bear and apologized even further about how the incident with the bandits had delayed his journey. He also mentioned that on account of the principle of mutual assistance between nobles, he would receive the prisoners of war from Lorist at no cost at all to relieve him of his troubles. Other than that, the Viscount asked for people to take the head of the wolf of Plate Mountain down from being displayed, citing that the hot weather would cause it to rot and stink and attract disease-spreading insects to the area and prove detrimental to the health of the nearby residents. Even though he said that, Viscount Kermis tightened the bear fur jacket he wore around his body as a cold gust had just blown by, which caused him to sneeze in response. Hee, this Viscount is really too shameless. He actually has his eyes set on the prisoners and even wanted to get the head of the leader of the bandits for free. Even though Lorist was currently smiling, his eyes were radiating a cold light. He first thanked the Viscount for his kind intentions and expressed his admiration for the Viscount's altruistic offer. But he then mentioned that he already had a way of dealing with the prisoners so that he wouldn't have to cause the Viscount any trouble on that front. As for the head of the bandit leader, Lorist said that he has decided for it to be made into a decoration to commemorate his victory over the bandits at Finyata town. He added that he wanted to show the people that the bandit who had caused Viscount Kermis so much trouble now ended up in his hands as a tool that would help to spread his fame and solidify his reputation as the magnificent and just war god who is the savior of the troubled from the hands of evil that the Viscount said he was. Lorist also mentioned that an iron ore mine was found near the bandits' lair and that it would also become his as he had defeated the menacing bandits and owned the right to the spoils. Lorist said that he planned to have the prisoners work at the mine for him and maybe even build him a castle at Plate Mountain Stronghold so that he would be able to live there after inheriting his position at the Northlands, as this place was far better than his desolate dominion there. Also, he would then be able to collect toll from the people who used Plate Mountain Pass, as he had to keep it safe from bandits in the future. I really like the scenery of Finyata town, especially that of the difference between your forces and mine. Lorist then pointed to his guard squad that was training not far away and said, I believe this town will soon prosper in the future. Maybe the Norton family will be able to gain another dominion. Upon hearing all that, the Viscount struggled bitterly to maintain the smile on his face. He swallowed in anxiety after taking a look at his own soldiers and Lorist's and realized that he had made a wrong call. He had imagined that Lorist would happily agree to leave everything in his hands after some flattering given his young age and urgent need to return to his dominion to inherit the position. That way, the Viscount would be able to trade empty praises for actual gains. What he didn't expect was that Lorist was unlike those young and inexperienced nobles that would be too full of themselves and lose sight of everything after being praised a time or two and would be willing to give up on material benefits for the sake of petty reputation. The thought of Lorist making the head of the bandit leader into an ornament and telling everyone of his exploits made the Viscount fear for his own reputation as well. What would people think of him if they knew that he had been defeated twice by the bandits that only took Lorist one attempt to exterminate? The mention of the iron ore was nothing to scoff at either. That equated to a huge amount of wealth. If he allowed the young noble to take over the mine and build a castle there, what influence would he still have at his own dominion in the future? While Viscount Kermis wasn't worried about the bandits, Lorist was different. He had already hinted to the Viscount that he had some plans on the Viscount's territory and that he would have no problem defeating the Viscount with his superior forces should there be a need for it. I can definitely not let Lorist stabilize his influence in my dominion, no matter the cost. Viscount Kermis then pulled at Lorist, who was already preparing to leave, and requested with a smile on his face for the ownership of the mines to be handed to him, arguing that his citizens were suffering because they lacked access to iron ore, and added that if he had the mine, he would definitely be able to improve the standard of living of his citizens and be able to better defend his dominion and not let the same bandit problem manifest again. He expressed his hopes that Lorist would reach out to his sense of justice and fairness to help him on this matter. Lorist stopped the Viscount's ramblings and said, Lord Viscount, are you saying that you'll redeem that mine? Redemption was a non-conventional transaction that could be carried out among nobles. Should a noble's dominion be taken over as a result of a hostile invasion and be unable to take it back by his own abilities, he can request another noble for military help to reclaim his land and offer a fitting and proportional price as a remuneration to redeem it. Viscount Kermes wanted to weasel his way out of it, but was unable to find a reasonable argument and hesitantly admitted that he wanted to carry out redemption. Given that it was a huge transaction of its own right, there would naturally be necessary procedures and protocols. Thus, Lorist asked Shadecamp to represent him while the Viscount asked his personal accounting supervisor to estimate the value of the mines as well as the area around the bandits' stronghold. After some period of bargaining, both sides finally came to a price they could agree on. However, Viscount Kermes started complaining again and said that he wasn't able to pay such a huge sum given the poor state of his dominion. But he did mention that he would be able to make up for that with the resources he had. What other resources or supplies do we need? Lorist looked at Shadecamp and he stated that the convoy needed more work horses, carriages, mounts, food and textiles. And so Lorist started to negotiate once again with the Viscount and he finally agreed to provide 350 work horses and mounts, 54 wheeled long-distance carriages, 7 carriages worth of food and 3 carriages worth of textiles to trade for the ownership of the iron mine and the area around the stronghold. Lorist will also hand the jurisdiction of the prisoners as well as the bandit leader's head to the Viscount as part of the trade. Thus, the Viscount joyfully stated that the resources would be prepared by noon tomorrow and Lorist would have to pass the prisoners and the decapitated head over by then. In Lorist and Shadecamp's presence, Viscount Kermes ordered the garrison captain to gather the horses and carriages of Finyata town as well as the resources he had promised. He mentioned that the stores within a 50-kilometer radius of Finyata town would definitely have the necessary amount. The garrison captain looked at the Viscount hesitantly and asked how he would pay back the owners of the stores for the resources they were about to take for themselves, to which the Viscount replied, "What payment? We just have to promise them tax exemptions worth the value of the resources they give to us." Lorist sighed in admiration at the Viscount's method of gaining resources for himself without paying a single coin out of his own pocket and made a mental note to learn it from him. After saying his goodbyes, Lorist returned to the army camp and asked Ovides and Pat to pick some people among the prisoner bandits who did not do too much wrong to join the convoy as coachmen for the carriages before turning in the remaining ones to the Viscount the day after. He also instructed that the wives of the dead bandit leader and the younger women to be allowed to mingle and form families with the rest of his men to prevent a mismatch of numbers between men and women in his dominion and cause a disparity between yin and yang. Even though they did not understand what Lorist meant by yin and yang, they hurriedly went to carry out his orders anyway. That night at the Wine and Weary Birds Inn, Shadecamp was making his report to Lorist. "We've managed to obtain 13 carriages from the bandit stronghold and purchased 11 more around the town. Coupled with the ones we brought ourselves and Telestes, we will have 76 of them in total. Originally, we brought over 12 Xeno horses and we purchased 53 more in town and got another 48 from defeating the bandits. The trade with the Viscount will also add another 350 horses to that number and total up to 463 horses. That is more than enough for each carriage to have 4 horses pulling it and the remaining ones will be given to the guard squad as mounts. Just now, Pat and Ovides have also selected 111 youths from the prisoners to serve as coachmen with 23 of them having family members of their own, among which include 39 young women. The guard squad consists of 120 men with 46 of them having families of their own as well. The young women and the other family members total up to 274 people. If we factor in Grandmaster Sid and his family, we will need a total of 30 carriages for them. The things we got from the bandit stronghold also occupy quite a lot of space. Just talking about the coins, there are 12,742 gold forts, 34,261 imperial old head gold coins, more than 70,000 imperial silvers, around 18,000 imperial coppers as well as 5 chests worth of silver and copper coins issued by the trade union. There are also 2 additional chests filled to the brim with other jewelry and ornaments. All of that will require 5 carriages to transport. We've also got 3 carriages worth of silk, 6 carriages worth of linen as well as 11 carriages worth of food from the Plate Mountain stronghold. Miscellaneous goods also take up another 8 carriages, 4 of which have been used to store the equipment Grandmaster Sid uses in his craft. There are also 5 carriages worth of iron ingots with another 3 carriages worth of assorted weapons. If we include the other resources the Viscount will be bringing over tomorrow, we will require 81 carriages in total to transport them all. However, we only have 73 right now. Milord, I've decided to go to town again tomorrow to see if I can buy a few more carriages and ask the shops around the area if we can exchange the 18,000 imperial copper coins for silver or gold coins to save more space. If it still doesn't work out, we can let the family members squeeze into a smaller number of carriages and have some resources carried by the workhorses to make enough space so that we can start traveling again as soon as possible. Lorist shook his head and thought, this Shadekampf actually considers resources to be more important than his own life. Even though we could have solved the lack of carriages by leaving some resources behind, he wants to transport them all back. He's really looking for trouble where there isn't any to be found. Have you heard about Miss Telesti's matter? Lwarst asked. I got a rough idea about it. She came to Finyata town roughly 3 months ago with her maidservant, butler, and 2 other coachmen with 2 carriages and 4 work horses. I heard that they had split up with a merchant convoy after travelling with them to the border of the Madras Duchy and stopped here for a month to look for another convoy that is heading to the Northlands before the incident with the bandits happened. After their coachmen found new jobs and left, they have been living at the inn and barely making a living by selling their work horses and occasionally helping others to copy books. Currently, they are left with only 1 workhorse with 1 of the 2 carriages filled up with nothing but books, said Shadekampf. Lorist nodded and said, prepare some horses and coachmen for them tomorrow and notify them to start preparing for the departure. We have already been delayed here for 2 extra days and must leave by tomorrow no matter what. Make a final check after the transaction tomorrow and ensure that we will be able to leave by the afternoon. Yes, milord, said Shadekampf as he turned and left. Wait, one more thing. Tell the inn owner to make 3 people's worth of food during these 2 days and send it to Miss Telesti, said Lorist. All right, I'll do just that. Chapter 83 River Crossing and Arrival. Probably because he wanted Lorist to leave his dominion as soon as possible, Viscount Kermes didn't cut any corners on the items he promised to deliver, much to Shadekampf's delight. The 7 carriages of food and 3 carriages of textiles had all been brought over in one go, and the 10 carriages that came along was also given to them as a gift, causing Shadekampf to be relieved as he didn't manage to procure as many carriages as he had hoped. Now with 10 extra carriages in hand, Shadekampf wouldn't have to worry about not having enough to transport all the goods. After another night of checking and finalizing, Lorist's group finally departed Finyata town on the 11th day of the 2nd month. 3 days later, Lorist's convoy arrived at the border between the Andanak Kingdom and the Madras Duchy and rested for 1 day at the Najas border city around the area before entering the duchy a day later. Compared to the Andanak Kingdom, the Madras Duchy seemed to fare much better after the conflict in terms of both civilian standard of living as well as order and security. This was much in part of Duke Madras's efforts, who had taken a defensive stance during the civil war within the empire and only defended himself against invaders without lashing out at anyone else, allowing for his duchy to be in better shape in comparison to the lands of other powers. He paid meticulous attention to the borders as well, earning him the title of the Hedgehog Duke. Lorist's convoy travelled along the duchy's border from the south to the north for a distance of around 650 kilometers and only encountered 2 groups of mountain bandits and another cavalry bandit group within 7 days. Naturally, these ignorant fools soon regretted their decision to prey on the convoy, and by the time it arrived at the border between the Madras Duchy and the Northern Highlands, the Metropolis River, the number of carriages filled with resources and loot had already increased by 6 with another 70 or so prisoners. Milord, after crossing Metropolis River, we will arrive at the outer regions of the Northlands and will only have around 350 kilometers left to travel. We no longer have to travel at night anymore, as we will be able to reach the family dominion well before the 3rd month if we travel for 50 kilometers a day, said Shadekampf as he breathed a sigh of relief at the fact that his decision to bring along so much resources had not delayed Lorist's arrival at the Dominion before the inheritance ceremony. The Metropolis River was calm and tranquil as the clear water quietly flowed downstream. Beyond that river, elevated lands could be seen in the far distance with a number of lush green mountains filling out their field of view. This was the Northlands, the homeland of the original owner of Lorist's body. Lorist looked towards the distance and thought, so this is my homeland. I recall that 10 years ago when I left the Dominion with the merchant convoy, there was a bridge somewhere here and the stream under it was rather turbulent, unlike how calm it is now. Milord, I believe the bridge you are talking about is the Hendliff Suspension Bridge, which is located upstream the Metropolis River around 50 kilometers from where we are. The Frist Castle, which is one of the territories of the Duke of the Northlands, Duke Loggins, is just beyond that bridge. Because you said that you didn't wish to deal with the Duke before we embarked on our journey, I have decided to cross the river over here instead. This place is one of the 2 crossings to the Northlands from the Metropolis River. After we cross it, we will arrive at the Dominion after passing through 7 territories of other nobles, explained Shadekampf. Where is the crossing then? Lorist asked. It's just a little further up ahead. That is the territory of Baron Silas. I'm sure he would earn quite a bit from the toll we have to pay given the size of our convoy, said Shadekampf. Well, we have to pay what we ought to. Let's go. After we cross the river, we'll set up camp to rest for another day, said Lorist. As a noble, one would normally be entitled to cross another noble's territory at no cost whatsoever. In normal circumstances, Lorist only had to use his badge to demonstrate that his convoy wasn't a merchant convoy to be allowed to cross the territories of other nobles without having to pay a fee. However, when it came to crossing rivers, it was different as the fees for the ferry service had to be paid regardless. Baron Silas's harbour wasn't large and only held 2 boats. A plaque was erected near the harbour that indicated the pricing for crossing the river. It would cost 1 imperial silver for a person, 10 imperial silvers for a horse, 1 imperial old head gold coin for a carriage filled with goods, etc. Even if one was a noble, the price would still remain the same, with the only benefit of being allowed to cross ahead in line should there be others waiting to use the ferries as well. What's the point of being allowed to cross earlier? It's not like there's anyone else waiting here. According to that old guy who's repairing the oars, the boatmen are also away as well. The arrival of the convoy had turned the once serene surroundings to be filled with merry chattering that even caused the Baron to personally bring a squad of garrison troops over to calculate the total cost for all the people, horses, and carriages of the convoy. When he received the bag full of gold coins from Lorist as payment, he smiled so hard he couldn't shut his mouth for quite a while. The Baron, who was in a cheerful mood, even especially asked his servants to bring some bottles of wine from his precious collection back at the castle and treated Lorist to a drink. However, Lorist felt quite troubled at that moment, as one boat could only ferry 4 carriages and a few people at once, and each trip across the river easily took up to 1 hour. His convoy had near 100 carriages, 600 horses, and many more people. How much time would he need for the convoy to be completely brought over to the other side of the river? There were only 8 boatmen after all, and they needed to eat and sleep as well. Lorist estimated that it would probably take 7 or 8 more days before it could all be completed. Baron Silas apologized deeply for the inconvenience given the amount of payment he had received for the convoy's crossing, and said that it couldn't be helped as he only had 2 boats with 8 boatmen. Lorist then asked, "Do you happen to have any rope?" Baron Silas nodded and said, "Yes, of course we do. Due to the fact that my dominion is near the river, we are easily able to harvest the reed that grows at the banks, which we will then make into ropes. This can be considered one of the unique local products my dominion has to offer." Lorist then asked Baron Silas to procure a lot of rope for him, which he connected one end to another and linked them to the front and back of each boat. He then tasked his men on both sides on the river to make large pulleys which can be used to guide and pull the boats to and fro the river banks. That way, not only could the boatmen save much more energy for each trip, the stability of the boats when it neared the shores could be better managed, thus shortening the time for each trip from 1 hour to only 30 minutes. Even with the increased efficiency, it was already evening of the second day when Lorist got onto the last boat. Looking at Baron Silas, who was seeing Lorist away and waving non-stop from the other side of the bank, Shadekampf said in a dissatisfied tone, that Baron actually got 150 imperial gold coins from us as toll. It's no wonder he's so eager to come over to see you off even though it's already getting this late. Lorist waved back to the Baron on the riverbank and recalled the night before when he brought Ovides along with him to the Baron's castle after having been invited there as a guest, much to the full-bearded former bandit's surprise. The reason Lorist brought him along was because Jisk and Pat were busy managing the matters of the camp on the other side of the river, leaving only Reedy and Ovides together with Lorist. After receiving the invitation, he instructed Reedy to monitor the proceedings of the crossing and was only left with Ovides to bring along to the banquet. At that night, Lorist presented Baron Silas with an upper body plate armor that was decorated with golden engravings, which was part of the loot he got from the bandits they encountered along the way. Lorist didn't know which unfortunate noble the bandit stole it from, but due to it being too eye-catching on the battlefield, the bandit leader who was wearing it got shot in the throat by Jisk at the start of the battle. As it had no noble family insignia on it, it was the perfect gift to present to someone. Lorist reasoned that the armor was probably order-made by someone as a gift for some young noble's ceremony of coming of age. Lorist himself didn't take a fancy for that flashy armor, as wearing it was just like saying to one's enemies, "Hey, I'm here, quick, shoot me." That kind of suicidal thing was definitely not what Lorist wanted to do. However, the Baron absolutely loved Lorist's gift to the point that he wasn't willing to let it go. After the banquet, the full-bearded Ovides excused himself and returned to help Reedy organize the crossing as he felt a little out of place. Baron Silas on the other hand invited Lorist to go sample even more well-aged wines from his precious collection. When they were in his study, the Baron thanked Lorist once again and said that even though there were many merchant convoys of the northern nobles wishing to cross the river, due to the lack of manpower and boats, the convoys usually didn't want to wait and went straight to the Hand-Lift suspension bridge to make their crossing, causing him to lose quite a bit of potential revenue. Now that Lorist had improved the system they had at his crossing and greatly increased its efficiency, he believed that it would spur many of the convoys to choose to cross the river at his dominion instead. Lorist felt weird at the fact there were convoys that would even think of crossing the river at Baron Silas's dominion to begin with. In the first place, Lorist's convoy only traveled to the Baron's territory because he wanted to avoid dealing with Duke Loggins. But, why would the other convoys go out of their way to try to avoid using the Hand-Lift suspension bridge? Isn't the toll for crossing the Hand-Lift suspension bridge half as cheap as using your ferry service? Why would the convoys even want to cross the river at your dominion? Lorist asked. Baron Silas laughed out and said, Duke Loggins of the Northlands is quite famed for his immense greed. Even though the fees paid to cross Hand-Lift Bridge is half of what I charge here, they would end up at Frist Castle the moment they cross the river. The Duke has set up a strict customs in that area. Even though nobles would usually be allowed to pass without paying a fee, if the Duke discovered anything he liked in any of their convoys, he would forcefully purchase it at half of the market price. If one is fortunate, one would only lose 1 or 2 carriages to the Duke. The ones who have it worse could lose up to half of their convoy. That caused the nobles of the Northlands to complain to no end and choose to cross at my place instead. Lorist stood atop the boat and felt refreshed by the chilling gust that just blew by. Thinking back at what the Baron had said the day before, even though the Northlands was huge and had the Metropolis River as a natural border, there were only 2 places where one could enter or leave it. The first place was the Hand-Lift suspension bridge, however, that place was under the Duke's control. The second place would be Baron Silas's ferry crossing, but due to the large width of the river at that part, it was difficult to construct a bridge there and crossing with boats took far too much time. The main reason why the Metropolis River was considered a border for the Northlands was this: aside from Baron Silas's crossing, the river mainly flowed through high cliffs or rugged terrain where the current was far too turbulent to allow for any crossing with boats to be done. Lorist suspected that the population of the Northlands was so sparse because the main locations of entering and leaving it was under private control of people like Duke Loggins and Baron Silas and served as their main source of income. Even if Charade and the rest of the convoy managed to make their way back to the Northlands, with the entrances being under the control of others, the family could easily be locked at the Northlands without being able to do anything about it, thus limiting its development. There was a saying Lorist had heard of in his past life: building the road is the first step to becoming rich. But with the main paths of entry to the Northlands beyond his control, how would he be able to bring his dominion to prosperity? I guess one of the first things on my agenda once I return to the Dominion is to find a way to pave a new entry point so that I won't have to be at the whims of others. Sigh, I guess the day we will be able to do as we please is still far off. Lorist looked at the distant mountains and once again fell into deep thought. Having been delayed for yet another day due to crossing the river, Lorist's convoy continued their journey on the 25th day of the second month. He decided to cross the remaining 300-odd kilometers of distance during the next 5 days to reach his dominion by the 30th day of the second month. After setting his foot on the Northlands, Lorist noticed the reality of its war-torn state that was first brought up by Charade during the meeting they had some time ago. After only passing through 3 dominions of other nobles, they have already witnessed 5 conflicts between the landed nobles in the area. Some older noble families acted against new ones while others called for their neighboring families to invade the territories of their enemies. There were even some who invaded others to settle old grudges, with many others engaging in conflict over a myriad of reasons. Fights broke out everywhere and the sounds of killing and slaughter could be heard at every corner. But perhaps due to the low population of the Northlands, the conflicts between the various nobles were only on the scale of skirmishes between different small villages. Usually, the forces of those nobles only numbered around hundreds of farmer soldiers with tens of garrison troops and less than 5 knights. The largest force Lorist had seen only consisted of 400 to 500 farmers in tattered clothing. The most laughable part was that one of the nobles actually had his eyes set on Lorist's convoy and demanded for half of everything they had to be given up as a toll. Given that an act like that violated the sacred right of nobles of being allowed to pass through each other's territories without any cost, Lorist mobilized his guard squad and completely crippled the opposing army without a single casualty, causing the ignorant and arrogant noble to prostrate before Lorist and pleading for his freedom while crying profusely. Lorist released him after receiving 50 Northlander horses and 4 carriages worth of food as ransom. To prevent further incidents like that from happening again, Lorist instructed his guard squad to be fully equipped at all times to escort the convoy in as high a profile as possible. As expected, nobody dared to cause the convoy any trouble in the following days, with 2 warring nobles even stopping all activity to make way for the convoy to pass. On the 5th day, the convoy arrived before an ancient, ever-reaching forest and a long-stretching mountain range. Shadecamp and Pat cheered out loud before explaining, "My lord, we have arrived at the dominion of the family. That over there is the Black Forests, and the mountains in the distance are known as the Magical Dragon Mountains. Beyond all that is where the Morgan Hills is located. From there, it would only take another day of traveling before we will be able to arrive at the family's Bastide." After another half-day of travel, the convoy circled around the sides of the Black Forests and arrived at the Morgan Hills. However, Shadecamp and Pat were stunned by the walls that could be seen blocking the pass through Morgan Hills. On top of it was a flag that didn't belong to the Norton family but instead depicted 3 all-encompassing golden rings. Chapter 84 Takeover. The fortified walls that had appeared before them caused Pat and Shadecamp great surprise. 3 gold rings. This is the Kenmays family's insignia. "Don't tell me that our family," said Pat as his expression turned exceedingly gloomy. "Hey? Shadecamp, why didn't you tell me that there's a barrier wall over here?" asked Lorist as he rode over. "My lord, this is indeed the dominion of our family. However, the barrier isn't constructed by us. When Pat and I were first sent to seek you out at Moronti City, this fort wasn't here. Also, there's no way the family has enough resources to build something like this," stammered Shadecamp. "Oh, so you're saying that this fort was built within our lands but not by us?" Lorist felt a bad omen, as this was a situation he had not conjectured even once when he was thinking about the family's current situation. Commonly speaking, something like this happening would signify that the Norton family had already been defeated by a foe and had their lands conquered by them. From the sturdy and slightly rugged look of the fort, it seemed to have been completed months ago. Right now, there were two options Lorist could choose from. Either he stealthily leaves the area, or start an all-out war to take back the family dominion. The guards on the walls have already noticed the group below that was flying the flag of the Norton family. One leather-armored man pointed towards the convoy and started to call out loudly for battle preparations. 1, 2, 3. Hey, they really did put quite a lot of money in their fortifications. They've actually equipped a simple barrier wall like that with 3 ballistas. How unexpected, mumbled Lorist as he checked out the defensive infrastructure the barrier wall had. Which family uses that 3-ringed insignia? Lorist asked. My lord, that would be the Kenmays family, with whom we've had conflict back when they attacked us for the copper mines in our dominion, said Shadecamp. Then does this mean that the Norton family has been defeated by the Kenmayses? Otherwise, there would be no way for them to build this fort here, said Lorist with a wry smile, as if he was about to leap into battle at any moment. No, I don't think so, my lord, said Pat, as if he had thought of something else. What's on your mind? Lorist asked. My lord, if your family had lost to the Kenmayses in an all-out battle and lost control of the Dominion, then there wouldn't be a need for the Kenmayses to build a barrier here, as the Dominion would already be theirs. I haven't heard of anyone who would make a barrier in their dominion. Isn't that just causing more trouble for themselves? Also, back then when the former family head led our family's forces against that of the Kenmays, they mainly relied on hired mercenaries which don't have much battle prowess. Even if the family army is decimated, there is no way that the Kenmays would be able to take our family's bastide. Additionally, the Wild North town isn't that far off from the family bastide, so no matter how shitty their garrison is, they wouldn't shrink out on a matter like this that their survival depended on. Should the family truly fall, they will definitely follow as well. That's why they would definitely not sit back and watch the Kenmays family take over the castle. I think that Viscount Kenmays built this wall here to cut off the family's communication with the outside world for some reason. They must be planning to lock us in the desolate Northlands and force us to one day lower our heads to them, inferred Pat. What you said makes sense. When we take this fort, we will know the truth right away, said Lorist as he nodded. My lord, you're going to launch your attack now, said Shadecamp, astonished. But we haven't made any preparations yet. Without siege ladders, how would you be able to conquer the fort? There are 3 ballistas on the walls, you know. Siege ladders? I don't need any. Look, the walls are only 4 meters tall and there are only roughly 30 small fries guarding it. It would be giving them too much credit to even bother constructing siege ladders. While the 3 ballistas are certainly powerful and would definitely prove to be a threat to large groups of people, it would be far too slow to operate for it to be able to hit me, as I can easily avoid the bolts. Pat, tell Ovides to ready the guard squad and ask them to follow suit right after I make my way up the walls, said Lorist. Yes, my lord, Pat replied, before he said, my lord, you should be careful. Why don't I accompany you up there as well? Hee, Lorist started laughing out loud. You should know my abilities better than anyone, and getting up this wall shouldn't be much of a problem to me. However, you're in full armor, so the weight should give you quite some trouble when you try to get up. Additionally, if I go alone, the ballistas will have fewer targets to shoot at. Don't worry, the guards up there are nothing to me. After that, Lorist rode alone straight towards the walls. When he was within 70 meters of it, a loud twanging sound rang out as one of the ballistas on the wall fired. Lorist quickly pulled his horse to the side and avoided the bolt that flew past his flank and buried itself a few inches into the ground. Within but a short moment, Lorist had already gotten so close that the ballista wasn't able to aim at him anymore, at which point he took out a javelin from his quiver. Whoosh! 3 javelins were thrown by him towards the wall, and all of them embedded themselves firmly onto the surface, causing the guards on top of it to laugh out loud, thinking that Lorist had failed miserably in an attempt to shoot them. What they did not expect was that when Lorist arrived at the wall, he started to travel along its sides, causing a few of the guards above to try to shoot him down with their long bows to no avail, as the walls had blocked off the ideal firing angle entirely. Lorist then turned in the other direction and started removing his boots from the stirrups and knelt on top of his mount. When he saw the javelins that he had embedded into the walls, he jumped and grabbed the lowest javelin with both his hands like an agile monkey and used the momentum to perform a spin to launch himself up to the top of the walls. Upon witnessing the crazy circus stunt, the guards by the walls were all thrown into stupor with their mouths agape. By the time they had snapped out of it, Lorist had already steadied his footing and started to draw out the long sword on his back. After the officer in command cursed and called out a few names, the few guards beside Lorist lifted their pikes and shields and leapt towards him, thinking that they would be able to defeat him with sheer numbers. With a few sword flashes, the 5 guards who had rushed over all had their throats cut open as they fell towards the ground with blood spurting out of their necks. Swiftly leaping over the dead bodies on the ground, Lorist rushed towards the leather armor-wearing commanding officer. Cursing in disbelief at the sight of the 5 fallen guards and seeing Lorist coming in his direction, the commanding officer quickly drew his sword and picked up a shield from the ground as he retreated backwards gradually while shouting for the other guards to fight Lorist together with him. 2 other pike-wielding guards stealthily approached Lorist from behind and thrusted towards him at the same moment. Delighted that an opportunity like that had shown up, the commanding officer manifested his blade glow, and just before he was about to attack, he saw Lorist suddenly fall back like a gust of wind and circle between the 2 thrusting guards. His sword flashed once again and both the guards dropped their pikes and fell as croaking sounds resounded when they tried to scream with their slit throats from which blood was gushing out. Panicked beyond reason, the commanding officer turned tail and ran. "You think you can escape?" Quickening his steps, Lorist quickly caught up to the officer, who suddenly turned his body while shielding himself as he swung his right sword-wielding arm diagonally downward. "Where's he?" thought the guard in surprise after discovering that his sword slashed nothing but thin air. He took 2 steps to recover from his stance, and just as he was about to look for Lorist, he felt a cold blade pressed to his neck as a raspy voice sounded from behind him, "Drop your sword and surrender and you'll be spared." With a clanging sound, the frozen officer dropped only his shield and slowly turned towards Lorist. With a press of the blade to his neck, Lorist indicated for him to drop his sword as well. The officer gradually lifted his long sword into a throwing position and tried to draw Lorist's attention to it away from him. All of a sudden, he jerked backward and freed himself from Lorist's hold and quickly tried to escape. However, he didn't know that he wasn't as quick as Lorist's reaction, and the long sword eventually found its way through his neck. "You truly have a death wish," cursed Lorist. He only wanted to ask that officer about the fort, but he didn't expect that he would resist even though his life was clearly at stake. Lorist didn't have the time to deal with fools who didn't know what was good for them and decided to kill him to save himself some trouble. Turning back to the corridor of the walls, he saw 8 bodies littered around the ground with the remaining 10s of guards having long escaped from the walls. Looking at the direction the guards were running towards, Lorist cursed, "Solution." He noticed that the Kenmazes didn't intend to build just a border fort here, but rather a whole city. 300 meters away from the walls he stood on was another even taller and better fortified wall. Hearing Ovides and some of the guard squad members shouting from the outer side of the walls, Lorist said, "Wait a second." He then got down to the inner side and opened the gates. The first one to enter was Jusk. "Milord, that was far too reckless of you. You should have at least waited for me to disable those ballistas, you know," said Jusk as he came over while carrying a ballista bolt in his hands. "Am I not in perfect condition now? Don't worry, you'll have your chance later. Look ahead, there is another wall there," said Lorist as he pointed in the far direction. "No problem, leave it to me." "Hiya!" Jusk gave his mount a kick and subsequently sped towards the direction of the wall with Ovides and the guard squad following behind. Sheesh, Joe. I didn't ask you to attack it now. Soul, he's pretending not to hear me again and is even increasing his speed, said Lorist in an irritated tone. The walls further ahead was far taller than the previous one and it looked far better fortified as well. It was quite worrying for Jisk to just bring a squad of men and rush in like that, as they may incur heavy losses from attacking recklessly. Intending to go out of the walls to retrieve his mount, he discovered that it had already returned to where the convoy was. At that moment, it was being pulled by Pat as he slowly approached the walls with Shadecamp and Reedy, who was currently driving a carriage. Lorist waved for them to hasten their speed, but Pat, Reedy, and Shadecamp thought that he was cheering for his solo victory at the walls instead. So, they cheered and waved back cheerfully. Pissed beyond reason, Lorist thought, normally these fellows are quite witty, but all of a sudden they turn into idiots when you really need them. I really wonder how those geniuses manage to confuse my beckoning for a victory cheer. When they were finally within shouting distance, the three only realized their mistake after they heard Lorist's enraged roar. Pat quickly brought the horse over and Lorist gave him a deathly stare. Just as he got onto his mount and prepared to rush to the second wall, an excited guard approached him from the direction he was about to head to and said, "My lord. We've successfully taken over that wall." Wha, mumbled Lorist as he almost slipped off his mount. "What are the casualties?" asked Lorist anxiously. "Casualties? There are none, my lord," said the guard before he hesitated and continued, "there are no casualties among the enemy too." Lorist was confused. The heck does that mean? If both sides have no casualties at all, then how have we managed to occupy the walls? Is this a children's game or what? With a wall as tall as that, the defenders only have to keep shooting from above to chase the attackers away. Even if Jisk's marksmanship was unparalleled, with him being on flat ground, he would still be quite disadvantageous when facing off guards who are stationed up high. Also, with only one bow, it wouldn't be hard for the defenders to suppress Jisk and pressure him away with pure numbers. Even though Lorist managed to take over the former wall by himself, that was actually due to his bet that the enemy would be caught off guard by his solo assault. The other factor was the element of surprise that he had employed by swinging himself up onto the walls that was only 4 meters tall. How did Knight Jisk pull that off? Lorist asked curiously. "Oh, my lord, Sir Jisk only shot 3 arrows. The first one broke their flagpole, the second one destroyed one of their ballistas and the third shot through the mercenary captain's 2-handed axe. The moment the mercenaries discovered that Jisk was a gold rank, they surrendered right away," said the messenger. It was absolutely ludicrous. Lorist could imagine the face of the mercenaries that were stationed there as they discovered that Jisk was a gold-ranked archer who was leading a troop of fully armored soldiers heading their way. It was no surprise that the mere silver and iron-ranked mercenaries knelt down to surrender without bothering to resist. But back when Lorist first killed off the 5 guards that rushed at him, the commanding officer thought that he was merely an iron rank with excellent swordsmanship and didn't even try to launch a sneak attack and resisted him head-on. Even when the silver-ranked officer was at knife point, he would rather take his chances to escape than die an embarrassing death in the hands of an iron rank. Upon realizing the reason why the officer had not chosen to surrender, Lorist wore a brilliant smile on his face while actually trying really hard to restrain the frustration in his mind. "Thank goodness I didn't attack the second wall, otherwise the mercenaries wouldn't surrender until almost all of them are killed." Jisk on the other hand only had to show his abilities as a gold rank to make the enemies surrender. He only had to relaxedly unleash 3 arrows to cause them to stop all resistance. Cursed battle force! Cursed blazing battle force! Stupid hereditary battle force technique of my family, mumbled Lorist in annoyance. "Oh, my lord, Sir Jisk asked for your presence over there. It seems like he has discovered something important," said the messenger as he recalled the other matter he was tasked to report. "Okay, I'll be on my way now," said Lorist as he calmed himself. He turned to Shadecamp, Pat, and Reedy and said, "Let the convoy settle down. We'll set up camp over here today. Make sure to shut the gates and have someone be stationed on the walls, all right. Yes, milord, we understand. Chapter 85 The Plan of the Kenmaze Family. Lorist felt that the second wall was on a totally different league than the first one he managed to take over himself. The latter was merely a simple 4-meter-tall pile of rocks, whereas the one before him right now was double-layered with a 7-meter-tall outer wall and another inner wall that was easily above 10 meters in height. The surface of the walls was even covered by a layer of green clay, making it smooth and sturdy. Upon getting up onto the walls, Lorist discovered that the 10-meter wall he saw from the outside was actually a building that was erected on the walls that had its roof linked to the outer wall, which was augmented to a saw-like pattern to match it. Within that building were some military equipment, living quarters for soldiers, as well a room in which a broken ballista was kept. That was probably the one that Jisk had destroyed previously. Jisk had already been waiting for Lorist for quite a while on top of the walls and greeted him when he saw him approaching. Lorist said with dissatisfaction, "You were just lucky this time that the defenders were unmotivated mercenaries who only worries for their own lives. Had a proper garrison unit been stationed here, you wouldn't have been able to take this place without a single casualty." Jisk laughed and said, "You are right, milord. Also, next time, don't even dare to pretend that you didn't hear me. You have to give me some face too, you know." Lorist continued to complain. Jisk merely snickered in response. "That aside, I heard that you discovered something important," said Lorist after he remembered the main reason he rushed over in the first place. Jisk pointed further ahead and said, "It's all in that room over there. You'll know what I'm talking about once you see it for yourself, milord." Jisk was pointing at the 5 buildings that were built by the side of the walls, where a few guard squad members could be seen watching over a few prisoners. The building in the middle of the 5 was the largest among the rest. It was about 6 meters in length, with a width similar to the buildings beside it at 3 meters. Several large wooden gears and a huge winch could be seen within the room. "Is this the mechanism used to open and close the portcullis 1-1? Lorist asked. Jisk nodded. Usually, in large cities or cities ruled by a rich lord, a heavy iron portcullis would be installed beyond the main gates. Normally, they will be lifted up and left as is and only be lowered whenever the main gates are breached to serve as a secondary defense. Soul, is Viscount Kenmaze showing off his wealth? To spend so much money to construct such an expensive fort. It doesn't sound too practical to do this just to lock the Norton family within the Northlands. What in the world is he up to? Milord, look behind you. The answer to your question is right there, Jisk replied. Turning to his back, Lorist could see a small room to his right within which several maps could be seen hanging on the walls. In the middle of the equals room was a large sand table on which several castle replicas were placed. On the sand table, a hill city beside a waterway could be seen surrounded by large spans of farmland. Further away was a mine, and beside it was a model of a large factory facility. And at the end of the hill where the city was located was a heavily fortified citadel base. This sand table is pretty well made. Where is that hill city? Lorist asked. Jisk shook his head and said, Milord, I don't know about that. What I wanted you to see was not the whole sand table but rather that castle replica over there. I think the fort we are in right now is a castle in construction. Beside the sand table was a semi-complete model of a castle. But upon closer inspection, Lorist noticed from its double walls that was the exact replica of the one he was standing on. Viscount Kenmaze really spent quite a lot of money on this project, said Lorist as he stomped his foot. Look, the floors and the walls outside are all covered with green clay. If he really intends to complete the construction of this castle, just based on the cost of the green clay required, it would go up to tens of thousands of gold fords. Wait, where is that big bearded fella? Green clay was one of the main materials used for construction in the Grindia continent. It is a lot like cement that was used in Lorist's previous world, and its compositions are quite similar too. Both of the materials required lime, sand, and clay to be mixed and heated at high temperatures. The main difference was that cement was cheap but green clay cost far more. Cement was usually mixed with water, whereas green clay required a special type of glue to be added to the mixture. Lorist's attendant, Redi, had come from the Roman Empire. Within it was a mountainous area where most people were forbidden from entry and trespassers were killed without a question, because that was the place where the glue vines were planted. It was said that glue vines were originally not native plants of the Grindia continent and was actually brought over by the Magi from another planar world thousands of years prior. These vines only grew in dark, damp conditions, and each one was as thick as a large barrel. When a cut was made on its stem, a light green liquid would flow out. While that liquid seemed to be almost as clear as water, when it was heated up, it would turn really viscous and sticky and become exceedingly hard once solidified. That liquid would usually first be diluted with 10 times the amount of water and heated before it was mixed with clay, lime, and sand to form green clay, the best and most expensive building material on the whole of Grindia. Each bucket of glue would sold for 1 gold ford, and the Roman Empire reaped a yearly profit of up to 1 million gold fords from the sales of that green glue. On the Grindia continent, the less wealthy would purchase glue that was produced by boiling the skin of a ground worms to construct their homes, see chapter 25. However, the completed house would have a faint smell of the earth that would easily attract insects, and insecticide must be sprayed once in a while to keep it infestation-free. Another method was to cook a kind of black glutinous rice and mix it with lime, clay, and fine sand to make it into a paste for building. However, buildings made with that allowed for moss to easily grow on it during the rainy season, so it had to be cleaned very often. The ideal building material one could find was thus green clay that was hard as rock when it solidified and had a slight fragrance that aided to repel insects. Having lived in Moronti city where green clay was frequently traded and sold, Lorist wasn't a stranger to the properties of the material. He was really impressed with the ability of Viscount Kenmays to be able to afford using green clay for a castle in the Northlands. "My lord, Ovides has left with half of the guard squad to go capture some people," said Jusk. "Capturing people?" "That's correct. According to the surrendered mercenaries, due to a lack of materials to make green clay, the main construction supervisor of this castle had sent early 1,000 slave laborers to go collect lime, clay, and sand. Ovides has left to apprehend these laborers," explained Jusk. Lorist then recalled that he did in fact not see any workers on the construction site when he came in earlier, as they had been away for the aforementioned reason. "Are the prisoners outside mercenaries? Get their leader to come in here, I want to ask him something," said Lorist. The leader of the surrendered mercenaries was quickly brought before Lorist. What Lorist wanted to know from him was the current situation of the Norton family. The mercenary gave it some thought before he answered, "My lord, we have only been hired by Viscount Kenmays less than 2 months ago. However, I've heard that around half a year ago, Viscount Kenmays's men had taken over the mines and went to attack the bastide of the Norton family. However, they've lost tens of people and failed to conquer the bastide after besieging for up to half a month. After that, the Viscount withdrew his troops and started the construction of this fort. By the time I made my way here, it had just been completed. For almost 2 months I've been stationed here, I've never seen a person from the Norton family come by, nor did the scouts patrolling the area detect any of their spies. But, when I was on an assignment to send some supplies to the people at the mines, I heard a mercenary there say that he's seen someone from the Norton family back when the Viscount was withdrawing his troops. After they discovered that their mines had been taken, there was no other news nor sightings of them. Then do you know how the people who were managing the mines for the Norton family are doing?" Lorist asked. The mercenary leader shook his head and said, "I'm not too informed about that, but I believe they are probably forced to mine for the Viscount. I remember there being a delivery of half a ton of iron ore from the mines to the storehouse over here last month." At that moment, distant chatters could be heard outside the room before a guard came in to report that Ovides had returned with the slave laborers. Lorist and Jusk went back out to the walls and could see a long line of slave laborers traveling towards the castle gates, flanked by the guard squad troops on both sides, with Ovides leading at the front. Letting almost 1,000 slave laborers settle down took a number of hours, and that was after they had been escorted over obediently. It was fortunate that the camp that they had lived in before they set out to collect building materials was not dismantled yet. Lorist gathered Jusk, Shadekampf, Pat, Reedy, and Ovides and prepared to discuss what to do next. When Shadekampf and Pat entered the room and saw the sand table, they both let out a gasp of exclamation. They said that it showed part of the dominion of the family, and the area that the sand table was modeled after was the terrain of the Morgan Hills. "My lord, look! That's our copper mine." "And here," said Shadekampf as he pointed towards the citadel replica that was placed at a corner of the table. "That is where we are at right now. However, there isn't a city on the hills here. The farmland they have on the table is nothing but forests at the moment. And that waterway on the sand table isn't anywhere to be seen either." Upon hearing Shadekampf's comments, Lorist's curiosity piqued and he instructed Ovides to bring the Grand Architect and the supervisor of the construction site to him. The Grand Architect was a man in his 40s and he claimed credit for the design of the castle without even being asked. However, he refused to answer some of Lorist's question about the castle and even cursed Lorist for cowardly assaulting and taking over the construction site when their side was unprepared. He demanded for Lorist to leave the area or face the consequences. Lorist and his men all stared wide-eyed at the architect as if he had a screw or two loose in his head. In the end, Lorist was furious at the constant bickering of the middle-aged man and said, "You guys came to my backyard to build your own little building. Don't you think that I, the master of this land, should be pissed instead? Men, tie this fool up on the flagpole and give him 50 canes to make sure he knows his place." After that, the elderly head supervisor of the construction work who sported a goatee, Boris, was recognized by Shadekampf to be the head butler of Viscount Kenmays. He had met that old butler a couple of times during the negotiations between the Nortons and the Kenmayses about the issue of the right to ownership of the copper mine. He had unexpectedly been tasked to serve as the main supervisor of this construction site by the Viscount. The goatee-sporting Boris was actually quite a coward. The moment the pained cries of the architect outside entered his ears, he quickly answered every question that was asked of him without hesitation, swiftly revealing the reason the castle was chosen to be built here as well as many other information about the Kenmays family. Viscount Kenmays's family actually had a merchant background. His father was the chairman of the largest construction merchant guild in the Christian Empire. During the Civil War, he had joined the Second Prince's side and donated huge sums of money to fund his war efforts. When the Iblia Kingdom was first founded, the Viscount's father had managed to urge the Second Prince to grant his son the hereditary title of a Viscount and a dominion in the Northlands in exchange for 200,000 gold fords. With the dominion in their hands, the Kenmays family invested huge amounts of money into building a bastide at Redriver Valley. Being the chairman of the largest construction merchant guild in the empire, the father of Viscount Kenmays had an incredibly profound insight on the current situation. He believed that given the raving ambitions of Duke Loggins and his casual granting of titles to new noble families, the Northlands would definitely be in a long period of chaos before everything settles down. Even though the Kenmays family had their bastide at Redriver Valley, it didn't have a terrain that was advantageous to them and would easily fall to enemy attack. That was why the Kenmays family sent lots of people to survey the area and finally discovered the Morgan Hills, which was near the Kenmays family's territory and within the dominion of the Norton family. It was the ideal place to build a castle given the beneficial terrain. So, the Kenmays family spent another huge sum to bribe the official that was in charge of drawing the borders between dominions to include the copper mine of the Norton family into their own and used that as an excuse to start a war with them to force them away from the Morgan Hills so that they could start building the new settlement there. According to Boris, even though the model of the castle is not yet finished, its blueprints were already completed and was beneath the sand table. When the construction finishes, the castle could house at least 10,000 residents and the Kenmays family intended to make it their main base of operations. As long as they station it with 3,000 garrison soldiers, there was no way an enemy would be able to take the castle even if they had a force that was 10 times that of the defending side. As for the hill city that was depicted on the sand table, that was where the Kenmays family intended to have their citizens live in. With it being able to house up to 60,000 people and the ease of access to copper ore and timber from areas nearby, it would able to build an industry and economy around those resources. By the time the logging activities free up more land around the area, the waste area could be converted into farmlands. By that time, they could set up farming villages around the city and open up new irrigation channels to be able to sustain the demand for food in their dominion just from their yearly harvests. To fulfill their grand development plan, the Kenmays family had invested up to 300,000 gold fords for the next 5 years of development to solidify its foundations in the Northlands. However, little did they know that only 4 months after the plan was started, Lorist had arrived. "Do you know what the Kenmays family intends to do with the Norton family?" Lorist asked. Boris replied, "I've heard the old master discuss it with the young master before. He said that he wouldn't totally annihilate the Norton family as they would make a good target for the barbarians of the mountains so that the Kenmays family's development will be unimpeded. The old master even said that he would offer the Norton family help and support to withstand the barbarian attacks if necessary. He has mentioned that he is impressed with the martial prowess of the Norton family and might consider making them a vassal noble house of the Kenmays family. If that's so, then why did they attack the family Bastide half a year ago?" Half a year after the former head of the Norton family passed away, the young master sent someone over to negotiate if the Nortons would sell the Morgan Hills to the Kenmays and end the conflict between the two families. However, the messenger that the young master had sent was insulted by the Nortons, and according to him, the Nortons have torn the young master's letter apart and said to the messenger that they wouldn't consider selling the smallest rock on Norton soil to the Kenmays before chasing him away. That was why the young master besieged the Bastide in a fit of rage, but he didn't succeed anyway. After that incident, he decided to carry out the development plan early and seal the Norton family off from the rest of the world so that they will one day come out begging him to be forgiven, said Boris. "Okay, then what's with the Grand Architect?" asked Lorist as he thought of the middle-aged man who must have been insane. "Milord, Grand Master Siroba is the most accomplished architect in the Iblaya kingdom. 2 years ago, the Rose Palace which he designed had received critical acclaim and that project had caused the Grand Master's name to soar to fame. He's a treasured talent of the second prince. The old master has spent quite a lot of money to hire Grand Master Siroba to come over here to plan the construction of the young master's city. Now that the main blueprints are complete, he should have been preparing to leave for the royal capital. Given his arrogant temperament, he even dares to not show any respect to dukes and marquises of the second prince's royal court. I believe Milord's decision to punish him like that will definitely cause a lot of uproar," said Boris awkwardly. "Hee," Lorist laughed lightly and thought, "so that Grand Architect does indeed have a couple of screws loose in his head. The dukes and marquises he dared to disrespect are merely honorary nobles that have no real power. But he is truly looking for trouble for being brave enough to act like that in front of a landed noble like me. One vertically closing gates at a castle gateway." See, Wikipedia. Chapter 86 Construction Staff Appointment. During morning the next day, Jusk, Shadekampf and Pat brought 50 guards and 24 carriages with them to the copper mine. The main reason for that excursion was to rescue the members of the Norton family as well as eliminate the 30 or so mercenaries hired by the Kenmays to be stationed over there. Ovides and Reedy on the other hand repurposed the coachman into a garrison squad which was tasked with maintaining the security of the 2 walls of the castle in construction. The remaining 70 or so guard squad members were subsequently assigned to watch over the thousands of slave laborers and the surrendered mercenaries. The plan had been drafted out the night before. Originally, Lorist wanted to go to the mines himself, but that idea spawned unanimous disapproval from his subordinates. Jusk said that they couldn't let Lorist, their leader, do all the heavy lifting and said that his frequent handling of every matter, large or small, caused a family knight like him to feel pathetic and useless. Lorist thus agreed to allow Jusk to bring Shadekampf and Pat with him to the mines while he stayed put at the construction site. After sending Jusk and the rest off, Lorist patrolled the surroundings for a bit before returning to the building atop the inner walls. The more he stared at the sand table, the more questions surfaced within his mind. Having only obtained their dominion for less than 2 years, the Kenmei's family was able to carry out their expansion plan within such a short time. However, even though the Nortons have been enfeoffed their dominion for 200 or so years and have had 7 generations of family heads, not only were they unable to successfully develop their land, they even ended up being sealed in the Northlands. Given the dire state of the family, they could only turtle up and hide in their bastide without being able to retaliate. Lorist really troubled himself over the fact that his own family had allowed the Kenmeises to do as they pleased within their dominion without taking any action. Given that the Nortons have successfully repelled the assault on their bastide by the Viscount half a year ago, and taking into account that the Viscount himself had lost tens of men during that assault, it showed that the Norton family still had quite a bit of military power. Logically speaking, the moment Viscount Kenmei started to retreat, the Norton family would have sent some scouts to monitor the situation of the enemy's soldiers. However, not even one scout has been sighted during that span of time. What, then, had happened to the family? It could be that the family had sent out scouts already on another target other than the Kenmei's family, but according to the leader of the mercenaries, one such scout had quickly left after discovering that the copper mine had been taken over. Sigh, I really shouldn't be thinking about the potential income the mine would bring during a situation like this. Additionally, even if the mine was being occupied, they should at least worry about the well-being of the Norton family members who were working there. However, not even a single messenger was sent to the Kenmei's family to negotiate their release. It was truly too weird. Even though Lorist was only 1 day of traveling away from the family bastide, he couldn't just leave everything here and depart without the others. He would still have to consider how he would manage the 1,000 or so slave laborers as well as the 40-odd surrendered mercenaries as well as what to do with the semi-complete castle that he had just conquered. Lorist really missed Charade's presence. If he were there, Lorist would be able to leave everything to him without any worries. Upon thinking of Charade, Lorist's thoughts drifted onto his fellow knights and friends, Potter Fang, Loz, Els, Terman, and Yuri. I wonder if they've started the journey again with the convoy and how long they will take before they arrive at the Northlands. Gosh, there's the trouble of making the preparations for the arrival of the convoy as well. Lorist's head started to hurt when he recalled the large group of people that was traveling to the Northlands. Given Charade's temper, how many of them would still remain by the time they reach the Dominion? 20,000? Or 30,000? Thinking of how to let the people of the convoy settle down after they arrive was also quite a huge undertaking. Looking back at the sand table, Lorist's gaze suddenly brightened up as he thought, isn't this the perfect place for them to settle down? I only have to take the plan of the Kenmei's family and implement it myself. If I choose to continue the construction of the castle here, the slave laborers would also have retained their jobs and I won't have to trouble myself to think about what to do with them. And when the castle is complete, I can have them go work on the hill city, after which they will be granted freedom and allowed to become citizens of the family's dominion. Lorist wasn't worried about the costs involved to build the castle, as he wasn't lacking in money. There were only 2 things that he had to carefully consider. First, was the staff he would appoint to supervise and manage the construction project. Second, he would have to find a way to procure the materials required for the construction. Being the founder of one of the largest construction merchant guild of the former empire, the Kenmei's family naturally would have their own ways of finding materials and workers for their project. However, Lorist didn't have that ability and the Kenmeises may even prove to be an obstacle to the project's continuation. Men, get that old man with a goatee, what's his name? Ah, I remember. Get Boris to come here, instructed Lorist to the guards outside. Butler Boris was quickly brought over and Lorist started to ask him about further details on the blueprints of the castle as well as some more information on the Kenmei's family. According to Boris, Viscount Kenmei's wasn't living at the Redriver Valley Bastide but rather the most developed city in the Northlands that was within the dominion of Duke Loggins, Gildusk City, where he owned a large Viscount manor. Ever since Viscount Kenmei's cousin sister had become a mistress of the Duke, the relationship of the Kenmei's family and Duke Loggins had gotten pretty close. The Kenmazes has also helped out quite a lot with the formation of the Duke's Northland army. Viscount Kenmaze preferred to stay in Gildusk City because he was a man who revelled in the parties and social gatherings of the nobles there and loved the company of the other noble ladies, which his rural Bastide castle was completely devoid of. The other reason was to maintain his good relationship with the Duke. His presence during the return of his family's convoys when it entered the customs of the Duke's dominion also made it harder for the Duke to brazenly purchase too many items for half the market price. The Redriver Valley Bastide of the Kenmaze family was currently only serving as a transfer point for the resources and supplies they transported around. And the butler also revealed that there would be a large shipment of around 3,000 buckets of green vine glue, construction tools, an estimated 250,000 kilograms of food as well as some other necessities like clothes to the construction site on the 10th of the next month. There might even be around 1,000 extra slave laborers with another 200 or so female slaves. Are the female slaves the family members of the slave laborers? Asked Lorist curiously.
They aren't, my lord. The slave laborers are mostly strong and virile youths. So, to stop them from causing trouble, we must placate and reward them once in a while. These female slaves are for that specific purpose. If the laborers perform well in their work, they would be allowed to spend a night with a female slave. This is a tried and true method the Kenmaze family has used to manage their slaves over the years, said Butler Boris. Sol, that means that the women are there only to serve as sex slaves. Shaking his head, Lorist asked, are the Kenmazes that rich? I heard that they got their dominion by donating 200,000 gold fords to the second prince. They should have spent quite a bit on the construction of Redriver Valley Bastide during the last 2 years. And now, they are prepared to allocate another 300,000 gold fords for the development of the Morgan Hills. They must have at least millions of gold fords in hand to be able to accomplish all that. Loris then pointed to the sand table. Butler Boris explained, my lord, from my experience of working at the Kenmaze family for 40+ years, they are actually doing worse than before. I've always believed that the old master had decided to develop the Morgan Hills as a final lifeline for the Kenmaze family. They haven't made much money after the civil war broke out in the empire a few years prior. And ever since the founding of the second Prince's Iblia kingdom, they have been using their reserve funds. Even though the budget for the development of Morgan Hills is 300,000 gold fords, 100,000 of that is allocated to the construction of the castle and the city, while the rest will be used to help the citizens settle down after the completion of the construction. 100,000? That shouldn't be possible. Based on my estimations, the construction of the castle should cost at least 70 to 80,000 gold fords. There's no way that 100,000 gold fords would be enough for both the castle and the hill city, said Lorist. My lord, in actuality, the cost for the construction of the castle is only 30,000 gold fords, with most of the money being used to purchase the 12,000 buckets of green vine glue and the rest to be spent on the resources and food required by the workers. Given that the main labor force of this construction project will be the slaves of the family, it wouldn't cost them anything. And, some of the building materials can be foraged from the surrounding area. For example, the completion of this wall only used up 2,000 buckets of green vine glue, the other materials used to make green clay were mostly gathered from the surroundings. Oh, so according to Boris, apart from the green vine glue, the rest of the building materials can be harnessed elsewhere. This is good news indeed. Then, Butler Boris, you should understand how much supplies is left over here, right? Lorist asked. Given that they had just conquered the castle the day before and just having just set out during the morning to the copper mine, Lorist's group still hadn't made an inventory of the supplies at the construction site. My lord, during the past 4 months, there have been 3 shipments of resources to the construction site that mostly comprised of green vine glue and food. With every shipment having 3,000 buckets of green vine glue, and given that 2,000 buckets have been used to construct the walls, there are currently 7,000 buckets remaining. By the time the next shipment on the 10th of the next month arrives,
the 12,000 buckets required for the construction of the castle will have been delivered, and the following shipments after that will mainly concern food. If there are no changes, the shipment should come as planned. Nowadays, the food we have in the warehouse is running low with around 20,000 kilograms left. The next order for food is supposed to be carried out after the following shipment, but now that you've conquered the site, there is a chance that it wouldn't come anymore. So, you will have to provide food for these laborers. Boris looked at Lorist for a while before he continued, "My lord, the food available to the slave laborers is really limited. Given the tiresome nature of their work, each person requires 1.5 kilograms of food that will be split up into 3 meals a day. That means that the 1,000 slave laborers would consume more than 50,000 kilograms each month. My lord, if you intend to use the slave laborers, you must make sure they have enough food to sustain them." Lorist stood up, went beside Boris and gave his shoulder a pat before saying, "Butler Boris, you're pretty good at what you do. If you continue to give it your best, the Norton family will definitely not mistreat you. All right, you may go back for now." "Yes, my lord," said Boris as he bowed and started to leave. Just before he exited the room, Lorist suddenly thought of something else. "Oh, wait, Butler Boris, where did the Kenmays family buy so many of these ballistas?" Boris replied, "My lord, these ballistas were order-made and not purchased. 3 years ago when the Kenmays family went to purchase slaves, they bought a father and son who used to be famed ballista craftsmen of the Tarabo kingdom who was sold into slavery as a result of offending a noble. Even though the Kenmays family was a landed noble family, they did not have good family knights nor did they have a proper garrison, so they could only hire mercenaries to defend their territories. To strengthen their castle's defense, they sent the father and son over here to craft some ballistas to be installed here." "Where are the 2 that you've mentioned right now?" "They're together with the slave laborers," said Boris. "How about this, Boris, please make sure the father and son have everything they need. They will be of good use to me in the future. And you, accompany Butler Boris on this errand and make sure to cooperate with him in completing it," said Lorist to a guard standing nearby. "Yes, my lord." As Lorist circled around the sand table within the room, he thought about what Boris had said. The issue with the food wouldn't be a problem as the smaller convoy he had returned with had more than 50,000 kilograms of food which would definitely be able to last the workers a whole month. By the time he returns to the Dominion, he would then be able to send more food over to the construction site. Or, he could try to take the food shipment that will be coming the next month, though that was still some time away so there wasn't a need to worry. It was currently the 32nd day of the 2nd month and Jisk and the others would be returning the next day. The day after that would be the 34th day of the 2nd month and Lorist had to depart for the family Bastide no matter what on that day. However, who would be in charge of the construction of the castle after his departure? There was no way Jisk could, as he was a lone ranger who wasn't that good at working with others and hated troublesome matters like this, as exemplified from his previous performance when Lorist once asked him to form a mounted cavalry unit only to have Jisk quit after a few days due to lack of interest after sending the men back to Yuri's light cavalry scouts. Shadekampf must also return together with him as Lorist would need him as a guide given that he had not been there in person even once before as he had transmigrated when the original owner of the body was studying at Moranti City. He could have Jusk, Reedy and Ovides stationed here to watch the place and he believed that the guard squad would be more than sufficient for the castle's defense. However, Lorist needed someone to be in charge as he didn't know how long he would spend at the family Bastide before he would be able to return to the castle here. "Bring the Grand Architect over here," instructed Lorist. The architect who had been given 50 canes had been brought before him. The once arrogant-looking man currently looked incredibly haggard with his hair tousled all over his face and his garments torn and stained with blood. With a body full of cane marks, he slowly limped into the room. "Grandmaster Siroba? It was pretty rude of me the day before. I am the Dominion Lord of this land, Norton Lorist, and I intend to have the construction of this castle continue as planned. I wonder if you would be willing to oversee the construction for me? I will definitely give you the appropriate remuneration for your efforts, said Lorist sincerely. Grandmaster Siroba merely gave Lorist a venomous glare without saying a word, having learned his lesson the day before. But he still spit on the floor and looked high up to the roof, indicating that he did not intend to give Lorist any heed. Bursting out in laughter, Lorist told the guard, "Since he dirted my room, should I have him lick his own spit clean?" "My lord, that sounds like a good idea," replied the guard with a serious look. Grandmaster Siroba's face tensed up as he shivered at that moment. "Oh well, let's not give him a hard time. For someone of his age to still behave so uncouthly. Just bring him back to his quarters," said Lorist. "One each month on the Grindia continent is 35 days long. See Chapter 30 for an explanation of the calendar." Chapter 87 Homecoming. Lorist went out of the room and looked downward from the side of the wall. The surrounding terrain was actually a valley. The distance between the two walls at either end of the valley was easily over 300 meters. The first wall that sealed off the entry of the valley into the Northlands was 70 to 80 meters long. Beyond that wall was a large empty meadow spanning 800 meters surrounded by mountains on each side, with another opening on the other end that was around 200 meters wide. Now that the walls were completed, the two valleys were effectively shut off. This truly is a great place to build a city. The lands within the valley was flat and even, making it an ideal spot for a mountain fort. Even though there was nothing but hills on one side, the mountainous terrain that stretched deep into the black forests had formed a natural barrier that prevented entry to the valley from anywhere other than the two openings where the walls were constructed. Within the valley, the slave laborers gathered together under the sun and chatted in their respective groups, with the occasional brawl breaking out. To them, days like these when they didn't have to work were exceedingly rare opportunities to rest. The tens of guards who were standing guard even gave the slaves looks of envy from time to time. At another corner of the valley were rows of decrepit wooden buildings that were surrounded by a wall constructed from tree trunks lined up side by side. That was the warehouse that Butler Boris had referred to, where the 7,000 buckets of green vine glue, food, and other construction materials were stored. A little further away from the warehouse was a large camp where many carriages could be seen. That was the camp that the convoy Lorist brought over had set up. A few of the family members of the guard squad soldiers could be seen bringing buckets of clean water from a nearby lake to wash their clothes with. At that moment, a little girl could be seen capturing bugs within the bushes near the convoy's camp as her ponytail swayed like a pendulum from her running around. "Isn't that Miss Telesti's maidservant, Vinny?" Lorist started to think of Telesti upon seeing that young maidservant and slapped his forehead. "I now have my construction manager. Go invite Miss Telesti over here and tell her that I have something I need to talk to her about," instructed Lorist to a guard nearby. After a while, Telesti brought Vinny and her iron-ranked butler to the 200-meter-long wall at the other end of the valley, and Lorist brought them into the room with the sand table and subsequently told her about his plans to continue the construction of the Hill City and sincerely requested for Telesti to become the person in charge of the project. "Why was I picked to be the person in charge for this undertaking?" asked Telesti curiously. Lorist shrugged and said, "Sigh, I don't have a choice. None of my men are suited for this task. The fortunate thing is that the blueprints have already been completed, with the replica model of the castle being finished halfway. Apart from some details that may need to be ironed out, there is no need to redesign everything from scratch. And you, Miss Telesti, the adopted daughter and student of the famed scholar Nico Albus, must have inherited the knowledge and intelligence of your mother and have become an accomplished scholar yourself. Since you can understand the complicated roots of the ancient ruins, there's no one more suitable to work with these blueprints than you, right?" Telesti still appeared hesitant. Lorist said that he would naturally assign some subordinates under her to work on the project together. And given his absence, Jusk and Ovides would be in charge of the defense of the area. He said that Telesti only had to focus on the construction of the city and that he would let her manage Boris, Reedy, and the 1,000 slave laborers as she saw fit. Now that the Northlands was in turmoil, Lorist had no choice but to return to his dominion to quickly settle things. He promised Telesty that if she were to help out, after he stabilizes the family's situation in the Northlands, he would definitely bring her to the Black Mud Marsh for a trip. And after the completion of the city in the valley, he would allow her to pick her own villa where she would be able to continue her research for the rest of her life with the funding provided by the family. It was not known which of the conditions had caused Telesty to change her mind, but she accepted the position as the manager of the project right away. Letting out a relieved breath, Lorist instructed someone to bring Boris and Reedy over and ordered them to cooperate with Telesty with regards to the construction project. After that, he said that he would let her use the 5 buildings on the inner wall as her main office for the construction work. Morning on the next day, Lorist noticed the 1,000 or so slave laborers leave the valley in a neat line escorted by Reedy and Telesty's iron-ranked butler and another 40-plus guards to collect more building materials. Upon entering the main construction office, he saw Telesty talking to Boris with the latter nodding fervently. Seeing Lorist enter, Telesty asked him what business he had there. Lorist mentioned that there were a few parts of the design that he'd like to augment and started showing the both of them by using the model of the castle. The Kenmays family had intended to develop the valley into a military stronghold that housed only the members of the Kenmayses, the garrison soldiers as well as their respective family members. That was the point that frustrated Lorist the most. Pointing to the model, he said, "Look, they even prepared to erect another castle in the middle of the valley. Given that we already have the 2 walls at both ends, there would be no need for the castle in the middle, so we can do without it. Using the mountainside castle walls as the main base of the city will be more than enough. Now that the castle in the middle is removed, we can use the empty space for a plaza and build residential areas and marketplaces around it." Telesty agreed wholeheartedly to the change as she personally hated the design of the city where another castle was placed flat in the middle and thoroughly destroying the landscape of the valley. Now that the plan to build castle had been abolished, not only would the difficulty in constructing the city decrease, it would also save them a lot of work. The second thing Lorist wished to change was the 4-meter-tall rock wall. The Kenmays family had spent 3 months to construct that taller wall that faced the dominion of the Nortons and simply slapped together the 4-meter one with a couple of rocks at the entrance of the valley that bordered their own dominion. Now that Lorist had already taken over this valley, he decided to revamp the shorter rock wall into a first line of defense for his dominion. Before Lorist entered the room, Telesty and Boris were discussing how to strengthen the fortifications of that wall. What Lorist had in mind was not to have a common flat wall. He took out a blank beast skin and started drawing an arc with a protrusion in the middle of it and requested for the wall to be built like that. If the wall spanned more than 200 meters like the one they were standing on, it would take a long time to complete the changes. However, the shorter wall on the other side was only around 80 meters long and it would only take up to 1 month of intensive work to completely change it according to Lorist's design. Seeing Telesty write his requirements down, Lorist bade farewell and left. In the evening, Jusk, Pat, and Shadecamp returned from the copper mine after the successful completion of their mission. They brought back tens of mercenary captives and saved over 70 members of the Norton family who had been put in charge of the mining operations. Shadecamp brought over a white-haired man who was in his 60s and said, "My lord, this is Old Man Bok, the supervisor of the family's copper mine." Bok greeted Lorist in an elaborate manner as his eyes teared up and said, "My lord, thank you for remembering and rescuing us from there." Lorist helped Bok up and said that he would never forget about the people of his family and that it was his obligation to look out for them, so there wasn't a need to be that polite. Now that the toughest times had passed, the family still had to develop in the future and he mentioned that he would require people like Bok to give their best efforts to ensure that happened quickly. However, he told Bok to rest up for a period of time as he had just been saved from forced labor within the mine. Bok was extremely moved when he heard that. "I know that many things haven't gone too well for the family during the last 2 years, especially after the 3rd young master passed away. This time, our copper mine has also been forcibly occupied by the Kenmays family and we were thrown into it to work as captives. I never expected for anyone from the family to come rescue us and thought that I would be mining there for the rest of my life. I really didn't expect that Master Lorist, you would delay your return to the Bastide to inherit your title for the sake of rescuing us. That's why, don't worry about me. My body is in great condition, so please give me some work to do as I can't just sit around doing nothing. Lorist subsequently gathered the rest of the group and made his arrangements and also sent Old Man Bok to help Telesty out with her work. On the 34th day of the second month, Lorist left for the family Bastide along with Shadekampf and Pat on a carriage after bidding their farewells. In Lorist's memories, he recalled that there were a lot of maple trees around Norton family Bastide and every autumn, the leaves would turn fiery red and paint the whole landscape in a beautiful, nostalgic red. Within the midst of the maple tree forest was a grand, white hill where the Norton family Bastide was located. The young Lorist's memories contained a brief impression of the Bastide. It was a really large place with vineyards, livestock farms as well as a large crescent-shaped lake where children would have fun in during the summer. Opposite the lake was the stable of the family that housed the handsome horses that the young Lorist used to admire so often in a daze. At that time, his mother was still alive and lovingly referred to him as Little Horse Lover. 7 hours after they departed, Shadekampf stopped the carriage and knocked on the door of the passenger compartment. "Milord, we've arrived." Lorist stepped out of the carriage and discovered that he was standing in front of a greyish-white castle. The drawbridge has yet to be let down for them. "What's wrong, Pat? Shouldn't the drawbridge be lowered by now?" Lorist asked. Pat said, "Milord, there's nobody standing guard outside at all. I think that the people within still don't know that we're here." Shadekampf went back into the carriage and re-emerged with a horn in his hand before he gave it 2 loud blows. "Who goes there?" said a voice as 2 people appeared on the walls of the castle and looked at the ground below. "It's me, Shadekampf. And there's Pat. We've brought the second young master back," shouted Shadekampf. "What? The second young master is back? Wait, let me report it to Butler Glaze and Milady Pesha," said the voice before the 2 silhouettes on the walls disappeared. After a while, Lorist heard another sound of a horn from the top of the walls before the drawbridge was steadily lowered. The moment the main gates opened wide, a red-haired female knight carrying a horsewhip walked outside with wide steps. "Shadekampf, so you've returned after all. I thought that you've died in some corner of nowhere," said the female knight as she gave Shadekampf, who was standing at the side respectfully, a whip with a laugh. Shadekampf lowered his head and said, "Thanks to your blessings, we've successfully found the second young master and brought him back, as per our orders." The female knight replied, "You 2 are pretty lucky." After that, she turned to Pat and said, "Hey, you've changed so much after returning from this excursion. I can barely even recognize you anymore." Pat didn't answer and merely nodded towards the female knight. She didn't mind his silence and walked up to Lorist before staring hard at him. Second young master. Within Lorist's memories, apart from his father, the one he most hated was that red-haired girl who frequently took his elder brother away from him and followed him around all day. Once, he curiously tugged on that girl's red ponytail and ended up getting pummeled very harshly as a result. Now that the girl from back then had grown up, she turned into a tall, bright-looking female knight. Lorist broke the silence and said, "Si Sister Pesha." Seeing that Lorist still remembered the respectful way he addressed her as a child, the red-haired female knight nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Little Locke, you've grown up so much and have become so tall. It's great to have you back. You must have suffered quite a bit on the way here, hey? Come in, old Butler Glaze is already waiting for you." Glaze was already at a very senior age. Back when Lorist left his homeland, he was already 63. Now that 10 years had passed, he had aged even more quickly and already lost his ability to walk. However, his battle force training still lingered, and even though he wasn't as strong and capable as he formerly was, his gaze was still cool and sharp. Holding onto Lorist's hand and not willing to let go at his sickbed, the old butler made a happy, yet melancholic expression and said, "Child, I don't know if I should be happy that you've returned or not. The current state of the Norton family is like a sinking ship. We might just be sending you to your doom by pulling you into the same boat as us. Lorist laughed and said, Grandpa Glaze, as a descendant of the Norton family, it is my duty to come back and help out during times of trouble. I will definitely not let our family that has weathered through the last 200 years fade into the ashes of time just like that. The Norton name will one day become one that fills the whole continent with awe. Glaze looked at him admirably and smiled. Child, it is good to have some ambition. However, we should always take things step by step. Go have something to eat and rest up. We'll prepare you for the inheritance ceremony tomorrow. The family has been squabbling over this issue of inheritance for quite some time. I'm sure the matter will be put to rest now that you'll be inheriting the position of the family head. Lorist stood up from the butler's bed and bade him good night before he left with Pat and Shadecamp to the dining hall. Chapter 88 Power Struggle Rumors. Within Lorist's recollections, the dining hall should be the largest place within the castle of the Nortons. Every time his father hosted a banquet, the hall would always be filled to the brim with people enjoying delicious food and big mugs of ale. The party-goers that made merry throughout the banquets would always leave the floors in a terrible mess. Lorist realized that the dining hall Shadecamp and Pat were leading him to wasn't the one within his memories after they took a different turn. He asked curiously, Isn't the dining hall over there? Why are we heading here instead? Shadecamp asked, Young master, you still remember where the dining hall is at? Naturally, I've only been away for 10 years you know. I can still recall bits of my childhood, said Lorist. Young master, we're not heading to the main dining hall. After the old master passed away, it hasn't been used ever since. We're heading to the smaller one, said Shadecamp. The smaller dining hall Shadecamp was referring to was a small wooden hut that was built outside the kitchen. With the walls and flooring all constructed from wood and a large wooden long table within, it could house around 10 people. Beyond the long wooden table was a bricked fireplace that was currently lit with several pieces of meat on metal sticks sizzling above the brazier that was right next to it. A chubby cooking lady brought a large basin on the table within which a large, steaming bread was placed. On it was a saw-toothed knife. Taking the knife out, Shadecamp cut off 3 smaller pieces from the bread and handed them to Lorist. Young master, eat them while they're hot. It tastes pretty good, especially with some salt and honey that you can find on the table. The cooking lady then brought another large bowl of potato and rib stew before she served the meat that was being grilled atop the brazier. Lastly, she put a bowl of baked apples onto the table and sprinkled it with some maple syrup. Dinner is served, said the cooking lady coldly before she left with a gloomy expression. What's up with her? Did I wrong her in some way? Said Shadecamp in a surprised tone as he looked towards Pat. Pat merely shook his head. You didn't wrong her in any way. But she's unhappy that you brought back the second young master, said Pesha as she entered the room. Why would that piss her off? Shadecamp continued to question. She used to be one of the old master's personal maidservants and she bore him a son. Even though he was merely an illegitimate one, the blood of the Nortons still flows within his veins. If the second young master didn't make his way back, the next family head would naturally be chosen among the other illegitimate sons, explained the red-haired female knight as she pulled out the knife that was stuck within the bread and used it to cut a maple syrup-covered apple she took out from the bowl into several small pieces. That's only a pipe dream of hers, Pat commented. Little Locke, what is your battle force rank? Asked the female knight casually as she stuffed a piece of the apple into her mouth. Iron, Lorist replied. You're still an iron rank after spending 10 years at Moronti City? Sigh, I guess you truly are the most useless one among you 3 brothers. Little Locke, let me put this out first, it's not that I am against you being the family leader, since there is nobody other than you have the most rightful claim to the position. However, you should remember this. First, don't even dare to mess with my affairs as you have no right. Second, the Norton family is in a bad state, so we can't afford to have you messing around with it. That's why you should stay in the castle obediently after you inherit the position, understand? Said the female knight as she glared at Lorist. Mistress, you don't understand. The young master is, uttered Shadekampf. Shut up. Know your place. Pesha roared. Lorist merely nodded. As if she had won the argument, the woman humphed in satisfaction and took wide steps out of the room with her chest puffed out. The mistress thinks too much of herself, said Shadekampf. She's merely a frog at the bottom of the well who can't even fathom the existence of the world outside it, said Pat. Lorist said, Shadekampf, Pat, after you've finished your meals, go gather some information about the situation here in the castle. I feel that something is off and that the people here isn't too fond of my return. Young master, we're here, said Pat as he took out the key Glaze had given him and unlocked the door to the study. Having been closed off for quite a period of time, the air in the study smelled stuffy and stale. Pat quickly opened the windows to let some fresh air into the room. After that, Pat said, Young master, I'll be leaving now. If you have anything you need, I'll be waiting by the stairwell. Lorist nodded and headed for the desk at the back of the study. He recalled that his late father, Baron Norton, used to give out orders while sitting behind that exact desk. Opening the drawer of the desk, he found some old account books and notes as well as another iron box. He remembered that within the box was the battle force manual that was passed down within the family. After opening the iron box, a thick beast-skin book was revealed before his eyes and on its cover were 4 large words with an ancient air, Crimson Blood Battle Force. Lorist was stunned. Wasn't the hereditary family battle force the blazing battle force? Since when has it become the Crimson Blood Battle Force? As his mind sifted through the memories of the young Lorist, he recalled a peculiar scene. As the young Lorist was copying the battle force manual, he asked his elder brother, What are you doing? His brother replied, I'm making a new book jacket for Pesha. The one she had is already in quite a sorry state, so I'm making another for her. The young Lorist then said, I want one too, brother. You must be fair to both Pesha and me. All right, good thing I have 2 over here. I'll give the smaller one to you, his brother replied. He then handed Lorist a beastskin book jacket with the words Blazing Battle Force on it for Lorist to cover his hand copy of the first 2 stages of his battle force technique with. What the heck? That stupid child and his stupid brother. Lorist didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at the blunder that had caused him to think that his battle force was of the fire attribute and made him waste so much time researching other battle force manuals, only to end up with him deciding to train in the aquametal technique that was passed down to him in his previous life. Had he known that the technique he trained in was called the Crimson Blood Battle Force, Lorist would have purchased the Burning Blood Battle Force manual that was put up on sale at the Mercenary Guild of Moronti City. Given that it was a blood attribute high-ranked battle force technique, it was considered a rare treasure by the Mercenary Guild and was priced at a staggering 15,000 gold fords. The main difference between blood attribute techniques and that of other attributes was that no matter what attribute one's original awakened battle force was, upon training in a blood attribute technique, one's battle force attribute would irreversibly change into the blood type as well. That was also why Lorist didn't bother to buy a blood attribute battle force technique in Moronti City during his days of research, as apart from the 1-1 sale at the Mercenary Guild, there wasn't any other place where he could find a blood attribute technique. Flipping the manual open, he saw the first 2 chapters that detailed the basic hexagonal blood circulation map that he was familiar with. After that was the chapter for the silver rank stage of the technique. Reading the main points and memorizing the differences between nodes of the iron rank circulation path and that of the silver rank, Lorist circulated his battle force and moved it according to the silver ranked path. He then drew his sword and a blade glow emanated from it after he injected the sword with his battle force. Giving a bitter laugh, he thought, I've finally broke through the silver rank. However, my blade glow won't be able to hold for long as my battle force still dissipates into my meridians and Danshan region. Without the battle force circulating in my bloodstream, I won't be able to sustain the blade glow for long. Oh well, I guess I'll still pass myself off as an iron rank to catch people off guard with my dark stage power. A few knocks rang out at the door of the study. Enter, said Lorist. A girl dressed in a white gown entered the study and gave Lorist a quick glance before lowering her head. Second young master, your bedroom is already prepared. Just take a turn when you get up the stairs and you'll reach it. Oh, your bed sheets have also been switched as well. When you want to take a bath, please ring the bell with the blue rope beside your bed and I'll start preparing the bath water quickly. The girl's voice gradually grew softer and softer until she was less audible than a mosquito. Lorist felt that it was funny how the girl was so afraid of himself. He waved his hand and said, "You may leave now. I will call for you when necessary." As if she was granted amnesty, the girl bowed her head another time before she left hastily and almost bumped into Shadekampf, who had just entered from the door. Shadekampf looked at the girl and said, "Irina, it's you." When Shadekampf closed the door to the study, Lorist asked him, "Do you know the girl from before?" "Yes, she's called Irina and she was originally the third young master's personal maidservant and she's older than him by 1 year. She's the one who grieved the most at the passing of the third young master and cried day and night," Shadekampf replied. "Do you have any news for me?" Lorist asked. "Yes, young master. You wouldn't be able to imagine how heated the quarrel for the position of the family head has been among the various factions in the family. However, the moment you returned, the fight suddenly died down as they had no more hope for it," said Shadekampf with a smile, as if something funny had happened. "What's so funny about that? Tell me." "Young master, despite dating the first young master for a couple of years now, not only did Mistress Pesha not bear any children for him, he even found another maidservant which he had a son with immediately after merely 2 encounters. Mistress Pesha had intended to make that son inherit the position of the family head, but that notion had been struck down by the rest of the family. Being put in an awkward position, your return has made it easier for Mistress Pesha to step down. Why would the others be against the son of my brother being the next family head?" Lorist asked. "Young master, that child is only 4 years old and can be considered your junior by a whole generation. That's why the mistress's claim was disapproved by many. Who are the ones who didn't agree with her? Well, you should be wary of Molosink, who's the first illegitimate son of your father and is the eldest of the bunch. I heard that he has obtained the support of the families of the garrison of Wild North Town, which was the main reason why he wasn't approved as a candidate for the next family head. Also, half a year back when the Kenmei's family surrounded our castle with their troops, the 7th illegitimate son of your father, Wellickson, has shown his bravery and performed very well in fending off the enemy. He has quite a lot of support from the elderly within the castle. The last one is the son of the cooking lady from before. She had tried to get the rest of the servants to support his son to become the next family head. 2 other of your father's other personal maidservants also felt that their sons would be fit for the family head, however, causing the servants to split into 3 factions which argued all the time." "Stop! Shadekampf, how many illegitimate sons and daughters does my father have?" Lorist's head started to hurt. The situation he was in was not much different from the dramas in his previous life that depicted the squabbles of rich families. He didn't expect that even his illegitimate brothers were also gunning for the position of the family head. "There are 17 illegitimate children. If we include you and your 2 brothers, the old master had 20 children in total," replied Shadekampf hesitantly. "Including you, there are only 11 that are still alive. Are they all males?" "No, my lord. There are 4 illegitimate daughters, 2 of which are already married with the other 2 still only in their teens." "Then does that mean all the living illegitimate sons are part of the power struggle?" "Yes, my lord." "I understand now," Lorist said. "I've been wondering why the family hasn't taken any action and allowed the Kenmei's family to do as they please. So the bastards have all decided to pretend to not notice these matters until the family head is decided and even ignored the well-being of those working in the mine. How ridiculous!" Shadekampf felt curious and asked, "Why did old Butler Glaze leave them to squabble among themselves without doing anything about it?" "It's simple. Glaze himself wasn't sure if I would come back to the Dominion to inherit the position. What if Pat and you couldn't find me or something bad happened to us along the journey? That's why he let them do as they pleased, so that the tallest among the dwarves will be picked just in case I wasn't able to make my way back, so that the family bloodline can still continue, explained Lorist. It's fortunate that you've returned. Now, they no longer have a reason to continue that squabble, said Shadekampf with joy. So that's why the people here aren't too happy of my return at all. I was the one who caused all the drama to cease. Oh well, it's getting late. Where will you and Pat be sleeping tonight? Lorist asked. We'll be using the guest room by the stairs. I'll be alternating with Pat for patrolling during the night, so please rest well, my lord. Chapter 89 Inheritance Ceremony. Even though that maidservant called Irina seemed really timid and shy around Lorist, she was very hard-working and helpful. After preparing a comfortable hot water bath for him, she silently carried the wooden bathing tub as well as the bath water away and even tidied out the room right after Lorist went to bed. Probably because of the relief of his journey's completion, Lorist managed to get a real good night's rest. The clear chirps of the birds prompted Lorist awake during the morning. He got out of bed, went to the window and saw two birds perched onto a branch on a tree not far away, fervently singing without a single worry in the world. A slight fog could be seen blanketing the Bastide and the whole of the maple forest in the distance, causing the buildings within the Bastide to give out a strange, astral-like feeling. A brand new robe was placed at his bedside. It was probably brought over by Irina. After he put the robe on, he noticed that the young maidservant was lying curled up on the floor mat beside the couch using a rough rag as a blanket, seemingly sound asleep. I wonder what she's dreaming about, thought Lorist as he looked at the satisfied smile on her fair little face. After standing there and observing her for a moment, Lorist took a clean blanket and lightly put it onto Irina's body before quietly leaving the room. Down the flight of stairs was the living room and the study. Lorist had placed his sword on the table in the living room the night before. After retrieving it, he walked to the end of the corridor, and just as he was about to go down one more floor, the door right beside the stairwell opened. Pat poked his head out and said, "My lord, good morning. Are you going to train? I want to join too." Lorist nodded and went downstairs with Pat to start their morning training. A well-built man stared at Lorist and Pat as they executed the 8 basic swordsmanship moves until he got bored and yawned before taking up another wooden plank and started sawing away at it. "My lord, that's the son of the cooking lady," said Pat as he looked towards that man. Lorist turned his head to look. Seeing the man who was diligently sawing at the wood, he nodded towards Pat, signaling his understanding. Shadekampf also made his way outside and gave that man a greeting before he went to the yard to wash his face at the well. After a while, a servant went up to him and said something to him for a few moments before Shadekampf nodded and sent the servant away. After Lorist and Pat finished their session, Shadekampf came over to report that Butler Glaze had sent someone to notify him that there will be a feast at the main dining hall that night, during which Lorist will formally inherit the position of the family head. He also told Lorist that he could only look around nearby the Bastide without traveling too far away because of the event that night. Lorist nodded, and after he had his breakfast, he brought Pat and Shadekampf as well as 3 Xeno horses before the 3 of them rode at a leisurely pace around the Bastide. The Norton family Bastide was built on a large, white-colored stone hill. Aside from the main road leading from the family's castle, the elevation of the ground on which the castle was built was around 10 or so meters, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. It's no wonder that Viscount Kenmays had failed to breach the castle during the attack half a year ago and had to leave empty-handed following the death of tens of his subordinates. Shadekampf led his way up a small hill and pointed to the east before saying, "My lord, look. That is Wild North Town." Wild North Town was located not too far away from the Norton family castle, and it was built upon a small rocky hill. The weird thing about the hill was that it had a blowhole in the middle of it. The earlier citizens of the town had probably settled on that hill for that exact reason. "How many people are there in that town?" asked Lorist as he looked at it from afar. Shadecamp shook his head and couldn't even answer a simple question like that. "My lord, I myself am not too sure about it as a population check has not been conducted in the town for years. Normally, a large town like that should be able to support the Bastide with manpower and resources. However, the founding ancestor of the Norton family had left quite a huge problem for the future generations given the Wild North town's questionable loyalty." As Lorist stroked his chin, he thought, "Sigh, how should I handle the garrison of Wild North town? Hey? Isn't that Wellick's son? What's he doing there?" Shadecamp asked curiously. Lorist turned his head in that direction and saw Wellickson and another servant placing several baskets over the edge of a short cliff. The contents of the baskets couldn't be seen from where Lorist was. "Let's go and check it out," said Lorist. The three of them rode down the hill they were on, circled a few vineyards and ended up at the edge of the cliff where Wellickson was. "Where the heck is this? I didn't know there was a place like this within the Bastide," exclaimed Shadecamp with both his arms covering his mouth as he gasped. Lorist was also surprised to see that as well. However, he thought that it was only natural for them to miss out on that place given that it had been hidden beyond the cliff. From their current vantage point, a low-lying terrain that was really close to the white hill where the castle was built could be seen. Having been shielded from view by the trees in the forest, not many knew of that place's existence. Over there, row after row of wooden houses could be seen where several women and children wearing old and torn clothing could be seen collecting the baskets that had been passed down. Within those baskets were bread that were distributed among the people there. The 10 baskets which they brought over each contained a 30-centimeter long black bread. Wellickson was talking to someone below the cliff at that moment. "That is the food ration for the next 2 days. We will send you more in the future. I will be quite busy at the Bastide for a while, so I won't be coming over." "What am I busy with?" "Oh, it's just that the second young master of my family has returned to the Dominion to inherit the position of the family head. Everyone in the castle is feeling rather finicky." At that moment, Lorist showed up beside Wellickson and caused him to jump in surprise. However, Lorist merely ignored him and looked at the people beyond the cliff for a bit before asking, "Who are you and how did you get here? Why are you hiding at this spot?" The man who was being stared at by Lorist had stopped distributing the bread and handed the basket to a person beside him before he looked up the cliff. He's called Pajik." "You, why are you asking him that question instead of me?" said Wellickson timidly. That man called Pajik quickly climbed up from below the short cliff and clapped the dust off his body before he said, "Wellickson, he has a better eye than you and knows that I'm at the silver rank. That's why he asked me instead of you." Wellickson said curiously, "Even I know that you're a silver rank. How is that significant?" Shadecamp came over and said, "But my lord hasn't met Pajik before." "My lord, I know this person. Technically, he used to be a captive of the first young master. The first young master admired his talent and said that he wanted to ask him to become a knight of the family before he set out for battle. However, he never did come back alive. We wanted to give him his freedom, but Pajik said that he wanted to uphold the promise he had with the first young master, that was to stay at the family dominion for 3 whole years unless the first young master comes back to make him a family knight." After introducing Pajik to Lorist, Shadecamp asked, "Pajik, hasn't it already been 3 years? Why are you still here?" With a bitter look on his face, Pajik replied, "It's all because of Mistress Pesha." Being informed about his situation as well, Wellickson started to explain it to Lorist. Half a year before the date he would regain his freedom 2 years ago, Pesha gave that man a personal maidservant, much to his delight. However, 3 months right after that, the maidservant's belly started to swell, revealing that she was in fact pregnant. After doing some digging around, Pajik only found out that the maidservant used to serve the first young master personally and Pesha intended to adopt the child the maidservant had with the first young master as her own stepson. That was why she felt distressed that the maidservant, who was the child's biological mother, to continue staying at the castle and decided to give her to Pajik so that he would bring her away when he leaves after his term as a captive is over. However, that particular maidservant had been impregnated by Pajik. Given that he wasn't some sort of noble, there wouldn't be any problems for him to have an illegitimate child or two. In fact, he was quite elated that she was willing to bear him a child. That's how he suddenly became a loyal slave of the mother-to-be and her unborn child and did his best to take care of the maidservant. Now that the child had been delivered, Pajik had properly become a 24-year-old father whose every action seeks the best for his child. To make more money for a better living, he went to see Butler Glaze and took over the management of the slave camp. Last time when Viscount Kenmaze attacked the Bastide, Pajik was the one who had defended quite a number of attacks from several silver-ranked mercenaries and even killed 2 of the Viscount's knights who were stronger than Pesha in the process. Lorist nodded and said to Pajik, "Knight Pajik, if you're willing to become my family's knight, then please attend my inheritance ceremony tonight. It will definitely be an honor of the Norton family for someone of your abilities join our ranks." That night within the candle-lit dining hall, a flag bearing the emblem of the former Crisson royal family that was shaped like a rose could be seen hanging on one wall of the hall. To the left of the flag was the Norton family flag with the raging bear depicted on it, and to the right of the Crisson royal family flag was a large map which detailed the range of the Norton family's dominion, as enfeoffed by the founding emperor. In front of the flag was the long sword which the founding emperor had used to grant the title of a baron to the founding ancestor of the Norton family around 200 years ago. The inheritance ceremony was far simpler than Lorist had imagined. At Butler Glaze's beckoning, Lorist walked to the front, knelt before the long sword and recited, under the witness of the myriad divinities, "I, the 8th generation descendant of the Norton family, Norton Lorist, shall once again recite the oath of the founding ancestor before the banner of the Crisson royal family. I shall defend the northern borders in the name of the empire and will always silently await the summons from the royal family. I will bring the family back to the olden days of glory as it used to be during the days of the founding ancestor, and the Norton family will never submit to anyone's will other than that of the members of the royal family and the elders of the Norton family." Lorist stood up, took the long sword that was placed on the table in front of him and raised it up high, before he turned and faced the rest of the people within the hall. The sounds of applause gradually increased in volume until everyone within the hall was clapping and cheering. From that moment on, Lorist would be the new family head and is officially a baron. Pesha was rather mad as Pajik and Pat had stolen her spotlight and got knighted by Lorist before she was. She merely made a rushed salute when it was her turn and became the 3rd family knight to be knighted. After that, Lorist announced 3 things. First, the castle defense unit of the Bastide will undergo a reorganization. The current members of the unit are mostly veteran family soldiers who were in their late 30s to 40s. Some of them had even returned to service after their retirement, as the Nortons had lost quite a lot of their men during the stormy years that have passed. Lorist said that he wished to recruit around 120 people from the Bastide aged between 16 to 25 and promised that he would help them awaken their battle force within a time span of 3 months to 6 months. However, Pesha was the first one to speak out against that plan. "It's impossible. The cost of forming a castle defense unit of 120 people is not something the family can afford." Lorist laughed out and said, "Even though I might not have much, money is definitely something I don't lack." It was at that moment when Shadecamp and a few other servants carried 2 large chests into the room. After they were opened, the gleaming golden light that emanated from within filled the eyes of everyone present. Both the chests contained 10,000 gold fords that Lorist had brought along in the carriage, and it was time to put it to good use. After seeing the money in front of her, Pesha was speechless. Lorist then ordered Pat to be in charge of the recruitment and training of the new unit. Before Lorist made his second announcement, he gathered the illegitimate sons and daughters that the old master had fathered, as it was something that concerned them. "As the illegitimate children who shares the same father as me, you can still be considered descendants of the Norton family. The least I can do for you is to provide you with the proper education and training for nobles. If any one of you can also reach the silver rank in battle force training, you may choose to roam the world or serve the family. Should you choose the latter, you will be allowed to use the Norton name and even form a branch family for the Nortons in the future. The last announcement I have is, Pajek, the newly appointed family knight, will be in charge of the slaves in the camp to build a citadel at another location. The location of the building site will be kept secret for now, but I encourage anyone within the Bastide who is interested in helping out to follow along as well. After announcing everything he had to say, Lorist sent Butler Glaze back to his room, much to the immense dismay of Pesha, who had wanted to complain about Lorist's actions to him after the ceremony. Chapter 93 Chief Supervisors and Irina. As Lorist was pushing the butler on his wooden wheelchair back to his room, he noticed Pat standing outside it. Within the room was Shadekempf and 3 other middle-aged men. The men all saluted towards Lorist to show their respect to the family leader. Butler Glaze patted on Lorist's hand and introduced the 3 chief supervisors of the family to him. Without them, the family Bastide couldn't be effectively controlled and managed. The first one who swore his loyalty to Lorist was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. His name was Hansk and he was the finance supervisor of the family and was in charge of the accounts and budget planning of the family's spending. The second person was called Spiel and he was mainly in charge of the warehouses within the Bastide and was well versed with the amount of supplies the family had. The last middle-aged man, Keaton, looked a little chubby, but he had really good social and conversational skills and managed the human resources within the Bastide. Glaze secretly hinted at Lorist to pay more attention to that man, because the words he used to swear his loyalty felt really roundabout and insincere. Lorist didn't mind that, however, as he believed that the hearts of people will eventually be revealed by time. What he needed now was subordinates that would aid in his development of the Dominion. He would naturally weed out the less loyal ones as he went along. Lorist had the 3 supervisors brief him on the various issues in the Dominion so that he would get a rough grasp on the situation. Just as Lorist had expected, the state of the family seemed rather grim. According to Hansk, the family only had a meager amount of money left. Half a year back, one of the gold-ranked knights sent over by Duke Loggins had collected a sum of over 3,000 imperial gold coins as tax and almost sucked the family treasury dry, leaving less than 100 imperial gold coins within it. Lorist waved his hand to signal Shadekempf to give the 2 chests of gold fords to Hansk for safekeeping in the treasury. However, Hansk also frankly mentioned that gold coins wouldn't do much good to the family in its current state as what it truly needed were connections and trades with the outside world. Given that the entry and exit from the Northlands of the family was within the hands of other Dominion lords, the taxes levied on the trades the family conducts will be too much for the effort to be worth it. After Hansk's turn to speak was Spiel's. According to his report, the family still had quite a lot of food. Even though crops were only harvested once a year in the Northlands, the Norton family could already more than sustain itself based on the stretches of farmland it had. Additionally, the garrison of Wild North Town sent 10% of their yield as tax. That's why the family had a huge surplus of food amounting to more than 5,000 kilograms. Without trade, it would only continue to pile up as its consumption in the Bastide wasn't that high. Aside from food, the second most abundant resource the family had was copper ingots. Given that the family used to have control over the copper mine, the copper ores that were mined there were refined into ingots and stored at the Bastide. As money was something the family had lacked before Lorist's return, Spiel had intended to arrange for more imperial copper coins to be minted using that resource to temporarily relieve the financial burden. The other thing the family had in a fair amount was various types of furs which were mostly collected during the past few years. Given the deteriorated state of the family's fighting force, there was no way an expedition to hunt magical beasts could be organized. Other than that, the warehouse had quite a number of ropes, wooden buckets, and some other production tools. The family was in a dire need of iron, weapons, armor, mounts as well as seasoning and spices. Keaton was the last to speak out and he announced something that everyone was surprised to hear. The family members of the fallen soldiers within the Bastide already numbered up to 1,000, and that was taking into account of the fact that 300 to 400 of them had already left the Bastide for Wild North Town. The ones who remained within the bastide were mainly those whose children had already grown up and those who were still able to live quite comfortably with their relatives and work as paid laborers. The ones who went to Wild North Town had it even worse. They weren't able to count on their relatives to sustain their livelihoods and could only rely on the occasional provisions of the bastide. The death of hundreds of people during the elimination of the family's merchant convoy a few years back and the first young master's participation and death in the second prince's military campaign where only tens of the 200 family soldiers returned alive from, as well as the old master's death from the ambush of the mountain barbarians due to the absence of the Wild North Town garrison reinforcements, the family members of the deceased soldiers in the bastide started nearing 1,000. These people put the family under a great burden. While the family was still able to give them enough food, it was still unable to pay them the pensions for the deaths of their relatives. Other than that, Belnik, a 3-star silver-ranked family knight who had incurred serious injuries during his attempt to save the third young master from a magical beast, was absent from the inheritance ceremony as his wounds had worsened all of a sudden. Keaton hoped that Lorist would pay that knight a visit at Wild North Town tomorrow as it was his obligation as the new family leader, to which Lorist agreed. Old butler Glaze had the group take a seat before he told Lorist that he was stunned to have heard about the happenings during the journey on the way to the Northlands from Shade Camp. He hoped that Lorist would once again tell it to everyone present. Lorist started his story right from Moronti City when his close friends had pledged themselves as family knights, to their eradication of the slough slavers and their conflict with Count Corby and how he had decided to avenge his third uncle and the rest of the merchant convoy after he had found out the truth about the Count's involvement in the incident years prior. After describing the killing of the Count and all his illegitimate sons at Guldo City, he recounted his departure from the main convoy with Shade Camp, Pat, and several others to make it in time for the inheritance ceremony, which led to their extermination of a group of bandits at the border of the Andanak Kingdom and the formation of another convoy followed by their return to the Dominion, during which they discovered the construction site at the valley in Morgan Hills as well as his occupation of it. He also told them of the rescue mission of the captured family members who were being forced to work at the mines by the Kenmazes. Unrolling a map of the Northlands, Lorist told the rest about the plans Viscount Kenmaze had for the valley at Morgan Hills and his intention to take it for himself to build a strong defense for the Norton family. The people present wore expressions of wonder as if they had just been told of a magnificent legend. Not one of them expected that the return of the second young master during such troubling times would allow the family to be able to go into a new phase. Lorist also agreed to Hansk's request and told the 3 supervisors that he would personally head to the construction site at Morgan Hills and bring the 500 or so slaves who had been loitering at the hidden camp within the bastide with him there and said that he would grant them freedom upon the completion of the development project. He also mentioned the need for a shipment of food to be made to the site and that he would notify the rest of the convoy over there to be ready to receive it and also told the 3 supervisors that they would be free to check that place out at their leisure. Also, he requested the supervisors to keep the development project at Morgan Hills a secret for now, to which they promised and left excitedly. Butler Glaze started making his thoughts known to Lorist after the 3 left about how he believed that the development project at Morgan Hills was a waste of manpower and resources. He thought that Lorist should bring the rest of the convoy back to the bastide and build a settlement nearby instead. Lorist wondered why the old butler would have an opinion like this. Glaze explained that the founding ancestors' oath was to defend the northern borders and the Morgan Hills could hardly count as part of it. However, Lorist merely laughed it off and consoled Glaze and said that he had no intention of forsaking the bastide. As the saying went, one must first retract one's fist before it can be launched out again. Lorist said that the Morgan Hills would become the fist of the family upon its completion and also mentioned that he had further plans to use it against others in the future. By the time he left the butler's quarters, it had already become rather late. Lorist made his way to the veranda above his bedroom that was located at the main building of the castle and took in the nighttime view of the bastide from his vantage point. This place is really quite decent. The founding ancestor must have spent quite some effort to select this place to be the headquarters of the family 200 years ago and used another tens of years to build the bastide I see today. It's no wonder that the old butler is so protective of this place and even suspected whether I was going to abandon it for Morgan Hills, thought Lorist as he recalled the look the butler had that seemed like he was staring at a hideous sinner just before. "Master, your bathwater is ready," said a timid voice that broke Lorist's train of thought. He turned back and nodded to Irina before he went down the stairs to where his bedroom was. After taking a comfortable bath, Lorist half leaned on his bed and looked at the hard-working Irina pour away the bathwater within the wooden tub before carrying it out of the room and returning to clean the floor. After that, she put on her grayish-white sleeping gown and took out a leather sleeping pad which she placed behind the couch. Just as she took out a rug and prepared to lie down. "Irina, please come over here," said Lorist as he licked his lips. The young maidservant's body stiffened. As she made her way in front of Lorist, she didn't utter a single sound, silently shivering away. "Are you really that afraid of me? Why is that so?" Lorist asked as he stretched out his hand to stroke her chin before he raised her head up to look her in the eye. Her face had a look of panic, but part of her expression revealed her resignation and acceptance of the situation. "Do you know what maidservants do with their masters?" Lorist asked. The young girl started shivering even more, but she silently nodded to signal her understanding. Lorist then traced his fingers around the girl's cheeks before it passed her nose, lips, chin, and then to the knot on her gown. The grayish-white gown fell to the ground and revealed the slender and fair body of the nervously shivering girl. Lorist hugged her in his chest and started stroking the two protrusions on her breasts. "Irina, I won't have you sleeping on the floor in the future. Half of the space on this bed is reserved for you, understand?" Irina didn't respond and could only continue to shiver in place as her body slowly warmed up from Lorist's careful caressing. Gradually, she started to let out involuntary moans. Positioning the girl on his bed, Lorist lowered himself and allowed his blazing hot member to enter the depths of the warmth between the girl's legs. The girl struggled and flailed as she shivered vigorously and clawed away at Lorist's back while tears flowed down her face, all the while crying out, "It hurts, so much." Lorist halted and stopped all movement and waited until the girl stopped uttering any sound before he wiped some of the tears off her face and said, "I'm sorry, I thought you've done it before. I didn't expect that this would be your first." The girl cried and mumbled, The third young master was only 17. The old master said that he could only touch me when he reaches the age of 18, or his battle force won't be able to be awakened. It's my fault, I shouldn't have pushed him into the well and caused him to have a frail constitution for the rest of his life, thought Lorist as he heard about his younger brother. He then said to the girl beneath him, "It will hurt a little during your first time, but it'll gradually fade away when the pleasure comes in. You'll understand later. Don't keep shivering like that, otherwise I won't be able to restrain myself from moving. Stop, or I'll really lose it." Sounds of carnal pleasure echoed throughout the peaceful and tranquil moonlit night. Chapter 91 Sword Crisis. Lorist awoke the next day from the ear-piercing sound of wood being sawed. As he opened his eyes, he saw the young girl lying asleep beside him, grunting and furrowing her brows occasionally with the trails of her tears from the night before still visible on her face. Carefully drawing his arm out from beneath the girl's head, he put a blanket over her and got out of bed naked. After putting on his sleep robe, he went to the window and saw the cooking lady's son sawing away at the logs. This guy is pretty hard working. It's pretty decent of him to start working that hard this early in the morning. He had completely released the tension he had from inheriting the title and the family dominion on the young maidservant, Irina, the night before. Currently, Lorist felt a mystical clarity and eagerness within his mind. He silently stepped into the washroom to take a short shower and freshened himself up. After he dried himself, Lorist got into his garments and went to take his sword for his training. However, when he arrived downstairs at the living room, Lorist was baffled by the sight before him. "Where are my swords? They're not here." Lorist had discovered that the two swords he had placed on the blade rack was no longer there. Only the ornamental sword that was used during the inheritance ceremony yesterday was in place. This is weird, who would take both of my swords away? He went to the end of the corridor and knocked on the door of the guest room. Shadecamp yawned as he opened the door, as he had slept rather late after drinking with the 3 chief supervisors last night. Knowing that he was the confidant of the new family head, the 3 supervisors tried their best to get on his good side. Shadecamp on the other hand talked about Lorist's likes and dislikes and couldn't help but drink to his content, causing him to wake up relatively late due to a hangover. Upon knowing that Lorist's swords went missing, Shadecamp was stunned awake from his hangover and quickly aided in the search. Lorist asked, "Where's Pat?" Shadecamp said, "He's been gone since dawn because you just announced the formation of a new defense unit for the family. Pat shouldn't have taken my swords, he has his own after all. What would he do with mine?" Just as Lorist was thinking, the sound of sawing resounded near him again. "Oh, I should go ask that sawing guy." Lorist and Shadecamp went to the yard and Shadecamp asked, "Idlewoke, have you seen anyone else who've entered our building?" Idlewoke thought for quite a while before he stopped sawing and said, "I think Mistress Pesha did." "Pesha? What did she come here for?" Lorist hurriedly asked, then, "Did you see her take anything away?" Idlewoke nodded and said, "Yes, she took both of your swords with her. I could recognize the scabbards." "Now, why would Pesha take my swords?" Just as he was wondering, Idlewoke said, "Mistress Pesha has been wanting to have a personal weapon crafted for her use, however she was unable to procure any good materials and there wasn't any weapon in the family armory that suited her needs. I think she took your swords to old Smith Alba." Upon hearing that, Lorist punched the wall in anger as he thought, "What's the meaning of this? Pesha actually dares to take the swords of me, the new family head, and have them used as materials for her own weapon? She's clearly looking down on me." The reason Lorist called her sister Pesha respectfully was because that was what the original owner of the body remembered her as. But that didn't mean that the current Lorist, a transmigrator, was afraid of her. If he let this incident slide, then would anyone still take him seriously as a family leader? "Bring me to see old Smith Alba," said Lorist to Shadecamp in a cold tone. Lorist was very clear about how much money and precious materials he had used to make his 2 swords. For example, each metal eater rat teeth that was among the materials of the swords cost 1 small silver each. Lorist had spent almost 10 gold fords on nearly 1,000 of them and used them to increase the hardness of his swords so that it would be strong enough to be able to withstand strikes from blade glows without prior infusion of any battle force. His friends all knew that even though his swords didn't look fancy or amazing, the cost involved in their making greatly exceeded that of most other priceless weapons. Back in the days when he had just gotten used to his new life in Grindia, he was very confused about the battle force ranks of this world. According to his common sense, the ranking of precious metals should start from gold being the most precious, followed by silver, bronze, and lastly, iron. However, why was the iron rank placed above bronze rank instead? Shouldn't it be the least rare metal of them all? That bewildering question Lorist had was left unanswered until he attended the night training course offered by the Dawn Academy. Even though the civilization of Grindia was very similar to that of the Middle Ages on Earth, the main difference was the existence of battle force. The lances of the knights in Grindia were also not made of apple wood like they were on Earth. The situation of lances shattering into many pieces upon collision as seen on Earth by Lorist from a movie was not possible in this world. Due to battle force, the lances in Grindia were more similar to those often seen in video games with the blade in front easily longer than 30 cm in length, with some even going up to 60. Upon reaching the silver rank, a knight would be able to manifest a blade glow and use it to cull weaker enemies easily on the battlefield. It was when he attended the course that he learned that after the Magi invented battle force, they discovered a problem. Battle force practitioners usually didn't have any issues during the first 2 stages, however when they reached the 3rd stage, they were heavily reliant on weapons. The Magi at the time found that common metals were rather bad conductors of battle force as they crumbled too quickly after light usage. Thus, the Magi found 3 types of materials that were suited for battle force conduction, namely, jade bronze, rare silver and dark gold. However, the blade glow formed after jade bronze was infused with battle force was rather chaotic, whereas rare silver and dark gold were exceedingly precious magical materials. Given that the magi themselves didn't have enough of those to experiment with, how would they be able to mass-produce weapons for battle force practitioners? That's why the magi started yet another round of experiments and finally found that an alloy of tungsten and Damascus steel was able to withstand infused battle force and produce a stable blade glow. The magi thus named that alloy Black Chiron and derived the 4 battle force ranks as jade bronze, Black Chiron, rare silver, and dark gold. Following the end of the magical civilization, materials like rare silver and dark gold have faded into obscurity and were nothing but myths of the past. That's why the following generation of people eventually came to know the 4 simplified ranks as bronze, iron, silver, and gold. Even though what was known of the magical civilization was often considered mythical, the records on battle force research somehow managed to survive the erosion of time, and smiths knew that adding tungsten into weapons would allow for blade glows to be stably manifested. As more and more other materials that can efficiently conduct battle force were discovered, the craft of forging began to branch off into many varieties. Forging a stellar weapon was no longer as easy as just adding tungsten to the mix. Sometimes, Lorist felt quite melancholic at the fact that even though the Norton family dominion was large and vast, there were little to no mineable resource there at all. For the past 200 years, the only place that was discovered to have a copper deposit was the Morgan Hills. However, Charade has once mentioned that given the size of the dominion, there should be more mines just lying in wait to be discovered, since the family has been plagued with problems from the mountain barbarians and the yearly magical beast horde and couldn't spare as much manpower and expense on the forage for resources. Even now, the family didn't even have sufficient materials to craft a single decent weapon. Pesha's eye for weapons was not bad, however, as she had noticed the peculiarity of Lorist's 2 swords. However, her actions basically amounted to thievery, and Lorist was definitely not going to let her off the hook for what she did, especially on his second day as the family leader. This was a form of provocation, and it would set a precedent for her future transgressions against Lorist, who was hierarchically superior to her. It was akin to slapping Lorist straight in his face. Shadecamp led Lorist to the northwestern corner of the Bastide where the smithy was located. A white-haired old man was currently checking out Lorist's swords while shaking his head from time to time. It was obvious that the smith, Alba, was far better at evaluating the quality of weapons than Pesha, and understood that it definitely wouldn't be easy for him to melt the weapons down given the equipment he had in his smithy. Pesha was clearly getting more disappointed the more Alba shook his head. Without saying a word, Lorist took the swords from the smith's hand with a solemn look on his face. Upon seeing the new family leader, Alba quickly paid his respects. Pesha on the other hand gave him a furious glare and shouted, "What the heck are you doing? An iron rank like you wouldn't need weapons made from quality materials like those. Quickly have it melted down and fashioned into a suitable weapon for me so that I can better protect the family." Giving the stuck-up young lady a look, Lorist started to feel really annoyed. "On behalf of my late elder brother, I will forgive this error of yours, Mistress Pesha. Also, before the men of the Norton family all die out, there will be no place for you to defend the family, so you better remember that." "What are you saying? How dare a trashy iron rank like you talk to me in that tone? Give the swords to me. Also, the reason I went to see you in the morning was to tell you to let me lead the new defense unit that you just formed. Pat isn't qualified for that position as he has only just broke through to the silver rank not long ago," commanded Pesha in a really obnoxious manner. "Fuck off to whence you came. Don't just stand there and block everyone's way," shouted Lorist, full of rage. "All right, you think you can simply do as you please because you're the family leader? Let me teach a shitty iron rank like you the power of a silver rank. I will make sure you remember it," roared Pesha unyieldingly as she drew her sword. Shadecamp hastily attempted to stop her and said, "Mistress, don't do it. Milord is..." Wham! A crisp sound rang out as Pesha gave Shadecamp a harsh slap on the face. "Buzz off. Know your place. As a saying went, before hitting a dog, one must first gain the agreement of its master. Despite knowing that Shadekampf was Lorist's personal attendant, her act of giving him a slap signified a huge disregard for the authority of the family leader. It seems that she is used to behaving as she likes in the family, thought Lorist, enraged, as he decided that he would definitely put her into place and see if she would dare to piss him off in the future as a mere 2-star silver rank. Even though the smithy was at the northwestern part of the Bastide, Lorist and Pesha's argument had attracted a lot of attention from surrounding passers-by as numerous servants and soldiers had started to gather around the area. Lorist understood that if he didn't harshly reprimand her for her actions today, his authority as the family leader would definitely fall apart in no time. Lorist slowly drew his sword and said, "Come, as long as you can take 3 of my strikes, you will be the one who calls the shots in the Bastide in the future." 3 strikes? You really think too highly of yourself. Let's see how I rough you up, scoffed Pesha as a blade glow manifested on her sword before she waved it as she rushed over. Clang! The sword in Pesha's hand instantly broke into 2 while Lorist had his long sword pressed onto her neck. You're just relying on your superior blade, said Pesha as she fervently tried to deny the results of the duel by using that as an excuse. Fine, I won't even use a sword. Come, said Lorist as he sheathed his long sword back into its scabbard and tossed both his swords to Shadekampf before he found himself a 1-meter-long wooden stick which he wielded in place of a sword. Pesha then rushed into the smithy, rummaged around for a large 2-handed sword and once again manifested her blade glow and swung it in Lorist's direction. Pang! The wooden stick clashed into the 2-handed sword mid-air and knocked the latter flying off into the distance before it was once again pressed against Pesha's neck. Ah! Pesha let out a sharp scream which startled Lorist. During his bewilderment, she took the opportunity to go back into the smithy before coming back out with a pike and had its point aimed for Lorist. With but a slight movement of his body, Lorist evaded the pike and swung his wooden stick and knocked the pike out of Pesha's hand. However, she scrambled around for an axe once again. Losing his patience, Lorist evaded the axe swing and used his stick to strike Pesha in the neck. The axe holding, red-haired demoness gradually lost her balance and fell towards the ground face first. When she regained consciousness, she noticed that she was sitting on the floor with her back against the wall. Alba, who was in the middle of his work, said, "Mistress, even though I'm also an iron rank trash, even I can tell that the family leader's swordsmanship is superior to yours by several magnitudes. You are far from being his match." According to Shadekampf, the family leader had challenged over 3,000 silver rank swordsmen without a single loss at Moronti City and is known as Iron Lock, the silver undefeated. After giving Pesha the lesson she deserved, Lorist started to make his way back with Shadekampf. Just as they turned at a corner, they saw Supervisor Keaton, who hurriedly paid his respects and said, "My lord, are you heading to Wild North Town now?" Chapter 92 Knight Belnick. Why would Knight Belnick spend 3 whole years just to recover from his injuries? Lorist asked. He was currently within a roofed, 2-wheeled horse carriage with Shadekampf. Supervisor Keaton was personally driving and guiding the 2 Northlander horses in the direction of Wild North Town. "My lord, that's because our family Bastide doesn't have a herbalist. The only herbalist within our dominion is the family head of the Dunbarson family of Wild North Town. He is mainly responsible for Sir Belnick's treatment," replied Keaton. "The Dunbarson family? Tell me about their background," said Lorist. Keaton started explaining as he drove. "My lord, when the Norton family first started recruiting for the garrison force, the first-generation family leader of the Dunbarsons, an apprentice herbalist, was one of the first people who joined. When the standard of living of his family started to get better, he sent his son to his former herbalist teacher to learn the craft. 10 years later, his son returned as a rank 1 herbalist to the town and followed in his father's footsteps to join the garrison. After that, it had become a family tradition for the descendants of the Dunbarson family to become herbalists or apprentice herbalists. The Norton family has tried several times to recruit the people from the Dunbarson family, but all of those attempts have been refused. The Nortons couldn't force them either because they were the only herbalist family in the whole of the Dominion. However, we made an agreement so that they would help treat our injured family soldiers. The relationship between the Dunbarsons and the Nortons have been like that for the past 200 years or so. That's why Knight Belknap was sent to Wild North Town to recuperate from his injuries. What is the situation of Wild North Town right now? Lorist asked. My lord, it is currently being controlled by the 4 great families of the garrison force. For the past 200 or so years, the garrison force have weathered over the years and it was common to see different families being in charge of it. Currently, Wild North Town's garrison is jointly controlled by the Dunbarson family, the Mullen family, the Hassan family and the Cubim family. The first illegitimate son of the old master, Molo Sink, was born of a woman of the Mullen family. This is why the Mullens and the other 3 families are supporting Molo Sink to become the next family head with the precondition that after he gains power, he would take in the 4 families as vassal nobles and grant them the title of knights and officially enfeoff the land of Wild North Town to them as their dominion so that the town will be able to lawfully escape the control of the Norton family. On the Grindia continent, noble families usually didn't grant their knights their own pieces of land, but rather a bastide and a yearly salary. That was also dependent on the knight's battle force rank. Silver-ranked family knights were usually paid a yearly bonus and only those who have served a family for 10 years would be able to obtain a bastide for themselves, which can be inherited by their descendants along with the noble title of a knight. That was why on Grindia, becoming a family knight of a landed noble was akin to being granted quasi-nobility. When a noble family recruits a gold-ranked knight, or when one of their silver-ranked knights break through to the gold rank, the family will have to start considering granting them with one such bastide. Normally, a knight's bastide included a castle, more than 600,000 square meters of farmland as well as large lands for livestock grazing or mountains or lakes. Some knight bastides even had small villages or towns. Even though that Lorist had recruited many good friends as his family knights, he would definitely have to start planning for their bastides to be built the moment they reach the Northlands and start settling down. However, he wasn't too worried about it as he believed that Gerard would be able to take care of that matter for him flawlessly. However, noble families granting their knights proper dominions were not without precedent. But it was usually only restricted to knights who have entered the realm of blade masters or those who have made great achievements during their service. For example, the 2 blade masters working for the second prince each have a small city or town that they were given total control of. The other reason for granting a proper dominion was due to the large size of the noble's own dominion. Usually, nobles with high ranks would grant their knights with lower-ranked noble titles and smaller dominions to make them their vassal noble families. The families of the garrison of the Wild North Town actually had their eyes on knight dominions. Their explicit ambitions and intentions could be seen as a challenge to the authority of the Nortons. Should their plan actually work out, they would be able to leave the status of peasants and step into the realm of nobility. Even if they were still vassal nobles of the Norton family, they had near complete autonomy over their lands and could even ignore the orders of the Norton family. Their ambitions are but a pipe dream, commented Lorist coldly. Given how well-informed Supervisor Keaton seemed to be about the situation of Wild North Town as well as their plans and intentions, he should have been quite wary of them for some time now. Even though the walls of Wild North Town was within sight from the family bastide, it took up to 40 minutes of travel by a horse-pulled carriage to arrive at the area. Currently, the gates of the town were wide open and 4 unenthusiastic pike-wielding garrison soldiers could be seen chatting away. Seeing the carriage approach, they intended to stop it from passing. However, upon seeing Keaton at the coachman's seat, they merely waved and let them into the town without question. "My lord, not one of the garrison soldiers were present during your inheritance ceremony yesterday. During your visit to Knight Belknap, if you see any of those garrison troops, please restrain yourself and endure it as we are currently in their territory," reminded Supervisor Keaton earnestly. Lorist lightly humphed to indicate that he had his own plans as he looked at the scenery of the town from within the carriage. Like most small towns, Wild North Town only had two main gates, one at the north and the other at the south. A large road connected the two gates and effectively split the town into two halves. In the middle of the large road was a small plaza, and at its south was a large mansion usually for the use of the Norton family members, built from wood and stone, which gave off a bold and rugged look. However, during the years when the Nortons did not make their way into the town, it had started to deteriorate due to lack of maintenance. At the northern part of the plaza was a small, grey-colored hill where the blowhole, which served as the town's main water source, was located. Deep waterways were made along the hill so that the water from the blowhole could be transported to various parts of the town for the use of its citizens. Lorist noticed that many of the buildings atop the hill were made of stone, and the roads there were far cleaner than the rest. There were even a couple of shops opened there. However, at the south of the plaza where the Dominion Lord's mansion was located, the houses were mostly constructed from miscellaneous materials, with some being mere shacks rather than proper buildings. My lord, most of the residents of the stone houses of the northern part of the plaza are the family members of the garrison soldiers, whereas those at the south are family members of deceased soldiers of our family. Even though many of them have familial relations with the garrison soldiers of Wild North Town, they didn't receive any aid or care from them and are instead treated like second-rate citizens of the town. Apart from them, the descendants of the previous ruling families of Wild North Town are also there. Their treatment within the town was the worst, causing many of them to join our family force during the past few recruitment drives, explained Keaton. Right now, what is the population of the town? Lorist asked. The last population survey that the family had conducted was around 100 years ago, and the town had 3,459 residents at that time. On the other hand, the people of the town who worked and lived in the family bastide numbered around 1,842 people, making the total population of Wild North Town around 5,000. In present day, there are more than 2,700 people of Wild North Town living within the bastide, and the residents of the town itself is estimated to be around 5,000 people. However, according to my observations, there should be a total of 7,000 residents of Wild North Town. Just the four great families of the town alone have around 400 people each. Other than the official garrison soldiers, they can still rally more than 100 private soldiers. That's the main reason why the four families are able to reign over Wild North Town. Where did the four families get all that funding? Lorist wondered. My lord, they've occupied half of the farmable land of the town, given that 80 out of the 200 members of the garrison troop are from the four great families. The families who have lost their right to be in the garrison either faded into obscurity or became serfs of the four great families to manage their farms for them. Also, they've been conducting a smuggling operation because the family refused to give them a proper permit to form a merchant convoy. The main commodities they smuggle are the salt they produce as well as the fur and pelts they get from hunting. My lord, we're here. Sir Belknap resides within the Dominion Lord's mansion, said Keaton as he stopped the carriage and helped open the doors. After Lorist and Shadecamp got off, Supervisor Keaton went up to the closed door of the mansion and called out to the people within, prompting a young man to come out to receive them. Casey, move the carriage to the backyard. I've brought the Lord to meet Sir Belknap, said Keaton to the young fellow. The Lord. The young man was stunned and he took a look at Lorist, before he quietly went to tend to the carriage without asking any more questions. My lord, this way, guided Keaton. They went into the mansion from a side entrance and passed through a corridor and a courtyard before they arrived at a small hut to the left of the mansion. Sir Belknap is staying here to recover from his injuries, my lord, said the supervisor. Lorist pushed the door to the hut open and saw a white-haired youth struggling to stand up. It's you. Big brother tough guy. Lorist's memories of that man during his childhood suddenly flashed past his eyes. The white-haired young knight repeatedly tossed and caught the 8-year-old Lorist up and down in the air, causing him to laugh out ceaselessly. That knight was one of the most favored squires of Lorist's father and was also the person who Lorist loved the most to spend time with. The young lorist frequently called him Big Brother Tough Guy because he thought that being able to toss him high up was a great display of strength. Belnik tried hard to stand up, but later discovered that he was unable to get off the chair no matter how hard he tried. "Little Locke, it's been long since we last met. I didn't expect that during our first reunion in so long, you have already become the Dominion Lord. I should address you as my lord now." "Yeah, it's been more than 10 years. Back when I was 10, you've already vanished. I cried so hard back then," said Lorist as he got to the side of the chair and sat down on a stool. "That's right, I was young back then and wanted to venture to all sorts of places. That's why I left the Dominion for my travels. However, I didn't know that you've been exiled to Moronti City until after I returned 5 years later," said Belnik as he laughed. "Big Brother Tough Guy, what's going on with your body?" Lorist asked. "My lord, just call me Beck. You've already grown up into a magnificent Dominion Lord, the way you call me will make you a laughing stock," said Belnik seriously. "As for my body, it's already ruined. Didn't you see it yourself just now? I didn't even have enough energy to stand up." "Oof," said the white-haired young knight with an extremely melancholic expression. "But, Big Brud, all right, Brother Beck, I've never heard of anyone who still couldn't recover after 3 years. Can you tell me about your injuries back then?" Lorist hurriedly asked. "Back then, I was riding tens of meters behind the third young master. Nobody would have imagined that a Northlander bear, a ferocious magical beast, would show up at a forest nearby the livestock farm of the Dominion. That bear was easily over 4 meters tall and it suddenly rushed over to our group, greatly stunning all of us. The third young master's horse was so startled it stood right up and shook him off its back. However, one of the young master's feet was still in the stirrups, causing him to be dragged along as the horse ran around rampantly in fear. I quickly tossed my pike and nailed the horse onto the ground to stop it. However, the scent of blood from the dead horse stimulated the Northlander bear and it rushed towards it instantly. The third young master's feet at that moment was still caught in the stirrup and his whole body was also pressed to the ground by the dead horse. The garrison soldiers around us all fled in fear and I had no choice but to throw my only sword over to stop the bear. That sword dug into the bear's lower rib and enraged it even further and caused it to change its target to me instead. After being chased around by it for quite a while, I was knocked flying with only one hit from its paw. As I laid on the ground and looked at the incoming bear, I picked up a pike that was dropped by one of the garrison soldiers that escaped and infused the last of my battle force into the blade and managed to give the Northlander bear a finishing stab before I lost consciousness. Even though Belnik sounded very casual when he recounted the events of that day, Lorist could already imagine the danger and terror that he must have been in. Northlander bears were the most fearsome beasts in the Northlands. Normally, the best move a silver rank could make was to escape the moment one was encountered. Otherwise, he would most probably not be able to return alive. By the time I awoke, I got to know that 3 days had already passed. Master Dunbarson said that it was practically a miracle that I managed to survive at all. Due to getting a hit from that magical beast, all of my ribs on the right side broke and many of my internals were pulverized. The Lord Baron had ordered for me to be sent to Wild North Town to recover and my condition only managed to stabilize after a year. Even so, during the past 2 years, my injuries kept acting up and caused me to be unable to continue training in battle force. Even though I wanted to attend your inheritance ceremony last night, I spat out black blood after only a little movement. My lord, sometimes I wonder why I didn't die along with that bear. That's far more straightforward. To be alive in this state is to some degree torturous. Lorist furrowed his brow and said, "What did Master Dunbarson say about this?" Belnik lied back down onto his chair and said helplessly, "Master Dunbarson also said that there was nothing he could do to help me because most of my injuries are internal and many of my organs are already ruptured. That's why even though my bones recovered rather quickly, the internal organs didn't and I'm not able to do any exercise at all, not even jogging. To prevent the recovery of my organs from being affected, I can't even eat bread or beef and can only have 2 bowls of oatmeal with salt every day with 1 small bowl of meat soup every 3 days. Milord, I've really had enough of days like these. Lorist expressed his sympathy and lifted up Belnik's hand before he lightly patted it as a gesture of consolation while he secretly tried to read his pulse. Suddenly, Lorist's face flushed red from anger and a seething killing intent oozed out of his being. His voice suddenly turned deathly cold, causing the hairs of the people present to stand up as he said, "That cursed bastard." Chapter 93 Enticement. Lorist had already been rather suspicious of the situation even before he arrived at the town. What kind of injury could cause a 3-star silver knight of the family to be unable to recover even after 3 whole years? Given that he had taken the herbalist course at Dawn Academy before, even though he didn't have proper certification as a rank 1 herbalist because that would require 1 year of practical training in the field and Lorist didn't have the time for that, the fact that he had been able to complete the course meant that he was already a qualified apprentice herbalist. Combined with the ancestral medical techniques of his former life, Lorist wasn't a stranger to the inner workings of the body. During his herbalist training, Lorist understood that in this world where battle force exists, no matter how serious the injury sustained, with proper treatment and the use of battle force, most injuries to the body would be able to recover. Even if one's arm or leg were to be cut off, as long as it wasn't missing, it could be reconnected. Even if the whole of the body's bones were broken, it wouldn't leave a permanent trauma on the body after recovery. There was a case where 2 blade masters engaged in battle with the loser sustaining serious injuries to the point where his body was almost completely pulverized with him barely able to breathe. But after a year and a half's time of treatment, the loser could once again move freely without issue and was able to retrain his battle force to its previous level before the injury. When Lorist was reading Belnik's pulse just before, he noticed that his physical injuries had long recovered and the reason he was so weak and frail was because he was being poisoned for the long term with force-dispersing toxin. Thinking back at the food that was served to Belnik, Lorist didn't have to be a genius to figure out that Master Dunbarson was behind all this. Even though he's only a rank 1 herbalist, he dares to call himself a master. Tui! How shameless! After regularly feeding Belnik with force-dispersing toxin, he caused him to be completely unable to recover his battle force. The meager meals he's been having has also made him extremely feeble. Just by blaming all the symptoms on Belnik's ruptured internal organs, he's managed to trick a 3-star silver ranked knight like him for this long a time. 3 years ago, Belnik, one of the Norton family's most important military backbones, had been put out of commission just like that. Had he recovered quickly enough, Father might have survived the battle with the barbarians. And if he were still protecting the family, then the Kenmazes wouldn't have dared to set their sights on us. And just because we didn't have a 3-star silver ranked knight to rely on, the garrison forces dared to not heed the orders for reinforcements of the family during Father's expedition to repel the barbarians and even started to dream of breaking free from their status as peasants. At that moment, Lorist started to get angrier and angrier as the air around him turned cold from the killing intent he emanated. Curses, Lorist really felt like killing Master Dunbarson and culling the rest of his family in one fell swoop. He solemnly swore that he would definitely not let any one of the Dunbarson family off unscathed. Even though Belnik was currently very weak, given his experience during his travels, while he was startled at Lorist's sudden change, he still thought that it was because Lorist was grieving at his body's current state. He smiled and patted the back of Lorist's hands before he said, "Don't feel too down, my lord. I'm already used to this. One day, all this suffering will come to an end. Brother Beck, you can no longer stay over here. I will bring you back to the family bastide and find a way to cure you," said Lorist. Belnik looked at him in a confused manner before he took a deep breath and said, "All right, my lord. I've also gotten sick of staying here. For the past 3 years, I feel like I've been imprisoned within this small hut. I've always dreamed of going back to the bastide. Without my permission, you won't be going anywhere," said a rough voice which sounded from behind Lorist and Belnik. "Oh, Master Dunbarson, you're here," said Belnik softly. Lorist turned exceedingly slowly to his back and saw a proud, arrogant old man with eyes as deep as the abyss itself wearing a black long gown with a grey leather vest over it. "So you're the herbalist they call Dunbarson," said Lorist as he carefully enunciated each syllable of his question. The old man gave Lorist a glance and didn't pay him any heed, as if he didn't even acknowledge his existence, before he circled around Belnik and said with his unsettling, crow-like caw, "Beck, your body is in a real terrible state now. Yesterday when you wanted to go back to the Bastide to attend the inheritance ceremony, due to your unstable emotional state, the positions of your internal organs have once again shifted, rendering months of treatment and effort wasted. For your own sake, you'd be better off staying here without going anywhere." "Dog shit!" Lorist roared. "Old man, why don't you just admit that it's your treatment's inefficacy that's at fault? 3 years ago, when Brother Beck was injured from his encounter with the Northlander bear, he could still travel to the Bastide and to Wild North Town for treatment with some help. However, after your years of treatment, why would he be unable to take a single step on his own? Isn't his current state worse than before he came here at all? I think it's because of the incompetence of a self-proclaimed herbalist master like you that Brother Beck is in his current state. Brother Beck, I am bringing you back. At most, I'll be spending a couple of gold coins to hire a proper high-ranked herbalist to treat you. Don't worry, money is not something I lack." The moment Lorist let out his outburst, the old man started to look disturbed. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Who allowed you to enter this hut? Ha ha ha! Who am I?" "Brother Beck, introduce me to that old geezer," said Lorist. "Master Dunbarson, he's the new Dominion Lord and this town is within his dominion. It would do you good to pay him your respects," said Belnik. This one gives his respects to the Dominion Lord," said the old man in a forced manner. "Good thing you understand your place, old man. Otherwise, I would have ended you personally with my sword. Considering the effort that you must have made to help Brother Beck, even though he didn't get better at all, I'll forgive your transgression. Now, you shouldn't be against me bringing him back to the Bastide, right?" announced Lorist with his hand on the handle of his sword. The old man started sweating more profusely as he said hesitantly, "Since my lord believes it is the best course of action, I have no further comments. Please allow me to excuse myself to prepare the necessary medicines that Beck will need to consume back at the Bastide so that his injuries don't worsen." "All right, I give you 1 hour to prepare it," Lorist said. Seeing the old man quickly exit the hut, Lorist looked at Belnik, who was currently wearing an extremely confused expression. He lightly squatted down and whispered, "Brother Beck, from this moment onwards, do not consume any food or drink unless I say you can, understand?" Belnik's body shook with realization as he said, "You're saying, I understand." 1 hour quickly passed, but Dunbarson still hadn't returned with the medicine. Supervisor Keaton then came to report, "My lord, a few of the squad leaders of the Wild North Town garrison and the other family heads of the 4 great families have come to pay their respects. Please be wary, as they probably didn't come with the best of intentions. These here are, the Malin, Hassan and Kubim family heads, as well as garrison squad leaders, Malin, Hassan, and Kubim. Oh, please watch out for that pothole on the ground. This one is squad leader Dunbarson, and Master Dunbarson, which you have just met previously," said Keaton as he introduced the people present one by one to Lorist. Every one of them greeted Lorist respectfully, with Lorist returning their greetings by nodding subtly. When the last one came over, Lorist laughed and said, "Master Dunbarson, did you bring the medicines?" "Oh, it must be in this bag. Shadekampf, take it and don't forget to ask the master on how it should be consumed." "What? You'll demonstrate right now?" "Hee, there's no rush. Come on, master. Sit over here. We'll get to that after we discuss some stuff." When everyone was seated, Lorist looked at each one of them before he began, "Given that you have all assembled here, there must be something that you want to tell me. I'll be returning soon to settle some other matters, so please get straight to the point." A fat old man stood up. According to Keaton's introductions, he was the family head of the Mollins. The fat man made a greeting and explained their intentions. The Mollin family head first apologized for their absence during Lorist's inheritance ceremony and cited the reason that they didn't have the face to show up as they had not managed to prepare a congratulatory gift in time. That's why the moment they heard that the Dominion Lord had come over to visit, they all rushed over to offer their respects and mentioned that they would once again send someone to the Bastide to deliver their gifts at a later date. Lorist magnanimously said, "I don't really mind things like that, but I thank you for your kind intentions. I will naturally be glad to receive your gift by the time it arrives." After the pleasantries, they started talking about the core issues. The Mollin family head represented the garrison force to voice an objection to the Norton family for their lack of communication during the last 2 years and the salary they owed the garrison force during that time frame. Even though one garrison soldier's payment is only 1 imperial silver coin per month, 200 of their salaries over 2 years amounted to 48 imperial gold coins, and that was not a small sum. The second issue concerned the promise of the founding Norton family ancestor with the garrison force of Wild North Town on the granting of roughly 7,000 square meters of farmland per family member of a garrison soldier. Now that most of the farmable land around Wild North Town had been allocated, many family members of garrison soldiers did not obtain their fair share of farmland. They hoped that Lorist would rectify the issue as the new Dominion Lord so that the promise of the first ancestor doesn't get violated. The third issue was about the relative size of the population and the amount of land they had. According to the Mollin family head, many of the family members of the garrison soldiers did not have much to do within the town. He requested Lorist to give them a few permits so that the citizens of the town who have nothing better to do can form their own merchant convoys to conduct trade. Naturally, the merchant convoys would still pay 10% of their profit to the Dominion Lord as per the agreed-upon tax rates. Lorist kept smiling and nodding throughout the proposals as if he agreed wholeheartedly to the points made by the Mollin family head. But within his mind, a cold resolve was slowly building up. So they're actually treating me as a complete idiot. You really think I don't know the true reason you lot of trash have come to see me? The real thing you want are the trade permits so that you can use the Norton family name to form your own merchant convoy. Without the permit, no other merchant convoy would agree to trade with you, and you can only secretly smuggle and profit on a much smaller scale. Also, the agreed-upon tax rates of 10% is complete bull. While it is not unprecedented for Dominion Lords to give their subjects trade permits, the tax rates are usually around 30 to 50%. Some greedier Dominion Lords even charge up to 70%, which is not that uncommon. Did they think that the tax rates for trading would be the same as that of being a citizen of the Dominion? When the family head of the Mollins finished up, Lorist expressed his apologies on the issue of the delayed salary and explained that he only got to know about it just now given that he had just inherited the position. He promised that he would definitely look into the matter once he returns and make the appropriate reimbursements. Lorist also mentioned that he brought 10,000 gold fords on his trip back to the Dominion, and, according to the exchange rates, 48 imperial gold coins were only worth 12 gold fords. He assured them that a small figure like that was no issue and that it would definitely be paid out. As for the second matter, Lorist said that the main problem was with the flawed system his ancestor had established. However, he said that he was confident that he would be able to solve it and asked them to listen to and consider his proposal. "Supervisor Keaton, how much farmland does Wild North Town have?" Lorist asked. "My lord, there are around 18 million square meters of farmland, Oregon around 18 square kilometers, in the whole of Wild North Town," replied Supervisor Keaton. "Here's what I think," Lorist said. "I plan to expand the garrison force of Wild North Town to 400 people." "What?" The several family leaders and squad leaders jointly let out a cry of surprise. The past few Norton family leaders had tried their very best to limit the scale of the garrison force, or even outright disband them altogether. Why, then, did Lorist make a proposition like that? "My lord, how do you plan to make up for the lack of farmland?" the Hassan family head stood up and asked. Farmland? Farmland is everywhere, laughed Lorist as he said, using Wild North Town as an example, say that there are 18 million square meters of farmland at Wild North Town. For a garrison force of 400 men, let's assume every one of them and their direct family members include their parents, 2 wives, and 2 children, and that each person is given around 7,000 square meters of farmland. Each family would only need a little more than 40,000 square meters of farmland, right? So 400 garrison soldiers only require approximately 16 million square meters. But my lord, those garrison soldiers have other family members as well, like their siblings, shouted the Mullen family head. There's no need to shout, I have a solution for that. Supervisor Keaton, bring me the map of the Dominion, instructed Lorist. The map was quickly unraveled on the table for everyone to see. Look here, the land around this area is relatively flat and is not too far away from Wild North Town. I plan to have a new town built here. When it is complete, the area of the land around the town is more or less equal to that of Wild North Town's. So, if I set up another garrison unit there, then I can distribute the land just like we did at Wild North Town, right? Said Lorist casually. But, my lord, that place occasionally gets attacked by mountain barbarians. So what? I've hired a well-known mercenary group over here just for that purpose. It's fine and dandy if the barbarians don't attack. But if they do, we can catch and enslave them to aid with the construction of the new town. Nobody complains about free labor. Also, just because there are barbarians there, you plan to turtle up in Wild North Town for the rest of your lives? Look at this vast land. There is so much potential for development. Also, the expanded garrison force must also be stationed at the town construction site for the long term. Given that the remaining 2 million square meters at Wild North Town that are still without owner, I plan to split it into 3 parts of 666,000 square meters each and enfeoff them to 3 honorary knights respectively and let the citizens of the town pick one from the 3 to be the mayor of Wild North Town with the other 2 being the vice-mayors, said Lorist as he dangled his bait before the eyes of the family heads and the squad leaders. Me my lord. Is what you're saying true? Quite a number of them started to get excited about the proposition. Of course, I'm sure you guys know that I've been studying at Moronti City for the past 10 years. This method of government is quite popular over there as it is one of the most democratic ones to ever exist. I plan to slowly implement that in the Dominion as well. Supervisor Keaton, for the next few days, stay at Wild North Town and make a registry of the family members of the deceased family soldiers as well as the citizens who don't have any farmland. I plan to have them help out with the construction of the new town. What do you think, gentlemen? Lorist said. This sounds pretty good. We definitely agree to that proposition. It's a given that you do. Heck, maybe you can't even wait for those people I asked Keaton to check on to leave Wild North Town for good, thought Lorist. With a calm look on his face, he said, that's great. I'll leave the expansion of the garrison force to you. It's best if you start allocating farmland to the candidates for the new garrison force. As for those who don't have farmland allocated to them, let them help out with the construction effort of the new town as well. This way, there will no longer be any problems. I'm counting on you guys and will definitely remember your efforts. My lord, what about the trade permit? Said Master Dunbarson with his rough, unpleasant voice. About that, I apologize, but due to being in conflict with the Kenmays family, Viscount Kenmays has sealed off all our routes to exit the Northlands. Let's discuss it again after we defeat the Kenmayses and gain control of the pathway to the outside world, Lorist said. Chapter 94 Midway Skirmish. My lord, what are you being so careful about? Asked Belnick, who was currently leaning against the walls of the horse carriage. Having bid the 4 family heads and the garrison squad leaders farewell, right after the horse carriage exited the range of vision from the town, Lorist ordered Shadecamp to slow down and gave him a shield before instructing him to be careful. After that, he took another shield and covered Belnik's body with it before he took out a few javelins and placed them within hand's reach and patiently waited. Sigh, if Pat were here with me, it would have been so much easier. Shadekampf, even though I've been forcing you to train your battle force, you've only just made it to the iron rank not long ago. You're not of much use on the battlefield at all, complained Lorist. Shadekampf responded, but my lord, you've just said not long ago that I was better suited at management tasks rather than battles. Why are you calling me useless now? Lorist said, even so, you should learn from Charade's example. He's definitely up to par with you when it comes to management, but he's a 3-star silver rank nevertheless. In another 2 years, I believe he'll be able to make another breakthrough. My lord, how can you compare me to Sir Charade? He's someone who's fit to become a prime minister. I can only manage a bastide at best, said Shadekampf, obviously understanding the extent of his skills relative to Charade's. Seeing the two arguing casually as they made their preparations, Belnik, who was bandaged all over and even covered with a shield, couldn't help but ask what was going on. Lorist replied, Brother Beck, don't you think something's fishy? Even though I didn't let you drink Master Dunbarson's medicine, your condition is still stable as it was just now. What was that about not being able to move your body in fear of unsettling your organs? That's nothing but bull crap. You've been hoodwinked by that so-called master for 2 whole years. He's been feeding you force-dispersing toxin for the whole time, causing you to be unable to circulate your battle force to restore your body. It's like you were being imprisoned at Wild North Town for 3 whole years. Cough. Cough cough, after Belnik listened to what Lorist had said, before he managed to say anything in reply, the cold breeze outside had caused him to cough rather severely. Lorist helped to readjust Belnik's coverings and patted on his back to soothe the coughing. Don't talk, Brother Beck. I know what you're trying to say. Why would they do this to you, right? Shadekampf, tell him about the current situation of the family from the moment Brother Beck left the Bastide 3 years ago to Wild North Town. Shadekampf started from how the old master died from the refusal of the garrison to heed their orders and the attack of the Kenmays family, as well as his journey to Moranti city to find Lorist to return to the Northlands to inherit the Dominion. Just as he was about to get to the part about the convoy, several people appeared within their field of vision. 6 riders with black cloths veiled around their faces emerged from the forest further up ahead. Armed with their crossbows, they started aiming at Lorist's group as they diverged and attempted to flank them. Shadekampf, disperse the horses and secure the carriage to the ground. After that, get back in here to make sure Brother Beck is protected, instructed Lorist. Shadekampf quickly stopped the horses and pushed the sharp-tipped rod that acted as a handbrake for the carriage deep into the ground to secure it. After that, he quickly untied the harnesses around the horses so that they don't destabilize the carriage should they get startled and run around frantically. Following that, he jumped back to the passenger seat and lifted his shield up to protect himself and Belnik. Lorist had already gotten on horseback after Shadekampf untied the harnesses and prodded the horse's abdomen by tightening both his legs and rushed forward to one of the riders at his right. With one hand holding tight to the horse's reins, he used his free hand to grab a javelin and managed to knock away an incoming crossbow bolt. Aside from the rider who was rushing at Lorist, the other 5 had their attention on the carriage, and within but a short moment, the shields set up around the carriage had taken more than 10 hits from the crossbow bolts. Having deflected 2 arrows heading his way, Lorist neared his enemy as time went on. Noticing that his crossbow was not having any effect, the opposing rider humphed coldly as he put it away and drew his sword in preparation for the collision. A blade glow manifested around his sword. The enemy was actually a silver-ranked combatant. However, Lorist was curious about the unstable blade glow of the assailant, which flickered from time to time unpredictably. As the two were but meters from each other, the enemy raised his sword high and aimed for Lorist's head. On the other hand, Lorist used his javelin as he would a lance and successfully parried the incoming slash. Just as the enemy was wondering why the javelin had not broken into 2 from being struck by his blade glow, it had already found its way deep into his throat. With a kick, Lorist knocked the dead rider off his horse and jumped onto it, effectively switching from an ill-equipped workhorse to a properly saddled mount. Having noted that their crossbows were not able to pierce the shields set up around the carriage, the frontmost rider drew his sword as he approached. At that moment, a javelin soared through the air and pierced that rider before it knocked him off his horse with its momentum. Having had his chest punctured, the rider on the ground took his last breath after struggling for a moment in pain. The remaining 4 riders were greatly surprised and turned to the direction where the javelin came from, only to see Lorist approaching at high velocity. The leader pointed to Lorist and roared, "Let's take care of him first." Even though 3 of the 4 riders' swords had blade glows, Lorist charged among their ranks fearlessly. In an instant, the 5 of them crossed swords and thunderous sounds rang throughout the battlefield. Lorist turned his horse in the other direction as he witnessed 3 of the 4 riders wobble and fall from their horses. The lucky surviving one had a pale look on his face as he stared at his fallen comrades before he snapped out of it and attempted to escape while screaming at the top of his lungs upon seeing Lorist catching up to him. Lorist let out a cold smile and said, "Do you think you can run?" He took out the crossbow that was slung from the saddle, loaded it, aimed and pulled the trigger. The crossbow bolt pierced squarely through the back of the escaping rider and with a loud grunt, he fell off his horse. He then returned to the carriage and knocked onto the shield with his sword. "Shadekampf, come out and go clean up the battlefield." The shield moved apart and revealed Shadekampf's face. "Milord, is it over?" "Yup, none of the 6 who attacked us escaped." "All right. Milord, I'll be on it right away," said Shadekampf before he climbed up and excitedly headed towards the corpses. Lorist got back onto the carriage and helped Belnik sit up, only to notice the streams of tears that were streaking down his face. "Brother Beck, what's wrong? How can they do this? This is rebellion. Without the Norton family, they wouldn't be able to enjoy their current lives. How can they have no gratitude at all?" mumbled Belnik. "Gratitude? Haha," Lorist started laughing out loud before he continued, "Brother Beck, you think far too well of them. 200 years ago when the ancestor of our family accepted them as citizens of the Dominion, most of them were con men, vagabonds, criminals, thieves, gamblers, and debtors. It was precisely because those people had nowhere better to go that they accepted the ancestors' invitation to live in the desolate Northlands. The founding Norton ancestor took them in as folks of his dominion and even aided in the construction of their towns so that they could settle down. However, have they ever showed any sign of appreciation for his efforts? No. In fact, they even exploited the loopholes in the flawed conditions my ancestor offered to take advantage of my family. Had it not been for the benevolence of my ancestor, something like that would never have been allowed to continue. From their point of view, the absence of the Norton family might even give them more freedom. It's a shame that the society here on the Grindia continent is dominated by nobles, and there are no rewards for people who don't put in any effort. Their ancestors have effectively sealed off any chance of the people of Wild North Town to be able to work their way up the ladder of society, as they prioritized the short-term benefits too heavily to the point that our family doesn't treat them as our own and even put up our guard towards them as we would our enemies. For example, even though they were able to train in battle force, nobody from our family gave them any proper training and instruction about it. They couldn't even acquire a merchant's permit. However, given their peasant status, they should be thankful that the Norton family doesn't exploit them like most other nobles would their own citizens. That's why they are so desperate for a quasi-noble title from our family. But didn't you just allow them to expand their forces and even said that you were prepared to grant them 3 honorary knight titles? Belnik asked after recalling the proposition Lorist had made to the 4 families of Wild North Town. That's right, I've mentioned that I would prepare to do that, but I didn't say when. If they really want that title, they must carry out my orders without question until I am satisfied. And to satisfy me can take up to tens of years. Maybe their family wouldn't exist anymore by then, said Lorist. Well, their extermination is a given. When Charade and the rest of the convoy arrives, the first thing on my to-do list would be the extermination of Wild North Town, thought Lorist hatefully. "My lord, you will definitely make a great Dominion lord," said Belnick. "Naturally. That's what I think too," said Lorist narcissistically as he nodded with full seriousness. "My lord, it's done," said Shadekampf as he brought 5 other mounts back to the carriage. On the saddles of the mounts were the armor and weapons as well as other miscellaneous supplies of the attackers. Not far away, 6 buck-naked corpses could be seen completely stripped of all their belongings. Shadekampf hurriedly tied 2 of the horses to pull the carriage. By the time Shadekampf was almost finished, Belnick said, "Shadekampf, drive the carriage over there and let me see if there is anyone I recognize." Shadekampf agreed and fastened the harnesses of the other 5 horses to the back of the carriage before he drove it to the pile of bodies. Lorist helped prop up Belnick so he could look at the faces of the 6 corpses. "I know 2 of them. The one to the farmost left is Master Dunbarson's nephew. 2 years ago while I was still recovering, Casey and him helped me with my baths. He frequently asked me about silver-ranked battle force training as well. In the beginning, I answered quite a number of his questions. However, after I noticed something was amiss, I stopped entertaining him completely. Thinking back, it was from that point onwards when he stopped visiting and my injuries started to worsen, which Master Dunbarson blamed on the damage of my internal organs," said Belnick. "And that bearded guy in the middle is some relative of Master Dunbarson. He came to the hut quite a number of times and even brought me fruits. He was the one who told me about the death of the old master, however, he didn't mention anything about the outside world other than that. I really don't understand why they didn't do anything when the Kenmays family attacked. They definitely had the ability to defeat the Viscount's forces. Don't tell me they don't understand that without the Norton family, they would lose their only backbone for survival." After Lorist helped Belnick back into his sitting position, he pointed towards the arrow-filled shield and said, "Didn't you see that? Their target was you. They want to wipe you out so nobody will be able to find out that you've been poisoned by Master Dunbarson once you recover from not consuming the toxin. I'm sure they've been plotting to kill you for the past 2 years to deal a fatal blow to the forces of our family. The people of Wild North Town don't even consider themselves as the citizens of the Norton family dominion and never had any intention to weather the good and bad times with us from the very beginning. The moment they noticed that they weren't punished for their first betrayal, they took the benevolence and forgiveness of our family as a sign of weakness and began to go even further to the point that they consider an act of ambushing us like this to be the most natural thing to do without batting an eye. Brother Beck, surely by now you understand why I had your Squire Casey and Supervisor Keaton stay back at Wild North Town. I can no longer trust anybody there. Apart from Shadekampf, I don't even trust Supervisor Keaton fully. Given your state, you can even be fatally injured by an 8-year-old child. Even though Casey is your squire, given the time he had spent at the town, there's no guarantee that he hasn't been bought over by the people there already. For your safety, I've decided to return to the Bastide with only the 3 of us. And to my expectations, Master Dunbarson had no choice but to resort to an ambush like this. However, I bet he wouldn't dare to imagine in his wildest dreams that the 6 he sent out would be killed by me so easily. Hee, there's a saying that goes, swallowing one's teeth after having them punched loose by another. They won't even be able to mourn for their losses publicly. Sometimes, I feel like a bully for even bothering to plot against those of Wild North Town. Their intentions and ambitions were practically written all over their faces for me to read. There's no challenge in that at all. Shadekampf, what are you still standing there for? Let's get back home as soon as possible." Chapter 95 Family's Forbidden Area. By the time the carriage returned to the Bastide, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon and lunch hour was already over. Lorist personally carried Belnick on his back to a guest room on the floor where Shadekampf and Pat stayed and went downstairs after helping him settle down. The young maidservant Irina was currently mending a white gown with a sewing set. Upon seeing Lorist get up the stairs, she started shivering all over again as if she had been standing for hours outdoors during a cold, Rainy night. Lorist sighed in his heart and used the kindest voice he could muster to avoid startling the maidservant to say, "Irina, please go downstairs with me. I have something I need your help with." He brought Irina to Belnik's room on the second floor and said, "Irina, I will leave the care of Brother Beck to you. Later, please go look for butler Glaze and ask him to assign another maidservant for you to help out with his care. Also, set up a small kitchen downstairs and make Brother Beck's meals according to the recipes that I will give you. In fact, I think I will have my meals cooked at the small kitchen as well. If you don't have enough people helping you out, you can find a cooking lady or another maidservant to help out. But remember to look for only the most loyal ones who have no ties to Wild North Town whatsoever. Also, make sure to let the maidservants taste everything that will be fed to Brother Beck just to make sure there's nothing wrong, understand?" Irina carefully glanced at Lorist before she nodded. Lorist continued, "If there's anything that you need, please make a list and hand it to Supervisor Spiels so that he can prepare it for you. You can also leave the setting up of the new kitchen to him." Shadecamp entered the room at that moment and said, "My lord, Butler Glaze has sent for me to get you." He seemed to be in a really urgent mood. "All right. Irina, I'll leave the matters I mentioned to you. Tell me about any problems you have at night, okay?" Irina bit her lip before she nodded. "Okay. Shadecamp, go look for Pat. Get him to send a few guards over and have them follow Irina's arrangements. Brother Beck, please get some rest first." "I'll go see the old butler now," said Lorist. Butler Glaze was in a furious mood for two reasons. The first was the fact that Lorist had went to Wild North Town without any guards. The old butler kept nagging on about the consequences that would befall the Norton family should Lorist come to any harm. He mentioned that given that he was already in his final years, a shock like this would be very bad for his heart and pleaded that Lorist pay more heed to his own safety in the future. Lorist understood the old butler's worries for his own good and recounted the events that had happened at Wild North Town to him as he pushed the butler's wheelchair along. The old butler was especially enraged at what had happened to Belnik. Had Lorist not had any knowledge in the field of herbalism, the injured knight of the family might have had to suffer for far longer than 2 years from being fed force-dispersing toxin without anyone knowing better. However, the old butler made an objection to the expansion of the garrison force and believed that they couldn't be allowed to further strengthen themselves. Lorist shook his head and thought, perhaps stubbornness is just innate in old people. Though, given that he's been on his guard against them for such a long time, it wouldn't be weird for him to be unable to accept this sudden change. Lorist chose to not comment on the butler's words as he thought it would be hard to explain that his move was made in an effort to lower the enemy's guard. Currently, Lorist was pushing the old butler towards the forbidden area of the family. This was the other reason why he was so mad at Lorist. Ever since the day after the inheritance ceremony, the old butler had been nagging non-stop that during Lorist's first day as the family head, he had to go to the forbidden area to pay his respects to the heroic souls of his ancestors. But Lorist had ended up returning at night after visiting Wild North Town instead, causing Glaze much grief and disappointment. As Lorist pushed the wheelchair forward while listening to the ramblings of the old man, he wondered, what is the forbidden area like? I can't seem to remember anything like this from the young Lorist's memories and only heard of the place for the first time when Glaze mentioned it to me yesterday. What is inside? Don't tell me it's like the mysterious caves often shown in fairy tales or TV shows where treasures and riches, high-ranked technique manuals and godly weapons are kept? Would there be a spirit of an old sage there as well? That train of thought only left Lorist disappointed when he arrived at a derelict cliff behind the mountain where the castle was built. Looking around, Lorist thought, the forbidden areas depicted in novels usually have high-ranked experts secretly guarding them, right? Why don't I see even half a soul around here? Is the Norton family's forbidden ground really left unguarded? After fumbling around on the wheelchair for quite some time, Butler Glaze finally brought up an old bronze key which he gave to Lorist and indicated for him to use it on the small keyhole on the wall of the cliff. After turning it twice as per the instruction of the butler, a clack rang out from beyond the wall. "Push that huge rock away to the right," said the old butler. After the rock was pushed aside, a hole could be seen from the wall of the cliff. A slight smell of rotten flesh drifted into Lorist's nostrils, causing him to sneeze involuntarily a couple of times. As if he didn't smell anything weird at all, the old butler rolled the wheels of his wheelchair on his own and entered the dark cave. Lorist hurriedly caught up to him and continued pushing the wheelchair. After that, the old butler instructed Lorist to light up all the torches on the walls of the cavern. With the torches lit, Lorist was finally able to get a good look at the interior of the cave. Good solution. So this is the forbidden area? It's practically a cemetery. Within the cave were several platforms which were stacked up from stone on which corpses were placed. A strong stench wafted all over the area, which Lorist soon realized to be coming from 3 of the corpses that were still in the early stages of rotting. Thoroughly grossed out, Lorist could barely take it anymore and felt an urge to vomit. The scene before him was like something that came straight out of a movie he had seen that was about a person who went to Italy in search of a treasure that had been hidden by the Nazi and somehow found his way into an underground graveyard where skeletons and groups of rats could be seen all over the place. Phew, good thing there aren't any rats in here, thought Lorist. Further away, Glaze was waving for Lorist to come over to a platform where a large, intricately patterned metal box was placed. Following its opening, a thick beast-skin book was brought out by the old butler who then passed it to Lorist. "Little Lock, this book holds the records of the heroic exploits of the 327 seniors of the Norton family throughout the 248 years of our reign at this land. Now, the seniors are all at eternal rest within this cave. This book also has their respective numbers which indicate which body on the labeled stones belong to who. I will now pass the ownership of this record of the glorious history of the Nortons to you and hope that under the blessings of your ancestors, you will be able to become a magnificent Dominion Lord that will not put the family's name to shame and lead it to a brighter future." Lorist stretched out his hand with a serious look and accepted the thick book, effectively completing the task he had come to the cavern to do. "Finally, I can leave the cave now." The moment Lorist thought that, however, the old butler had him push him around the cave and excitedly recited the stories of each ancestor that was enshrined within the cave. At that moment, Lorist suspected whether the old butler had spent most of his free time loitering around the cave, as he could casually tell the story of each ancestor within it just by memory. After enduring an arduous 1-hour-plus storytelling session, Lorist was delighted when the butler finally said that he was tired before he instructed him to push the stone back and lock the place up before returning to the castle. "Grandpa Glaze, why are the ancestors of the Nortons' bodies placed within that cave instead of being buried in the ground like that of most other people?" Lorist asked. "Well, this goes all the way back to 200 or so years ago when the first Baron Norton was enfeoffed this land and picked this location to build his bastide. Just when the bastide was nearing its completion, the mountain barbarians attacked, causing the first ancestor and 2 of his sons to die a heroic warrior's death. His eldest son naturally succeeded the title and the land and led the family's warriors to resist the barbarians. It was around winter during that time, so the frozen earth was hard as steel. Due to the difficulty of digging into the ground and the fear that the magical beast migration would cause the animals to dig up and mutilate the corpses of his father and 2 brothers, the second Baron Norton decided to place their bodies within a cave that was behind the family's castle, with the intention of giving them a proper burial when spring came along. Later, he felt that the cave was not so bad after all and decided to change it into a mausoleum for the descendants of the Norton family, and it soon became tradition for anyone of Norton descent to be given eternal rest within. "You will not be exception to that as well, Little Lock," said the old butler. Lorist suddenly felt that having his body placed within the stuffy cave and allowing it to slowly rot inside was a very scary and disgusting thought. "I don't want to be buried like that." He then made a mental note to think of a way to change the family's traditions. Nevertheless, the visit to the mausoleum had upset his appetite, causing him to feel rather unenergetic. Upon returning to the main building of the castle, Lorist noticed that Pat had sent over 8 guards who have already awakened their battle force. Even though they were only of the bronze rank, they could be considered to be elite soldiers of the family given the state of its military force. He went upstairs to check on Belnik only to see him sound asleep with Irina not being in the room. Lorist got down and asked two of the guards to inform Schadekampf, Pat, and supervisors Spiel and Hansk to meet up at the night for a meeting. After a while, Lorist saw Schadekampf, Irina, and 3 other girls pushing a trolley over. It seemed that Schadekampf had decided to allocate the 8 rooms downstairs for the new guards who had just arrived and renovated another 2 into a kitchen and small dining hall. One other room was to be used as living quarters for the 2 new maidservants, with the last one being converted into a pantry for the small kitchen. Among the 3 maidservants, the taller one of the bunch was apparently Belnik's new personal maidservant. Lorist nodded in satisfaction with Schadekampf's considerate arrangements that he would have neglected. That night, Pat reported that among the 2,245 people within the Bastide, aside from the women and the elderly, there were only about 400-odd youths who were fit to join the family's forces. With Supervisor Hansk's help, he had temporarily recruited 248 of them, 8 of whom were the ones who were just now sent to Lorist, with the remaining 240 divided into 2 squads. However, among the 240, fewer than 20 had awakened their battle force. In actuality, it was akin to only having 2 squads of farmer soldiers, as both of the squads did not have much combat ability given their lack of proper armor and weapons. They couldn't even obtain a pike and had to settle for only 1 wooden stick each. Lorist told them that the meeting that was scheduled for the night would mainly concern Wild North Town and instructed Schadekampf to bring a few men with him there to conduct a population survey. He also stressed that the family members of the deceased family soldiers who have lost their farmland to be sent to the construction site at Morgan Hills, and also reminded that the garrison soldiers who have been expelled by the 4 great families to be registered separately to be sent to build the new town to appease the 4 great families, as their allegiance was still not yet certain. Supervisor Hansk, on the other hand, was given 2 tasks. The troops currently protecting the Bastide were mostly retired soldiers in their 40s. Lorist instructed him to not disband them and instead select 10 from the bunch to become trainers for the newly formed squads. As for matters relating to battle force, Lorist said that he would personally take charge for their classes. The second task Supervisor Hansk was handed was similar to Schadekampf's. He was to do a survey on the number of family members of dead soldiers within the Bastide, as well as any others who were available for labor, and prepare to send them to the construction site at Morgan Hills. Lorist also instructed Pat to look for Nitjisk the next day to tell him to send over some unused armor and weapons, as well as the 60-odd captive mercenaries, to the Bastide before the 4th day of the 3rd month. Lastly, Lorist gave Supervisor Spiel a beast skin that contained recipes for meals and tasked him to prepare food for the new squad recruits according to his instructions. Additionally, Lorist also reminded him to help Irina with anything she needed for taking care of Belnik. With all that said, he clapped twice and adjourned the meeting before telling his men to get some rest for the busy day ahead. Chapter 96: Witada Mound, Bread, and the Slave Camp. Lorist went upstairs and noticed that his maidservant, Irina, was staring listlessly to the distance from the window. Approaching her quietly from behind, he looked in the direction in which she was staring. Lorist let out a slight voice of surprise as he saw the small mound not far away in the distance, which was illuminated by the light of the silver moon. Upon the mound stood several long blades of grass which swayed with the gentle night breeze, and several white-colored deers could be seen jumping and playing around in the night. The whole scene was like witnessing a group of magical white fairies having fun. Irina noticed his presence and tried to pretend that she was still unaware. However, her body started to shiver uncontrollably again. Lorist wrapped his hands around the girl and took her into his embrace. He laughed lightly as he said, "Am I that scary? I won't eat you, you know. Why are you shivering? Oh, why are there white deers on that mound? What a weird sight." After hearing his calming voice, the maidservant gradually calmed down and started to lean deeper into Lorist's chest. Upon hearing his question, she meekly replied, That is Witada Mound. Every time when the silver moon hangs high in the sky, white deers will appear there. In the past, some people within the family had wanted to hunt those deers down, but they couldn't find them no matter how long they camped. Right after they left, however, the deers magically reappeared. That's why the people within the family believe that the white deers are the of Daphlin, the silver moon goddess herself. It's already fortunate for mortals like us to be able to see them from afar, much less touch them. Giving Irina a light kiss on her cheeks, Lorist said, "Irina, you did pretty well during the afternoon. Keep this up tomorrow as well. Go ahead and sleep first tonight. I still have other matters to attend to." Lorist was once again awoken by the ear-piercing sound of wood being sawed. He stretched his hand to his side only to notice that Irina had already long awoken and went downstairs before him. Sitting up on the bed and dressing himself, he looked out of the window and saw the illegitimate son of his father and the cooking lady, Idle woke, sawing away. However, Lorist noticed that he was currently sawing a tree stump now instead of a wooden plank like he did yesterday. The first thing Lorist did after leaving his room was to visit Belnik. Seeing that he was in good spirits, he read his pulse while the both of them chatted. After telling the tall maidservant to take good care of his knight, he left the room and went downstairs to retrieve his swords. At the yard outside, 4 guards could be seen training hard. The iron-ranked squad leader, Moss, was showing the other 3 bronze-ranked guards the basics of sword and shield combat. Lorist nodded towards Moss and went to the well nearby to wash his face with the bucket of water he had retrieved. Just as he was about to start his training, he noticed Idlewoke watching the guards training enviously as he continued with his task. Lorist went up to him and asked as he pointed towards Moss, "Do you want to train like them?" Idlewoke gave him a look without making a sound and merely sped up the rate of his sawing. "Oh, I've been wanting to ask you what you wanted to achieve by sawing every day," said Lorist. "Nothing in particular. I only need the sawdust," he replied. "Sawdust? What would you do with it?" asked Lorist curiously. "For food. It can be mixed into flour and made into bread," Idlewoke said. "Mixing sawdust into bread." Lorist almost fainted upon hearing that. "What's the meaning of this? Is sawdust supposed to be edible? Whose idea is it? Also, does the bread I eat have sawdust in it?" "Wait, stop sawing. Tell the one who instructed you to gather sawdust to meet me," Lorist said. At that moment, Supervisor Spiel appeared before Lorist and said, "My lord, this is a tradition of the family. Roughly 100 years ago when the barbarians laid siege to our Bastide, the family was short on food. The Lord Baron of that era ordered for sawdust to be added to the bread of the soldiers defending the Bastide so that their hunger will be sated for a longer period of time. In the end, the family's forces managed to outlast the barbarian army as they had run out of supplies and had no choice but to retreat. It was then when the Lord Baron gave chase and managed to cause the enemy's forces to be largely annihilated, thus earning himself a magnificent victory. Ever since then, the mountain barbarians could no longer muster an army of more than 1,000 people to face the Norton family's forces. To commemorate that glorious event, the Lord Baron ordered that the ratio of flour to sawdust when making bread to be 9:1. It is also a great method to save supplies. That's why, ever since then, the post of a sawdust collector whose only purpose is to collect them for bread making was created, explained Spiel. "Does the bread I eat have sawdust in it too?" Lorist asked. "My lord, your bread naturally doesn't contain any. Bread with sawdust is only handed to the guards and servants," answered the supervisor. "Soul, they only did that out of desperation because the family was short on food back then. Now that the family has so much excess food in store, only the insane would continue that practice to save food. Supervisor Spiel, heed my orders. From today onwards, I forbid the addition of sawdust into the bread of our troops and servants so that they can have a proper and wholesome meal. Also, Idlewoke, your position as the sawdust collector is now revoked. You don't have to saw wood anymore," said Lorist as he made his decision. "My lord. This is against the tradition of the family," said Supervisor Spiel hesitantly.
Lorist gave him a cold stare and said, Supervisor Spiel, what I'm doing now will also be tradition for the future generations of the family. Do you have any other questions?
No.
No, my lord. I have no questions at all and will carry it out as you say, said the supervisor respectfully with his head lowered. Lorist touched his chin and continued, even so, we cannot forget the glory of our ancestors. How about this, Supervisor Spiel, go check on the date my ancestor attained that huge victory. Every year, we'll celebrate that event on that day itself by eating sawdust bread. This way, we won't forget the glorious victory of our family, right? My lord, that was a very wise decision, he said as he bowed down deeply. Then, what about me? Asked Idle Woke, who had just lost his job. Go report to the new defense unit. You have a rather good physique and it's a shame if you don't become a soldier of our family. I will personally be in charge of the battle force training of the unit too. Idle Woke, when you break through to the silver rank, I will allow you to bear the Norton family name and let you form a branch family. What do you think? Lorist asked. Idle Woke scratched his head and thought before he said, then. All right. I will do my best. That afternoon, Lorist went to the camp of the two newly formed defense units which was located at a plaza near the vineyard behind the castle. Hansk had already been waiting over there and had picked 12 retired soldiers of the family to carry out simple drills for the new recruits. Pajik walked over at that moment and saluted Lorist before he said, My lord, the slave camp is already prepared to leave at any time. Lorist nodded and said, Knight Pajik, tell me more about the slave camp. My lord, there are 382 people in the slave camp with 67 soldiers who have had their battle force awakened and 244 non-combatants, most of which are family members of the soldiers. They're already geared up for travel. Where are we headed for, my lord? Pajik asked. Don't worry, we're in no rush. We'll set out in another 2 days, Lorist responded. Also, Supervisor Hansk, I recall that our family didn't practice slavery. Where did these slaves come from? Hansk gave a bitter laugh and said, My lord, in actuality, nobody in the Bastide treats them as slaves. These slaves were mostly gathered up during the military campaigns of the first young master. Like Pajik, many of them are surrendered soldiers who have been brought to the Bastide after they were taken captive. Pajik nodded and added, That's correct. These slaves are mostly prisoners during the Civil War years ago like me. After I was captured, the first young master had once told me that he intended to use the people within the slave camp to construct a new town where they can live in and become free citizens of the Nortons. That's why the first young master paid so much attention to them and even bought over many slaves from other nobles as well. He once said that once the slaves form their own families, they can settle down in the Dominion. The first young master had originally planned to start the town construction project once the slave count reached 3,000. But, he passed away far too soon. Supervisor Hansk said, My lord, after the passing of the first young master, nobody knew what to do with the slave camp. These past few years, we've had them help out with some farming and grape plucking at the vineyard. Other than that, they mostly have their free time to themselves. As long as they remain within the Dominion and not cause any trouble, we won't intervene in their activities and even provide them with food and clothing. It was later that Butler Glaze felt that leaving them without supervision was not ideal. That's when he allowed Pajik to manage the camp. Since that's the case, let's not call them slaves from now on. Treat them as the citizens of our Dominion and provide them with more food and better shelter, said Lorist. Also, I've just noticed that there are some flaws in the arrangements that I've handed you yesterday. I was too rushed when I planned them and only considered the formation of the new defense units while neglecting the staffing of various other activities within the Bastide. It was entirely my fault. Supervisor Spiel, I shall trouble you to come up with a new estimate that details the manpower needed to effectively run the Bastide. This time, include Pajik and the people managed by him into your calculations as well as the youths who have joined the defense units including their family members. This way,
we can get a rough grasp of the population within the Bastide and can send the extra people to the construction site at Morgan Hills. That will definitely be an important place to the family in the future. Knight Pajik, help Supervisor Han Scout with his task and combine the original retired soldiers of the current defense unit with the new recruits who have awakened their battle force to form a new defense squad of 120 people which you will lead. Other than that, let the retired soldiers who are above the age of 40 to be instructors for the newly formed defense units. From tomorrow onwards, I will personally supervise the battle force awakening of the new recruits of the defense unit as well as anyone from the guard squad who wishes to participate as well. Don't stop them from joining, they'll reintegrate into the guard squad once their training is done. Understood? Yes, my lord, said Pajik as he stood straight and saluted. On the other hand, Supervisor Hansk thought for a bit before he nodded in agreement. The next couple of days saw Lorist working up and down without rest as he read the pulses of anyone who wished to awaken their battle force within the Bastide and organized the 400 or so people who did come to participate into more than 20 groups which he allocated to the elderly instructors to be trained. Lorist also designed meals according to the needs of the different groups and also had Pajik monitor the progress of the trainees intensely. By the time Lorist was finished for the day, Jusk and Pat had already arrived at the Bastide with their convoy escort. This time, Jusk brought over 124 four-wheeled carriages and 67 surrendered mercenary captives to Lorist as well American Samoa 20000 Imperial Silvers, 100 buckets of green vine glue, more than 700 assorted leather armor sets, 170 chainmails and more than 1,000 weapons. Lorist and Jusk hugged passionately before he asked him about the situation at the construction site. Jusk said that everything was going fine and that Telesty had already started having the slaves dig the moat for the castle and started the construction of the castle walls and told him not to worry too much about it. He then asked Lorist why he was requested to come over to the Bastide. Lorist said that he wanted Jusk to escort a couple of people to the construction site after 2 days of rest. He also mentioned that he would be going along, but only after he settled the matters of the family Bastide and the mercenary captives. Chapter 97 Mercenaries and Metal Armor. The 67 surrendered mercenaries were currently having their meals at an open space within the Bastide. They were each given only 2 pieces of black bread, but there was another huge pot of meat soup which could be refilled as they pleased. When Lorist and Jusk went over, 2 mercenaries greeted their arrival. Jusk introduced them and said, "The older one is Hosky and the one with the blonde beard is called Jim. They are the leaders of this mercenary group." Hosky and Jim approached and saluted Lorist and Jusk, to which Lorist waved and said, "All right, the 2 of you, follow me into the castle. I'll tell you what I've decided for your mercenary group." Upon entering the castle, Lorist picked a room and brought the 2 mercenaries inside. After all of them were seated, Lorist said straightforwardly, "Even though your mercenary group surrendered to us without resistance, you still gave me quite some trouble when it came to deciding your fates. Killing you would defeat the point of accepting your surrender in the first place, but to not do so would be wasting resources and manpower on keeping you fed and under supervision, given that most of your men have already awakened their battle force and are at least of the iron rank. Even if you want to join our side, we wouldn't be able to trust you either since your lot has surrendered to us so easily. What's to say the same won't happen again?" The 2 mercenaries started blushing as they looked downwards in shame speechlessly because Lorist had just told them the cold, hard truth. "I can't kill you, nor can I let you go scotch-free. There is always the possibility of you joining the enemies and giving us more trouble after all. And locking you guys up would waste too much of my resources. After giving it some thought, I've decided to hire you with money," Lorist said. The 2 of them lifted their heads up in great surprise. "Am I? My lord, you're going to hire us?" "That's correct," said Lorist as he nodded. "However, don't worry. I'm not hiring you to go fight against your previous employer. I believe that your pride wouldn't allow it, and there's no point in forcing you to do so since you'll probably not make any effort in it anyway. I even have to worry if you would backstab me for making that arrangement. The two mercenary leaders nodded in an embarrassed manner as Lorist had read their intentions perfectly. Hosky, who was the elder and more experienced one, asked, "My lord, what are you hiring us for then?" "Someone, get me the map of the Dominion," shouted Lorist. After retrieving it from a servant, Lorist spread the map out on the table and motioned for the mercenary leaders to take a look. "This is the family's Bastide and over there is Wild North Town. I'm prepared to build a new town over there at Poplar Coast which is situated right next to a river. I believe that you know that the Northlands is plagued by the mountain barbarians who love to come over here to plunder and pillage. To prevent the construction project from being interrupted, I have decided to set up a military base at the entrance of the valley over here. I'm hiring you so that you can defend this military base. Naturally, I won't ask you to do the impossible. If there are too many barbarians, just hold your position and start a smoke signal and the Norton family will send out necessary reinforcements. If the barbarian troops are low in number, just wipe them out. Given that your men are mostly iron or silver ranks, it shouldn't be too much trouble. Naturally, I won't be asking you to do this for free. For every mountain barbarian you capture alive, I will reward your group with 1 imperial gold coin. And for every barbarian killed, you will get 50 imperial silvers." The two mercenaries looked at each other before Hosky asked, "Can we survey the terrain over there first? Also, what kind of military base do you wish to construct?" "Of course, go check out the terrain as you please. You can even pick where the base will be constructed. I will definitely not do his half-heartedly. If we're going to build a base, we'll make sure it lasts. The 100 buckets of green vine glue that I've just received will be used for the construction of the base," Lorist said. "Okay, we'll accept your request," said Hosky. "However, how will we come to an agreement of our fees?" Lorist laughed and said, "Don't worry. I'm far more generous than Viscount Kenmays. Every silver-ranked mercenary will receive 1 imperial gold coin each month whereas each iron rank will receive 50 imperial silvers. The reward for catching or killing barbarians will be given out as an additional bonus. The term of employment will be 1 year, and after that, you're free to either continue working for us or leave. Other than that, the construction of the base is not that urgent and we can start planning for that in the coming 10 days. After all, I have to get the materials ready as well. However, if you sign the agreement with us today, we'll start paying you from this month onwards." Hosky and Jim stood up from their chairs and said, "My lord, we're honored to be in your service." "Good. Then, I'll ask for someone to draft out the contract and after signing, you can bring your men to Poplar Coast and start setting up camp there. I will have someone lead you there and send the necessary supplies over as well," Lorist said. "But, my lord, we'll be needing weapons and other equipment, as well as horses," mumbled Hosky in a stuttering voice. Lorist slapped his forehead and thought, "How can I forget something this basic? After surrendering as captives, they've already handed every piece of their equipment to us. How about this? After signing the contract, you can let your men collect the weapons they are most proficient with. I will also be providing you guys with 30 sets of chain mail, 50 sets of leather armor, 50 mounts and 4 large carriages. These items will only be loans, but you can claim them with the reward money you get. Also, I'll be giving you clothing, bedding, tents and other miscellaneous supplies for free. Is that acceptable?" Hosky revealed an ecstatic expression before he bowed deeply to Lorist. "My lord, your grace and generosity is akin to that of the great sun in the sky, giving warmth to the hearts and souls of us lowly mercenaries." "Buzz off. If you don't know how to flatter, don't. Did you think I wouldn't know that you plagiarized the words of the Song of Singway to praise me? Supervisor Hansk, send these 2 fellas away and I'll be leaving the contract signing to you. After that, ask Supervisor Spiel to provide them with the equipment." After the 2 mercenaries left, Lorist let out a breath of relief and said, "It's finally settled. Jusk, let's go. I'll bring you to see old Butler Glaze." That night in the study, Lorist was chatting with Jisk about the matters of the Dominion while savoring some fine wine. Lorist mainly complained about how the methods he used that was perfectly fine at Moronti City was frowned upon in his own Dominion, which caused him to feel uncomfortable and restrained sometimes. I really don't understand why the family holds the traditions SPO close even though they're already in this state. Didn't you notice when we went to see Glaze just now? He was even lecturing me to not let the servants learn to awaken their battle force. According to him, it was supposed to be some kind of reward for loyal servants when they are promoted, and the way I'm freely teaching them the basics is against tradition. If it were me, I would even not hesitate to help all the maidservants awaken their battle force right away. Otherwise, how else would the family regain its power? Only 2 to 3 servants get taught how to awaken their battle force per year according to the old ways. And whether they succeed in doing so or not is a completely different story altogether. What would that even accomplish? It was apparent that Lorist had drunk quite a bit from his crass speech pattern. Knocks sounded on the door at that moment and Lorist responded with, "Come in." Pat entered the room and said, "My lord, Supervisors Spiel and Hansk are here." Lorist rubbed his face to freshen himself and said, "Let them in." What Lorist didn't expect was that both the supervisors have come to raise an objection because Lorist had agreed to give the mercenaries 30 sets of chain mails. "My lord, metal armor is far too expensive in the Northlands. Many families even treat them as treasured assets and refuse to use them. Even though we only have 170 with us, you gave the mercenaries 30 sets all at once. That's too wasteful. My lord, do you think there would be a way to get them back?" said Supervisor Spiel without holding back. Lorist and Jisk gave him a stare before the both of them laughed out loud uncontrollably. Lorist laughed so hard that he was arching his back in pain, causing the 2 supervisors to feel rather befuddled at that response. After struggling to keep his laughter in check, Lorist said, "Let's put that matter to rest and not ever mention it again in the future. Supervisor Spiel, you should understand that metal armor is only a very basic and common piece of equipment. If you go to the construction site at Morgan Hills, you will see that most of our troops there are equipped with a chainmail inside and another scale armor on the outside. To our family, the most important thing is the lives of our soldiers and not the armor themselves. I should also mention that the armor were all produced by a Grandmaster armorer we picked up along the way. My only worry now is that the family Dominion still doesn't have an iron mine, otherwise, we can definitely produce armor and other equipment non-stop and will be able to fill up our warehouses within a short year. Should that happen, your main worry would definitely be the lack of soldiers to use the armor we have stocked up." The 2 supervisors gave themselves another look of confusion. They would never have dreamed that the armor had been produced by the family itself. And the fact that Lorist got a Grandmaster armorer to work for him was even further out of expectations. This was extremely good news to their ears. "I forgot to ask, Supervisor Hansk. How many sets of armor did our family used to have?" Lorist asked. "My lord, the warehouse currently has 17 sets of armor. Among them include 2 full-body armors for knights which belonged to the old master and the first young master, 12 chain mails, 2 scale armor sets, and 1 plate armor," reported Hansk from the back of his mind without referring to any written record. "Tomorrow, bring 6 chain mails and 2 scale armor over for the 8 of my personal guards. The 6 bronze ranks will be given chain mails as well as leather armor to wear on top of it. The iron ranks, Moss and Yaj will be given scale armor instead. Other than that, notify Knight Pajik to pick 1 set of armor for himself from the warehouse. Oh, and don't forget to tell Pat the same as well." After giving the mercenaries 30 sets, the 170 sets of chainmail included within today's shipment should be left with around 140. "I plan to use them for the new 120-man strong defense squad, so distribute the armor to them tomorrow. As for the remaining 20, keep them in the warehouse for now. I will have some more armor sent back from the construction site at Morgan Hills and will reward each of the soldiers above 40 with 1 set for staying with our family during such difficult times," Lorist said as he stood up and paced about the study. Supervisor Spiel nodded and said, "All right, my lord." I will do as you wish. Also, didn't we also have a shipment of around 700 sets of leather armor? Pick out 400 sets that have a similar design and prepare 400 pikes and also pack 4,800 imperial silvers into a chest before loading them all onto carriages. Joe, I need you to accompany me to Wild North Town tomorrow to urge the garrison force for the new recruits soon so that no accidents will transpire if they drag on for too long, said Lorist as he touched his chin. "Milord, aren't you giving Wild North Town too many benefits by presenting all these equipment to them?" Hansk asked. "If we don't do this, they wouldn't let their guard down. It's just like fishing. To catch a fish, you must first use some bait. These weapons and equipment are exactly that. When they take the bait, we will have a way to wipe them out. For now, we can only wait and endure. Worry not, when the time comes, I will make sure we get everything back with interest. Additionally, our family soldiers are already equipped with metal armor, so keeping these leather ones around is kind of pointless. It's better to use it to placate the garrison force," Lorist explained. "All right, as you will, milord." Chapter 98 Lorist's Plan. Lorist and Jisk stopped their horses on top of a small hill and looked towards Wild North Town from afar. The gates of the town were currently open and streams of carriages could be seen moving out of the town as cries and chattering resounded throughout the open fields. "Milord, I've never seen such an arrogant and disrespectful garrison force that even dares to be so calculative while negotiating with its overlord. No wonder you said that they were a troublesome one. However, I don't understand how you were able to tolerate their existence and didn't wipe them out for treason long ago when you first arrived at the Dominion," said Jisk. Lorist laughed and said, "So now you see it for yourself. It's been 200 years and the Norton family would never have dreamt that the loophole in the regulations made in the past to benefit the citizens would be exploited to the point that it would cause the descendants of the family so much trouble. Even so, our excursion this morning was not for naught. Look, aren't they sending those people out already? As for their punishment, that will have to wait for now. When Charade and Potterfang gets here with the convoy, we will have the necessary force to wipe them out." The first thing that morning, Lorist and Jisk went to Wild North Town with 5 carriages carrying the pike and leather armor's American Samoa well as the Imperial Silvers. However, the Dunbarson family head was not present at their reception. According to the Mullen family head, he has been struck with a cold and has to rest and recuperate since 2 days ago and could not be present. But when the Mullen family head handed over the name list for the garrison force members, Lorist noticed that part of his plot had failed. Most of the names on the list were people from the Mullen, Hassan, and Cubim families with not one of them being Dunbarson family members. Even the previous vice-captain from the Dunbrason family had left the garrison force. Pretending to be concerned, Lorist asked why the vice-captain had left the force. The Mullen family head's reply was that the Dunbarson family had decided to move over to the new town and that the Dunbarson squad leader would serve over there as the leader of the garrison there. Lorist greatly praised the Dunbarson family for its generosity and grace to allow the other family's members a chance to join the garrison force. And after many pointless pleasantries, Lorist handed the equipment to the Mullen family head and told him that it was meant to be used for the formation of the new garrison force. He also mentioned that he brought the salary the family owed the force as well before showing him the chest filled with imperial silver coins. However, he also said that the garrison force's pay would be given once every 3 months from now on because he had too many matters on his hands and couldn't be bothered to make a trip to Wild North Town once a month to pay that small sum of money and hoped that the people of Wild North Town would understand his troubles. After that, Lorist asked Supervisor Keaton whether the population survey was completed. Keaton reported that the records for the family members of the fallen family soldiers as well as the citizens who had lost their land had all been accounted for. Approximately 1,400 people can leave the town right away. However, he mentioned that due to the reshuffling of garrison members, many people of the town related to the people who were kicked out of the force had been emotionally affected by the change and were not willing to cooperate with the survey, and he could only estimate their numbers to be around 2,000 people. It was at that moment when the Malin family head asked Lorist to empathize with those who had been deemed unfit to continue their service in the garrison and tolerate their unwillingness to cooperate, and suggested him to build a new garrison force at the new town so that those people who had been kicked out would be able to serve there. By then, he said, the people would definitely be placated and will cooperate with the population survey. Lorist gave a cold laugh and thought, they actually do have a pretty good plan up their sleeves. They must be aiming to let their family members sneak into the new town and prompt me to form a new garrison so that they can enjoy the same benefits they already do in Wild North Town. Humph, don't think you'll be able to hit the jackpot without putting in any effort. Lorist responded by shaking his head in futility and said to the three family heads that due to the current situation the Norton family was in with Viscount Kenmaze's forces, the family has decided to build a border wall at Morgan Hills to keep the Kenmazes out of the family dominion. That's why the family needed a lot of manpower, and the people to be sent out of Wild North Town will be helping out with the construction at Morgan Hills instead, and that the workforce for the construction of the new town will have to be sourced from the people of Wild North Town who are not members of the garrison force nor their family members. Lorist continued that the reason the family decided to allow the garrison force to expand was not so that they could stay cooped up like cowardly turtles at Wild North Town, but instead help out at several other areas where they are needed. However, he assured the family heads that he would not ask the garrison to face the forces of Viscount Kenmaze because he knew that the garrison force would definitely not be willing nor have enough strength to overcome the Viscount's forces anyway. His insult had caused the three family heads to redden with anger. However, the cunning, thick-skinned Malin family head pretended that he didn't hear anything and instead asked where the garrison force members would be asked to serve. Pointing at the map of the Dominion which was laid out on the table, Lorist said that he has already hired a mercenary group to defend Poplar Coast, where the new town would be constructed. As long as Wild North Town was able to send out 200 garrison troops, they will be able to set up a new military base at a valley there. The mercenaries will mainly be responsible for defending the base, while the garrison force members only had to help supply them once every 10 days and watch over the construction of the town at Poplar Coast. Naturally, Lorist said that the Norton family will definitely reward the people of Wild North Town for their efforts and increase the salary of the garrison members who go to Poplar Coast to 10 imperial silvers per month, which is easily 10 times their normal pay. Other than that, the bonus which the mercenaries had for capturing barbarians alive or killing them would also be applicable to the garrison force members. That declaration caused the three family heads to argue for quite an amount of time without giving Lorist a clear answer. In the end, Lorist got annoyed and said that he would give the three family heads 1 month's time to consider the issue, and mentioned that the family would not force them to do that if they weren't willing. But he added that the construction of the new town will have nothing to do with Wild North Town anymore should that happen, and stressed that the family did not care about what the townsfolk had to say about that matter. Lastly, Lorist requested that he be allowed to borrow some carriages to help move the people who were leaving Wild North Town to the Bastide, but he didn't expect that it would be met with the joint refusal of all three family heads. This caused Lorist to fume with rage and question whether the three family heads were intent on committing treason against the family. If that was the case, he said that the family was willing to surround Wild North Town with their forces and wipe them out regardless of the cost. His sudden aggressive attitude deeply shocked the three family heads to the point that they quickly begged for mercy as they stammered to explain why they had refused to sell the carriages. They were worried that once the carriages were used to transport the people back to the Bastide, they wouldn't be returned and cause the town to incur heavy losses. Lorist didn't expect that the reason would be something as trivial as that. It was extremely ludicrous that the three family heads had dared to risk offending their Dominion Lord for the sake of tens of carriages, and Lorist didn't know if that was a sign of bravery or merely a foolish focus on short-term gains and losses. "All right," Lorist said. "Then I won't force you to lend me any. But you'll be fine if I rent them, right? It's only a short trip of 1 hour and I will pay a rent of 1 imperial silver for each carriage per trip made to the empty fields outside the Bastide. Other than that, I promise on the name of the Nortons that I will definitely return your carriages after transporting the people to the Bastide." Upon hearing Lorist say that, the three family heads started arguing again. However, this time, it was about how many carriages each family would provide so that they would not miss out on this chance to make extra money. After a couple more moments, the family heads finally agreed on the carriage arrangements and proceeded to order their men to organize the transport of the 1,400 or so people. "My lord, I still have something I don't understand. I feel that with our current forces, we'll definitely be able to destroy the garrison force of Wild North Town. There's no need for you to placate them like that. The more you let them be, the more they will take you for granted," said Jisk as he looked towards the town. Lorist nodded and said, "You're right about that, Joe. If I wasn't troubled with Viscount Kenmaze's forces and the construction at Morgan Hills, the soldiers I brought back to the Dominion would definitely be enough to wipe out Wild North Town. However, we can't afford to do that now as the garrison over there is unlike those within other dominions. They have a history of over 200 years. The 200 garrison force members is only the official number. They may be able to rally up more than 2,000 fighters should we actually decide to take them out. And all of those people will definitely not surrender easily and fight to the death as their family members and livelihood depend on it. Even if we manage to wipe them out, our losses would definitely be huge and we will not be able to spare any more soldiers to defend the construction site at Morgan Hills. As the Wild North Town is the only problem in the Dominion, we can afford to delay their demise and compromise with them for now. My decision to expand the garrison force of Wild North Town so that we can make the population of the town decrease as people leave it and cause strife within their own ranks. The true aim of my decision to construct a new town at Poplar Coast was to tempt the ruling families to send out the dissidents within the town so that the ruling families will be able to take complete control over Wild North Town. That way, I can effectively have their fighting force as well. And providing with the pikes and leather armor as well as paying the salary we owe them is mainly to placate them as well as to let them think that we're not prepared to antagonize them so that they won't cause trouble for me in the Dominion. What we need most now instead is time, especially with the case of the construction of the castle at Morgan Hills, the issue with Viscount Kenmaze, the training of the new defense unit within the Bastide as well as waiting for the main convoy led by Charade to arrive. What I'm trying to do now is to stabilize the situation within the Dominion first." "My lord, are you really serious about building the new town at Poplar Coast?" Jisk asked. "Why wouldn't I be?" Lorist said as he laughed. "My father and brother had long had a plan to build a new town within the Dominion so that we can build the foundations to one day shake off the burdensome Wild North Town. It's a shame that they weren't able to complete the plan when they were still alive, and the place they had decided to build the town at before they passed away was at that very spot. Building a new town there is akin to expanding the area of influence of the family within the Dominion by 2 times. The main problem with that place is the occasional attack from mountain barbarians, and that is exactly why I hired the mercenaries to be stationed at the military base there. But I have to admit that until very recently, the construction of the new town was merely an afterthought of mine that was also a very convenient to use as an excuse to cause the people of Wild North Town to turn against each other. For now, I will still be prioritizing the construction of the castle at Morgan Hills and following that, the mountain city within the valleys there according to the Kenmaze's original plan. After the completion of the castle, I plan to use that as my headquarters and proceed with the construction of the city, defeating the Kenmaze family, and finding a way to connect the Northlands to the outside world so that we can start trading as well as await the arrival of the main convoy. Those will be the main goals I plan to accomplish in the near future. As for the construction of the town at Poplar Coast, if the people at Wild North Town are willing to fork out some manpower, we will be able to start the preliminary work such as gathering stones, wood, green clay, and other building materials which will take at least 2 years. Within that time period, the people from the town who had been sent out to work will definitely have some conflicts with the garrison soldiers watching over them. After that, Wild North Town will definitely be in chaos and much easier for us to deal with. "My lord, you're a devious one, aren't you?" Jisk said. "Oh my, you truly flatter me," replied Lorist. Chapter 99 Maplewood's Bastide. At that moment, Supervisor Keaton and Shadecamp arrived at the top of the small hill and approached Lorist. Lorist asked, Do you know why the Dunbarson family left the garrison force? My lord, last time when you brought Knight Belnick away from their town, something seemed to have happened within the Dunbarson family. However, we were unable to find out what, as they had tried rather meticulously to keep it secret. However, I do remember that back then, the Mullen, Cubham and Hassan family heads had visited Master Dunbarson to discuss something. It was after that when the members of the Dunbarson family left the garrison force, replied Keaton. What about you? Did you notice anything of interest? Lorist asked as he turned to Shadecamp. Shadecamp shook his head and said, Yesterday night, I had invited an ex-member of the garrison force who had just left it recently to have some drinks together, and after he downed quite a few cups, he told me that the four families were actually hiding their true military might and that each of them had several silver-ranked members as well. That is also the reason why they had the galls to test our family's patience. However, their silver ranks did not have any access to proper battle force training methods above the silver rank and had no choice but to rely on themselves to research it. That man even told me that this time, the Dunbarson family had incurred a rather heavy loss as for some reason, they had lost 4 out of 5 of all their silver ranks all of a sudden, as well as 2 other 3-star iron ranks, causing them to fall from the second most powerful family to the last overnight. I believe that they had left the garrison force because of pressure from the other 3 great families. Lorist laughed out loud and thought back at the 6 who had come to assault him when he was on the way back to the Bastide with Belnick and Shadecamp. Originally, he had thought that all 4 families had been involved in that attack, as Belnick had only recognized 2 of them who belonged to the Dunbarson family. Little did he know that the other 4 were members of the Dunbarson family as well, causing them to instantly suffer a huge loss as if they had been crippled from having their spine broken. He even thought that the 4 families would scramble for the 3 knight titles that he was going to give out, and didn't expect that one of them would be out of the race so quickly as a result of his own actions of killing off every single attacker at once back then. Then, is there reason enough to suspect Belnick's squire, Casey? Lorist asked once again. Shadecamp replied, I've asked a couple of people and most of them only knew him but never really interacted much with him. I also talked to a few of the former garrison soldiers and all of them said that they weren't close with Casey, nor did they know which family he was aligned with. According to them, Casey only spends his time taking care of Belnick at the Dominion Lord's mansion. Other than Master Dunbarson, he has never met the other family heads either, so I believe he should be clear. Lorist mumbled in a low voice, What I'm curious about is during the 2 years Knight Belnick was poisoned by Master Dunbarson to the point where he couldn't leave the Dominion Lord's mansion, didn't Casey suspect anything was going on? That's the main reason I can't be certain of his loyalty. However, since both of you didn't notice anything strange, when we return to the Bastide, I'll have Casey join the Squire unit and teach him how to awaken his battle force as a reward for his 2 years of care for Knight Belnick. My lord, this time, you were really too generous with Wild North Town's garrison force. Not only did you pay them the salary, you even gave them weapons and armor. What I'm worried of is that they won't do according to what you have told them, said Supervisor Keaton. They will, because they have no other choice. Did you forget that I changed the regulation for the allocation of farmland? Lorist said. Do you mean the one that states that each garrison force member's family will be allocated around 40,000 square meters of farmland? That's right, 400 garrison force members will need around 16 million square meters of farmland, which is the area of most of the farmable land of Wild North Town. The Mullen, Hassan, and Cubham families already occupy all the garrison force positions, so do you think they will not jump at the chance to claim the farmland? That way, the garrison soldiers which were kicked out would also be deprived of their share of the land as well. What do you think would be their response? To cause trouble. That's a given. The 3 great families had originally intended to send those they kicked out to the new garrison force that they expected to be formed with the construction of the new town to placate them while spreading their own influence there as well. However, what they did not foresee was that I won't be forming a new garrison force for that town right away, and told them that I would only do so after the completion of the town. That way, these people would lose their hopes of getting back their positions as garrison soldiers. Given that they had lost their previous benefits, do you think they would sit still and take it silently? Lorist gave a cold laugh and continued, the reason I gave the 3 families 3 months to decide was because I hoped that this would cause the people who were kicked out to turn against the 3 families, which will in turn result in the 3 families sending their garrison soldiers to force the people who cause trouble to go to Poplar Coast to participate in the construction of the new town so they don't continue to cause trouble within Wild North Town, effectively having their population there. I expect that all that's left of the 3 families within Wild North Town would be only 3,000 to 4,000 people. Take the women and elderly out of the equation and they will at most have a fighting force of 1,000 odd people. By then, the family only has to face a force of over 1,000 instead of the original 7,000 people. Supervisor Keaton was stunned at that revelation. Loris looked back at Wild North Town and saw that the last carriage had already exited the gates. Let's go. Supervisor Keaton, you will be put in charge of settling these people down at the empty field outside the Bastide. Shadekampf, inform the family members of the dead soldiers of our forces about our new pension policy and ask them not to worry as the family will definitely not abandon those who are loyal to us, understand? Yes, my lord. I understand, replied Shadekampf. Currently, the fields outside the Bastide was packed with people with Supervisor Keaton making arrangements for tents to be set up and Supervisor Hansk calculating the cost of renting the carriages from Wild North Town whereas Supervisor Spiel was reporting something to Lorist. My lord, Sergisk has brought over 124 carriages to the Bastide. The Bastide on the other hand has 87 carriages available to use which were mostly utilized by the family merchant convoy and military force in the past. However, the family also has a lot of 2-wheeled carriages which were mainly used to transport supplies in short distances or workers to the farms. If my lord needs them, we can provide up to 135 units. Supervisor Spiel, how much extra manpower does the Bastide have? Lorist asked. My lord, Supervisor Hansk's survey reports around 748 people. That means that including the 1,427 people who have just arrived from Wild North Town, we can send 2,175 people to the site at Morgan Hills, which mean we will require around 200 4-wheeled carriages. How much food and supplies can the remaining carriages transport? My lord, the supplies you need to transport there are mostly food and textiles. While we do have food in abundance in the warehouses, the opposite is true for textiles. However, we can still use them to make some clothing to be sent over. If we use the 2-wheeled carriages as well, we will be able to transport 5,000 kilograms of food and a bunch of clothes, replied Spiel. Lorist turned his head to look and saw that Jusk, who was beside him, was spacing out as if he was thinking of something. Hey, Joe, what do you have in mind? Oh, my lord, I was just wondering about something. I remember seeing a large plaque with Wild North Town engraved on it at the gates of the town when we visited this morning, but I don't remember seeing something similar at the Bastide. Why doesn't this place have a name? That's right. Lorist suddenly recalled that most people only referred to this place as the family Bastide as if it didn't have a name of its own. That's weird, the family has been around for more than 200 years. Why didn't anybody name this place? Supervisor Spiel, do you know the reason for this? Spiel shook his head. At that moment, Supervisor Hansk was just walking by them after completing his task and Lorist asked him the same question. I recall that someone else asked the same question before. At that time, the old master's response was there was no need to go through so much trouble to name the place as the family only had one Bastide within the Dominion. He believed that calling this place the family Bastide would be more affectionate, explained the supervisor. Lorist shook his head and said, that won't do. The family will have many more territories in the future, so this one needs a name to avoid confusion. Let me think of one then. Since the surrounding mountains are filled with maple trees, let's call this place Maple Woods Bastide from now on. Seek out a stonemason immediately to have that name carved on the castle. "Milord, what an apt name for the place. It is definitely fitting of the landscape around here. I will instantly ask for someone to start carving the name up," replied Supervisor Hansk. Lorist then called out to Spiel, who was just about to leave. "Hey, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to prepare the supplies and carriages as soon as possible during these 2 days. It's already the 5th day of the 3rd month, and I hope to be able to depart on the 7th. That way, we'll be able to arrive at the construction site by the 8th day of the month. Milord, please be assured that it will definitely be ready by the 7th," said Supervisor Spiel before he left in a hurry. "Milord, there's plenty of time for you to prepare, you don't have to be in such a rush, you know," said Jusk. "No, Joe, did you forget what we had talked about with Butler Boris back there? Around the 10th day of the 3rd month, there will be a shipment from the Kenmays family to the construction site as well as an escort of many more slave laborers there. I plan to arrive by the 8th and see if we'll be able to swallow up all that for ourselves," Lorist said. On the 7th day of the 3rd month during 9 o'clock in the morning, a supply convoy formed from 211 four-wheeled carriages and 135 two-wheeled carriages left Maplewood's Bastide for the construction site at Morgan Hills. This time, Lorist was accompanied by Supervisors Hansk and Keaton. Hansk also picked the 200 or so youths who were previously preparing to awaken their battle force from the Bastide to be coachmen for the moment. After the trip, they will once again return to the Bastide to resume their training. Pat on the other hand brought 60 soldiers from the newly formed defense unit that had all awakened their battle force along with them, while Jisk returned with the 60 guard squad members that came with him and served as a scout unit for the return trip. Lorist was currently complaining to Shadekampf, "Why do I feel that I've been entangled with nothing but convoys recently? You see, I formed a convoy back at Moronti City to head to the Dominion. After leaving it behind at Guldo City to travel lightly and quickly, Pat managed to get another formed for me at Finyata town. And now, after only spending a couple of days at the Dominion, I'm leaving it with yet another convoy. I'm so sick of convoys, you know." Shadekampf knew that Lorist was only joking around and merely laughed it off without bothering to continue the conversation. Jisk however laughed out loud and said, "Milord, you know you could always depart a day later. I can lead the convoy and wait for you to catch up tomorrow." Lorist waved his hand and said, "No way, I've noticed that I'm a workaholic who can't leave anything unattended. I wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night if I'm not here with you on an important occasion as this." The trip Lorist had taken with Pat and Shadekampf back then with only one carriage from Morgan Hills to Maplewood's Bastide had taken up to 7 hours. Given the size of their convoy, it would take up twice as much time for them to complete their journey. After traveling for 6 hours, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Jisk, who was at the front of the convoy, sent someone to the back to ask Lorist whether they should stop the convoy to rest at a small lake up ahead. Just as Lorist was about to head to the front to check that lake out for himself, he suddenly noticed smoke signals coming from the mountains around them as 10 riders emerged from the mountains while brandishing the weapons in their hands and screaming out an eerie war cry as they approached. Chapter 100 Barbarians, Gold Mine, and Plotting. "Barbarians!" screamed some at the front of the convoy. The convoy instantly broke into a huge chaotic mess. "Shadekampf, help restore order to the convoy. There's nothing to fear about 50 or so barbarian riders. Guard squad, march forward on my lead," roared Lorist. Just when the 120 mounted guards scattered throughout the convoy gathered into a line formation near Lorist, a chestnut brown horse rode out from the group towards the barbarian riders with its rider holding a great green longbow. When he was around 150 meters from the barbarians, the thunderous sound of the bowstring rang out repeatedly. One barbarian rider after another was struck down by the emerald-colored arrow bolts. After both parties traveled for another 30 meters towards each other, more than 20 barbarians had fallen from their mounts. The remaining 30 or so barbarian riders stopped their mounts in terror. All of a sudden, another savage cry sounded from far away, causing the riders to turn back and retreat. Jisk breathed in a huge gulp of air while lightly shaking his hand, which was slightly numb from all that firing, before he once again lifted his longbow and circulated his battle force. But this time, he didn't shoot rapidly and instead relaxedly shot at the 3 barbarian riders who were at the back of their retreating group, swiftly ending their lives. Seeing the rest of the barbarians escape into the trees, he kept his longbow and stopped his assault. However, one of the riders turned around and started cursing and gesturing. Even though Jisk didn't hear that barbarian from far away, he figured that the savage was probably saying something derogatory to him and shot out another arrow in rage. That barbarian immediately tried to evade the incoming projectile and successfully did so, with Jisk's arrow taking the barbarian's feather-decorated helmet off and pinning it onto a tree not far away. The tree shook so hard from the force of that arrow that it actually snapped into half and gradually fell towards the ground. After seeing Jisk's arrow snap a huge tree's trunk, the barbarian who had managed to evade certain death looked up and locks of long golden hair could be seen falling over that person's shoulder now that the helmet was absent. It appeared that the barbarian rider was a woman. Even though that female barbarian rider had escaped with her life, she fainted from sheer terror of almost losing her life and laid unconscious below the shade of the tree. However, a few other barbarians helped to carry her to safety and led her mount deeper into the forest. The slowly falling tree eventually crashed onto the ground, causing a cloud of dust to obscure the area from sight. When the dust settled, there was no longer any trace of the barbarians at the edge of the forest. Apart from the 20 or so barbarian corpses and their riderless mounts, the scene from before seemed to have been nothing but a dream. Jisk turned his horse and returned to the convoy, only to be received by a sudden loud cheer, "Divine Marksman! Divine Marksman!" Lorist went up to Jisk to receive him. He patted his shoulder and said, "You did great." Then he raised Jisk's right hand and cheered towards the convoy, "Jisk! Jisk!" The people of the convoy responded with great fervor. "Jisk! Jisk! Divine Marksman Jisk!" Jisk rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "My lord, this is a little too much." Lorist said, "Joe, you deserve it." Due to encountering the patrolling barbarian cavalrymen, Lorist decided to not rest at the lake up ahead and continue their travels just in case the escaped barbarians called for more reinforcements. Shadekampf brought a few guard squad soldiers to rally up the dead barbarians' mounts and loot their corpses. Lorist on the other hand called supervisors Hansk and Keaton over and asked them whether barbarians were commonly sighted in that area. Hansk shook his head and said, "My lord, I've never heard of any barbarian sightings here, and there is no such instance stated in the family records either. Commonly speaking, barbarians are usually seen around the magical Dragon Mountains. This place is quite far from there and is actually closer to the Black Forests and the desolate hills, and the family troops have never noticed the presence of barbarians here for the past 100 years, even though not many from the family ventured much to this area. I believe it must have been a rare coincidence for us to have encountered those barbarian cavalrymen." After cleaning up the battlefield, Shadekampf let the guard squad members continue collecting the mounts and rode over to where Lorist was. "My lord, take a look at this," said Shadekampf as he handed over a small leather pouch. After opening it, Lorist reached his hand inside and took out a handful of golden dust. "Gold dust!" cried out supervisors Keaton and Hansk. "My lord, the barbarians that were killed by Sergisk mostly had a pouch on them that was filled with gold dust like this. I even noticed this on one of them," said Shadekampf as he took out yet another piece of gold that was about the size of a thumb. "A gold nugget!" exclaimed Lorist as his eyes brightened. "My lord, I suspect that there are some gold deposits around the forest or the hills, which is also the reason for the presence of the barbarians. I suggest we send some people here to conduct a survey of the land. If we really do discover a gold mine, then the family will definitely not lack any funds to develop the Dominion in the future," said Supervisor Keaton passionately. Lorist took the gold nugget from Shadekampf, weighed it in his hand, before he gave it a closer look. He then looked towards the mountains in the distance and then to the forests where the rest of the barbarians had escaped to, and shook his head. At this point, we still don't have enough military prowess nor manpower to start developing this area. Even if there is a gold mine, there is no guarantee that we will be able to sustain the mining operations and may even cause the family to be entangled with the barbarians because of this. There is a possibility that the price we pay for the gold mine will far exceed what we actually get from it, so let's put that idea to rest for now. It's not like that mine will one day leave the place anyway, so it won't hurt to wait for a while until the northbound convoy arrives. By then, we should have more than enough manpower and resources to do so. Lorist's convoy only managed to reach the construction site at around 10 in the night. Having been given an early notification, Telesty had already instructed the laborers to set up a camp and also prepared some food to receive the people who had traveled for almost a day straight. As Lorist was biting into a piece of bread, he asked Reedy, "Where's Miss Telesty?" "My lord, she has already gone to sleep at 10 o'clock and left me in charge of the place." "Do you need me to wake her up?" Reedy asked. "It's all right, I only wanted to ask about the progress of the construction. I'll be able to see it tomorrow anyway, so there's no need to bother her right now." "Oh, and, ask for Butler Boris to come over. I have something I want to ask him about," Lorist said. Butler Boris was brought over to Lorist without much delay with a sour look on his face. "Hey, Butler Boris, what's with you? You look like you're about to cry. What's going on?" Lorist asked curiously. The butler instantly kneeled before Lorist and said, "My lord, please save my family members. If Viscount Kenmays knows that I surrendered and started working for you, he'll definitely prey on my family." Shocked, Lorist said, "Please stand up, Butler Boris. Tell me where your family is and I'll see if I can help reunite you with them." But the butler refused to stand up and continued to kneel. "My lord, my family are all living at the Redriver Valley Bastide within the Viscount's dominion and the shipment convoy will be coming over within 2 days. If they notice that this place has already been occupied and send word back there, it will be the end for my family. They will definitely be punished in my stead by the Viscount. Given that I've failed my responsibilities as the chief manager of this place, he'll definitely release his anger onto my family regardless of whether I'm still alive. That's just how his temperament is. I've already lost sleep for the past couple of days because of this. My lord, I beg you. Please get up first, Butler Boris. The reason I asked for you was to get some information about the incoming shipment convoy. How many carriages would they have and how powerful is their escort? I need that information in order to know if I can swallow them whole. After that, you can tell me more about the Bastide so that I can see if there's some way I can save your family," consoled Lorist. Now that his family members' lives were at risk, Butler Boris revealed every detail he could about the shipment convoy. According to him, the convoy that would arrive on the 10th would have around 400 carriages and based on their previous shipments, 200 of them will be carrying 3,000 buckets of green vine glue with each carriage holding 15 buckets and each bucket weighing around 50 kilograms, so each carriage would weigh around 1,000 kilograms including the weight of the wooden buckets. The remaining 200 carriages would mostly transport food ranging from smoked meat to alcohol and other supplies like clothes and building tools. The escort that was in charge of the shipment was the Feathersore mercenary crew. They were considered to be one of the more active mercenary crews during the time of the Civil War and had around 200 members in total with their insignia bearing a white goose feather. The crew leader Adams was an old 3-star silver veteran with tens of other members of the crew being silver ranks as well with the rest being at the iron or bronze rank. They had been paid quite a huge sum by the Kenmays family to serve as their main fighting force. The Redriver Valley Bastide of the Kenmayses was approximately 1 day of travel away from the construction site at Morgan Hills and it would take around 6 to 7 hours on horseback to cover the distance. Now that the Bastide had become a central supply distribution point, a huge amount of resources were stored within and was managed entirely by the head butler of the Kenmays family, Palater, who was aided by tens of other guards of their family. Not far away from the Bastide was the immigrant town the Kenmayses had paid a huge price to recruit vagabonds to build, which had a population of around 2,000 people that was defended by a garrison squad of 100 soldiers. However, if the Kenmei's family intended to send the 1,000 slave laborers along with the shipment to the construction site, the garrison soldiers would join the escort as well. After Butler Boris told Lorist all that information, he was asked if there was a possibility of baiting the escort of the shipment convoy into the area of the construction site and force the mercenary crew to surrender so that the Norton family can obtain all the resources of the shipment. The butler replied that it would definitely be difficult as crew leader Adams was a cunning and careful man. Given that he knew many of the mercenaries who were previously stationed at the construction site, if Adams noticed their absence when he approached, there was a huge possibility that he wouldn't enter the site. Lorist looked at Jisk, who was chomping down at a bone, and asked, "How about it? Are you confident with being able to trick them?" Jisk placed the bone down, wiped his mouth, and said, "My lord, there's no need to do so much plotting like that. Just give me a squad of guards and I will be able to eradicate the whole mercenary crew in an open field battle and take the whole shipment for ourselves." Lorist laughed out loud and said, "No way, I worry that our losses would be huge if we were to engage in an open field battle. Think about it, most of the guard squad members used to be common bandits who have never received any formal military training or drills and know nothing about strategic formations other than rushing straight at the enemy like how most bandits fight. If we were up against weaklings, then there wouldn't be a problem. But our enemy is an experienced mercenary crew which has weathered many battles, so it is almost guaranteed for the guard squad to be at a severe disadvantage given their lack of understanding of military tactics." Ovides, who was just sitting beside Jisk, exclaimed in a dissatisfied tone, "My lord, we're your family's soldiers, not a band of lowly bandits." Lorist waved towards him and said, "Come on, don't be sour about that. I was just making an example." Lorist continued, "If we manage to trick the Feathersore mercenary crew to enter the construction site, it would be akin to us locking up a rabid dog before beating it. We could even use the ballistas on the walls to pressure them into surrendering. Doesn't the leader of that crew recognize some of the mercenaries who have yielded to us? It wouldn't be too hard to carry this out." Pat stood up in response and awaited his orders. "Rush to Poplar Coast tonight itself and ask the mercenaries there if they want to make some quick money. As long as they manage to lure the Feathersore mercenary crew into the construction site, each one of them will receive 10 gold fords. I only need 20 people, and no matter if they accept it or not, I want you to make it back here by the morning of the 9th, which is tomorrow, understood?" Lorist instructed. "Yes, my lord. I will set out right away." "Good, I'm counting on you. Please be careful on your way there."